都踩2个，8个，关键的一波发出了，卢多利迷路了，完了，卢多利这哇！
Points, 16 from the battle side. Is there any more? I don't think they can get a 20 shot from the Cracker.
This is where Revenant do. That's the only question. They are trying, but
Revenant
will they take it? Oh my God!
Ladies and gentlemen and trainers from all around the world, welcome to Day 2 of the Pokémon UNITE Asia Champions League 2023 Finals! This event is brought to you from all the way from Battle Arena, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. My name is Flavor and I'll be your host today on Day 2, or should I say the finals of the competition. Yesterday, we saw teams duking out against each other to be placed in the top 2 of their respective. And today, we will get to know who will become the champion of the Pokémon UNITE Asia Champions League 2023. We have 4 teams today who have made it to the semi-finals, stemming from 2 regions. We have East Asia as well as Southeast Asia. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, this event is endorsed by Esports Integrated ESI, an initiative by the Ministry of Youth and Sports Malaysia. And a gentle reminder to all the audiences who's currently present here at the venue. The live stream we have for you today has a 3-minute delay. Therefore, if you do plan on posting any of the results on social media, please wait 3 minutes before doing so. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, allow me to introduce and call in the 4 teams they'll be competing today. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon the first ranked team from Group A. This team with the likes of Ruin, Hibachi, Asian, Haruta, and Supercell were fighting through their atmospheres while only losing a single game in the first stage and then further defending their seeding in the second stage of the online tournament. In ACL against a rising team of Secret Ship has now proven themselves time and time again to be one of the powerhouses in East Asia region. They are the second seeded team from East Asia and they are here to take back the crown as the best in East Asia from Team High Five and hopefully winning it all today. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Team T2. And of course, coming in next, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call upon the second ranked team from Group A. This being rostered by the likes of players such as Eeyore, Necro, AXQ, Zoe, and Illuna are the dark horses in the tournament, while starting out a little shaky in the first stage of the online ACL tournament, obtaining a record of 2 wins and 2 losses, completely surprised everyone by going on in the second stage in the online tournament, bewildering even the casters. They may be the best in Indonesia, but how will they fare against the rest of Asia? They've got nothing to lose and everything to gain, and they are the first seeded team from Southeast Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Team Rise. Coming up next, we're heading over to the top 2 in Group B. Allow me to present to you the first ranked team in Group B. This team comprising of Ikura, BKZ, Xingdi, Z-Ray, and Wushuan has defied the odds and played through the online stage 1 with no losses, and further on in stage 2 defended their reign in supremacy against T2 to have the best consistent results in ACL so far, even against all regions. They are the first seeded team from East Asia, and the perfect winning streak may have been tainted by MYS yesterday, but they still have not lost a single series since the online stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Team High Five. Last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call up onto the stage the second ranked team from Group B. This team being rostered by the likes of players such as Nightly, Foxy, Rebounds, Yimu, Yang, and Froggy has an outstanding result in the first stage of the tournament, obtaining a clean 4-0 win record and then only losing a single match against Team Rise in the second stage. Although not being able to have their revenge yesterday against on High Five, they were the only team to take a game off from High Five themselves, and they are the second seeded team from Southeast Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Team MYS. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. These are the 4 teams that will be coming today, and only one will be crowned the champion of the Pokémon UNITE Asia Champions League 2023. With that, I would say congratulations once again. Of course, we would like to invite all the teams to head on to their stations as the battle is about to begin. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to explain to you all on how this tournament is going to structure for today in day number 2. From we have distilled the top 2 teams from each region, and once again, they are Team T2 and High Five from East Asia, Team MYS and Rise from Southeast Asia, Teams Revenant and Marcus from the India region. But yesterday, after the long and hard battle, eventually these 4 teams have made it today. With that being said, let's take a look at all the cool plays that took place yesterday in day 1 of the finals. All around the world to the inaugural Pokémon UNITE Asia Champions League 2023 final. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen who is tuning in from all around the world, allow me to introduce to you the 6 teams that are competing in the Pokémon UNITE Asia Champions League 2023 final.
Well, here's the thing, right?
What?
T2 cannot isolate
Outrage?
Outrage can be popping up as well, but the sustain is there. Cloud Cloud Crash put in some aim plays.
Necro is going to spot him out though. Zoe is also there. Snowy, can you at least make something happen?
Wow.
That's the first KO. Marco's Gaming now coming through. Zoe just falls asleep. That's
Do damage, but also reposition Pokemon. But it looks like Supercell has been caught out this tree, though.
Wow.
Look at how sustainable he is, just surviving all this damage. They do finally take him.
is there. Froggy once more running interference. Revenant Esports forced to commit. Idle Typhoon only on the 2, but Team MYS, oh, they slice right through Revenant Esports. The armor has absolutely shattered. 4KO.
Letting it away. They're actually trying to force Revenant into this team fight, but Zeshol, he is all alone, half health. His team is there to support if necessary. They actually managed to get the slow beam onto Lucario, so they're actually going to be going in with a numbers disadvantage, and even so, Trio getting burnt down. That's going to be 3 versus 5, and I don't know how they're going to defend this Rayquaza because Ikura is single-handedly zoning away the Mew. The Badshot is there. He's going to be so...
has arrived. Team MYS committing to Rayquaza. They're going to try slow it down. No full commitment. There is time for MYS to breathe, and now the cooldowns are back up. MYS have found it. MYS wants the game tree. MYS wants, MYS demands, MYS gets.
And they're not the one with the deficit, and they're already hitting the mark on rebounds.
And they're getting BKZ, getting the KO. BKZ finally drops MYS. Froggy controlling Ikura, but they've already lost to the Trevenant and Foxy. Most important member is no longer there. Rebound shows up to high five this side.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the teams today which are going to battle it out to earn the prestige of being crowned the first ever Pokémon UNITE Asia Champions League winner. And I don't think there is a better honor than to be the champions. Now, the trophies that you see on the stage now represent the best of the best, and only the very best trainers would uphold these beautiful trophies. But nonetheless, the teams also do stand a chance to walk away with these amazing prize money, which are, for first place, they'll be bringing back home $30,000 US. For second place, bringing back home $15,000 US. For third place, it's $7,500 US, and in fourth place, will be $5,000 US, and in fifth, it will be $1,500 US. So fifth and sixth are both regarded as fifth place. Ladies and gentlemen, just to recap what happened yesterday, we had 2 groups of teams, where in Group A, we had Rise, T2, and Marcos Gaming, while Group B consisted of Revenant Esports, MYS, and High Five. These teams plays in a round-robin format, best-of-3 format to determine their seedings for today. through yesterday's games, we have further distilled our teams to the top 4 teams, which will be playing their semi-finals onwards today. In Group A, we actually have Team T2 with 203 points, and then of course we actually have Team Rise at 150 stars. Meanwhile, in Group B, we actually have Team High Five 123 points, as well. Of course, we actually have Team MYS at 150 points. I'm sure unfortunately we have to say to the 2 teams for India region and if it's on day 1. Nevertheless, to take a look at the tournament bracket for today, we will have the first seed team from Group A going against the second seeded team from Group B, and the first seeded team from Group B going up against the second seeded team from Group A. Then the defeated from these semi-finals matches will battle it out against each other to determine the third place winner before we accumulate in the finals, where both teams from both semi-finals will battle it out for the crown. And as such, we will start the day today with both the semi-finals matches, followed by the third place match, and finally, to conclude, we will have the finals at the end of the day. And please note that these timings are an estimate and the matches will be held in a rolling schedule format. Now first, ladies and gentlemen, here is some information about the upcoming Pokémon UNITE tournament. The Asia Regional Qualifiers will determine the participating teams for the Pokémon World Championship 2023. Pokémon UNITE Division, and this will finally begin in April 2023. The qualifying tournament for April will be held from April 15 on Saturday to April 16 on a Sunday. And the top 3 teams from the April tournament will be able to advance to the regional finals. The registration for April tournament is currently open, and for more details, please check the official tournament website and the official Pokémon UNITE social media pages. Now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we're gonna kickstart our first match semifinals here up on the stage itself. We're gonna be having the match between Team T2 versus with MYS.
Welcome on board, trainers. This is the day where we will crown our champions. Only 4 teams have left standing in the way to see who will actually get all the glory by the end of the night. My name's Contra, and here with me is Husky, as we will begin our journey here on day 2 of the Pokémon UNITE Asia Champions League Finals with our 2 teams in the semifinals, and we're starting things off on a high note.
Definitely on a high note. We got to see Team MYS yesterday, but we also now get to commentate T2, the representatives from East Asia, and see how they go up against our local favorites. But before we go on to all of that, we gotta guide you guys through kind of the format and how we got here. We got to this point. In fact, it's just exciting to be able to be in the heart of Kuala Lumpur for the final stretch of ACL finals.
That's right, and with that being said, I just can't wait to see all the action, but let's go through the tournament rules where all games are played on a best of 5 for the entirety of the afternoon all the way to the evening, and every game consists of 10 minutes long, and every match will be played out in Theia Sky Ruins. There will be no limitation on held items in terms of Pokemon. I believe that only up to Zacian is being available to play. Meanwhile, every medal will be available for all the trainers to utilize in their match.
It is so many things that these players can do, and we've seen many variations. Starting with Team MYS, they brought in 3 different archetypes of compositions that that show us what they can do against High Five, and they became the only team that only took a single game off of the tournament favorites. And through all of that, I think MYS has set themselves in a very, very good spot to take on T2, and this is how the draft mode will function. Each team will have a ban each, and afterwards we will start with the first team getting the first pick, and we'll do rinse and repeat up to the very end where the second team will have the last pick, and afterwards we will go into a 1-minute preparation phase where these teams will get to swap around their Pokemon selections and be ready for the match.
That's right. We've already seen many of all these instances where draft actually dictates the course of the battle, where you will be able to secure all these Pokemons that are currently in form in the meta. And on top of that, we've seen even some of all these role swaps being played out to perfection by some of all of our top teams here in the ACL. And now, starting things off, T2, they're looking for that grudge match against High Five, but they will have to go up against the local favorites, Team MYS first. And this is a matchup which will once again be something of a real huge caliber for a team to really go through, where T2, they've had great track record back in East Asia, but can they handle one of the finest of Southeast Asia?
And on your screen right now is Team MYS, the second seed of Southeast Asia and the second placement team from Group B. And again, they are the only team that have been able to draw any sort of match off of High Five. Despite not winning the series yesterday, the fact that they are able to deal a blow and kind of punish High Five in very crucial moments really show how much this team has grown. And we also discussed a lot about the dynamics of how Team MYS functions as a squad. But when you look at T2, T2 brings a completely polarizing team leadership. And that is very important because Team MYS has been able to make very crucial calls. But when you look at T2, it comes down to Supercell. He is the head, he is the pack leader. Whatever he says, the rest of the team follows.
Yeah, and what's really incredible about T2 is their coordination in play. The way that they've been able to mechanically execute all these decisive strikes have been enabling them a smooth cruise throughout their own group. The only team currently here in the Pokémon UNITE ACL finals that have not even a single dent in their track record. Every matches that they played were 2-0 victories.
And both teams have very different motivations to get to the grand finals. First of all, they both want to take down High Five. For Team MYS, it's all about overcoming themselves, overcoming kind of the weaknesses that they had in terms of drafting, in terms of decision making in that late game phase. But for T2, it is all about the grudge match. It is all about getting through Team MYS, getting to High Five hopefully, and finally taking down High Five on one of the biggest regional stages. And
you can see a very different tone here compared back to day one, where MYS, they feel a lot more lax. Well, this time around, they brought the Greedent onto the stage.
They did.
And then there's also this little booklet in hand, so I wonder what's the recipe to success for the team. Meanwhile, T2 have not even shown any signs of cracks. So far, we look at players like Haruda always being so consistent, putting those numbers on track, and then you have so much more that they have not revealed in terms of the cards that they bring to the table. So perhaps it will be quite the challenge for the local favorites MYS to overcome.
And today being a best of 5, it makes it even more interesting. You have so much more time to make mistakes and adjust. We're going to start by looking at T2, the representative from East Asia, the second seed, but also them coming here. When we spoke to them yesterday, T2 were really composed. They were prepared from the very beginning, but at the same time, it is also to represent East Asia. They say that they are East Asia and they want to make their region proud.
That's right, and when we look into the track record back in the East Asia League itself, T2 have tried so many different types of Pokemon to be brought forward in their drafts. Sure, maybe in certain matches they don't have the cleanest of games, but you always have to remember, East Asia comprised with so many amazing talents out there, and T2 have improved along the way. Seriously, Insider being one of the most picked Pokemon, and even yesterday's run, we've seen them having a great succession on this Pokemon.
Yeah, we see also Blizzy, Dodrio, Blastoise, and Clefable on that list as well. But when we look at MYS, you can see some similarities. Maybe the Mew is the outlier. Night Mew Foxy loves that Pokemon, but aside from that, Clefable, Blissey, and Slowbro, alongside a bit of Scissor and Scyther, are on that list. And I want to look at how those support players are going to draft in this particular series. We've seen Yang in all of his 3 games against High Five run that Blizzy plus the Trevenant in the top lane, but it's also a Pokemon duo that T2 loves to run.
Indeed, and then when we hit into the finals itself, we've already seen Clefable to not be that X factor where it's more of a situational case-by-case basis where if you really want to go in for a counter against an Urshifu or even a Scyther in specific. So with that being said, we even see more of Eldegoss popping up in the radar. So these are some of the Pokemons that we will be expecting to see. So with that being said, T2 as well as MYS, they do have a lot more in common than many of us think.
Absolutely, and it's very interesting to see how Urshifu plus Comfy is not the go-to, right? We saw Urshifu, Eldegoss, Urshifu, Blissey, Clefable also slowly falling off the graph. But at the same time, when we see how these two teams love the Trevenant, maybe Team MYS will have that X factor, which is the Sableye that we have not seen from T2. And if T2 runs the Trevenant and goes for those early invasion, I think Team MYS will have a decent response if they decide to play fire with that Sableye.
That's right, and I'm glad you brought that up because when it comes down to the form of execution, you look at Team MYS, they really do like to start things off really strong. Focus on that early game, get those advantages, and then close things off. And then T2, it's all about that composure, and you see huge win rates, huge success on this Blastoise because they love to play those team fights, and this is their recipe to success, where you see Snorlax being the one that basically soaks in all the damage too.
And the Mew is also on that list despite not being picked as frequent as a lot of other Pokemons, but when T2 needs Mew, they still make it work. And I think this also tells us a very compelling story because we're looking at Snorlax as a potential defender that T2 goes for, that Team MYS generally just don't touch too much. Kind of the same situation with High Five in that game 3 yesterday, where High Five decided to give Ikura his best Pokemon, which was the Snorlax, that became one of the dominant winning factors of that series overall. So T2, they do have their own unique cards up their sleeves, but it's more of like, how are they going to approach that early drafting phase? Because I'm glad you brought up the fact that T2 plays a lot of that early game. That's what Team MYS does as well. Early to mid, a lot of emphasis on those objective fights.
That's right, and when we look at Team MYS, surely we may not have seen that many Mr. Mimes on board, but during the Southeast Asia League, this was basically their cards to basically win more and more of these games. And even for picks like A/, it may have fallen out of favor because you see more reliable picks like Velfox that does not basically put you into the take of a battle, and therefore you see like Mew Foxy opting to go in for more Mews, and even with other form of picks such as, like many different evolutions.
We saw the Espeon, right?
The Espeon has already become part of this shifting meta heading to the ACL finals.
And one thing that I would say about Team MYS yesterday against High Five, I believe after the series we did have the team interview for both teams to qualify into top 4. And I think Team MYS did mention that at least in that game number 3 there were some miscommunications and they were not able to coordinate properly, and Team High Five was the team that is playing off of momentum. But overall, I think Team High Five did find a solution to deal with Foxy specifically and just really cutting through the front line and get to him. That is something that I think Team YS will need to pay a lot more attention facing up against T2, especially when both these teams are putting a lot of focus on that early to mid game. And now it really comes down to the intricacy. Who is better at making those shot calls? Is it Team MYS, a team that people do take turns once in a while to make decisions, or is it T2 who follows the beck and call of Supercell?
That's right, and when we move back into this whole entirety of the roster of MYS, I believe everybody holds their weight of their own, and we saw how flexible Rebounds was in many of all these matchups where back in the league, you see him going for supports, sometimes all-rounders in terms of role, and then oftentimes you see him being the main carry of the team. And then yesterday, you finally see him going back into a hyper carry role once more.
Yeah, and the Absol pick definitely was kind of the, I would say, the ace in the hole, the curveball. Didn't work out in the end though. They were shut down very fast by High Five, but it does show a bit of the flexibility that can come up from MYS. And we have seen different iterations of that even throughout the group stage of SCA. And today they will have a lot more of that space to work with. We have a potential 5 games for these two teams to really discover what they're made of. But at the end of the day, I still think that the focus for both MYS and T2 is to have a draft that can really secure them those objectives. Because MYS against High Five was able to gain leads in 2 out of the 3 games that they played because they managed that early to mid game so well.
That's true, and overall, you look at T2 as well, they are so objective-driven. Every single time that there is a Reggie to be spawned, you will be pretty much assured that they will be there, and there are even times where they understand they may not be up ahead in that early game. They are willing to basically give it away and much later on contend for that late game where they will play without much casualties on their side. So it's all about not making any form of mistakes here coming in from the side of T2, where majority of all their team really have one goal in mind, and that's what I absolutely admire from this team of East Asia.
Completely agree. And just to give everyone watching on broadcast and at the venue an update, we will have we're experiencing just a slight delay in getting the lobby set up, but once that's ready, I think we're going to be able to jump into the drafting phase for Game 1, which is in of itself a very exciting prospect. But overall, I think when we go back to just how that team dynamic functions between Team MYS and T2, that itself would really determine kind of that tempo and also the mental of the players. How do you recompose yourself? Because T2 so far has been really ice cold, and it's something that it's very hard for you to get from a squad where all 5 of them are just so hyper focused on the goal. They have one goal in mind, and it's to get to High Five, take them down, and win the ACL finals, and finally become the face of East Asia.
Yeah, and overall you see T2, they have such a rich history of so many tournaments that they've played out. There were times that they were indeed the best of East Asia, and time may have actually changed things, especially with High Five rising to the top. And now, without further ado, it's time we get into the first draft between MYS versus T2.
And remember, when we talked to T2, they are the only team from their region that came here. Right? Last year we have 2 Japanese teams in London, but this time for ACL finals, T2 is the only representative. So they are here to not only make their roots proud, but they are here to prove a statement. There's a reason that they are representing, and of course you have High Five kind of overshadowing them. That's why T2 is looking to break through to the top 3. We have, the Zacian ban, Blastoise ban out by Team MYS. They grab the Trevenant, they grab the Mew and the Glaceon, which is very important because T2 loves Glaceon.
And this is definitely a little bit more of a switcheroo where you are looking at Ajun snatching away that Sableye, and perhaps this might just be the curveball that T2 needs to throw at Team MYS, because we see MYS playing this Pokemon so much, and instead you say, you know what? You can have that Sableye all you want because Rebounds is getting that Eldegoss for the team.
And remember when we kind of brought up about if there's a Trevenant on the side of T2, maybe MYS wants to run the Sableye. So we now get to see that dynamic from these two teams, even though it is on the opposite side of the field, but at the end of the day, I think the application would be very much the same. We see the Eldegoss instead of the Blissey that was taken by T2, and the Slowbro coming out for the side of MYS as well. Definitely a slightly different approach, and it's something that we are slowly getting used to for Team MYS.
And I just love the fact that they've secured Machamp for Haruda. The ideation for T2 is to have that single lock-on target in many of all these team fights, looking for that pick off. The moment Haruda pops off with his Unite move, rest assured he'll be seeking out for either Yang or even Night Mew Foxy, whereas it boils down to these 2 attackers coming from MYS to make it all happen.
And it's very interesting that Team MYS are putting Yang on kind of the attacker role, right? Because yesterday he has been playing a lot of the support, seeing that Blissey, I believe. So this, again, is another switcher from Team MYS, that when you have the Machamp and the Urshifu, you're looking for these 2 big, bulky bruisers to just cut right through the backline and really deal with the Glaceon and the Mew. We talk about early to mid-game. I think T2 has a very robust mid-game. They say, Team MYS, if you want to fight an objective, we now have the composition to contest you.
That's right, and we're also seeing MYS having a lot of priority recently on this tournament where it's just a crowd control machine. You just hinder your opponent, slam that hammer, and just find your way through the backline, and then you pop that Phantom Force in the tick of things.
And I just like how Team MYS, they saw the Sableye and they're like, you can't get away with this easily, right? This is what we are good at. This is what we have been playing yesterday against Team High Five. If you want to bring it, we have a solution. We see Elder God, kind of see MYS instantly send the Elder Gods to try and find where the Sableye is, trying to flush him out of that territory. We're gonna have that a bit of the pause just to get things ironed out. Just some minor technical difficulties. Nothing much has happened yet, thankfully.
Yeah, and overall, you've already seen like a glimpse of that early game Sableye doing Sableye things.
Yep.
Already going in for really deep invades, and perhaps T2, this form of disruption may be able to secure them that early lead into this game. Surely there may not be much damage being done just yet, but little by little, more experience being denied will eventually set the rest of Team MYS behind. Now they really got to figure out, how do you deal with the Sableye? How do you eventually find ways to also have enough damage output to not only shred the front line of the defenders of T2, because you got Machamp. This is not entirely the unit that's easiest to burst down.
And at the same time, you have two attackers on the side of MYS. That's kind of the primary damage output. You have the Mew, you have the Glaceon. If you want to cut through these big, bulky targets on the side of T2, you're looking at the Glaceon in the later stage of the game. Use those Icicle Shards to really start whittling down the front lines of T2. And that's something that I think T2 is very aware of. We're looking at kind of the glass cannon versus the bulky meat shoe of T2. We did get an update. There was a disconnect on the side of MYS. We are going to get that patched up. And once the players are back, I think we'll be ready to go.
Yeah, and overall, I also do want to highlight what you've just mentioned early on. Now that we've had so much focus of Team MYS on getting this Glaceon activated, early game though, what is going to be the response? Because we see this very early to mid-game focus coming in from the side of T2, especially with the Sableye going out for the hunt. This is going to be a little difficult. So if MYS gets put behind, they might actually need to wait in terms of engaging themselves in certain team fights.
And this is why we go back to observing the Elder Gods, trying to get the Sableye out. It's not going to be easy because it's just an Elder God, but you don't want the Sableye to deny your resources, especially for the Glaceon. It is going to be a tough task, and I do fear the worst case scenario is that Team MYS needs to invest more members, and that opens up both the top and bottom lane to your Urshifu, to the Machamp. T2 kind of have it all ironed out, and now this is where we test the response of Team MYS. Can they adapt to this? Because the commitment of Team MYS to their draft was very, very evident.
Yeah, and I think like it's also great, you know, like Team MYS, they brought the Slowbro into the field as well, where you could basically suppress at least a single target when he does have that Unite move available. Perhaps that itself might buy just enough time and space for the rest of MYS to seek out one Pokemon that they need to at least take out in some of all these team fights, and perhaps that might just be that game-changing move in order for them to start winning some of all these leads. But T2, I think like their game plan here is pretty straightforward. I won't say it's linear all the likely, but they have multiple avenues where they could still play their cards, but when they hit the late game, it really requires quite a lot, because by the time late game hits, the Sableye may not just be looking for targets to wipe out. He will need to also consider, is there enough room to cap in some points?
And I think that's going to be very important. You look back at, they also have the Venusaur on the side of T2. This team is decked out for that, for that late game phase. So it's something that I think MYS would need to be aware of. And this is where we go back to the topic of MYS being able to be put to the test, right? Each member gets to make their own shot call when needed. Now, this is the best time for them to really test that out. We have the Pokemon draft stats on your screens right now for the top 6 finalists, and so far Snorlax and Slowbro, both mighty defenders, they take the cake.
Yeah, and on top of that, this matchup itself, as much as it may not have consist of Snorlax, we understand why exactly so, because when you have so many fast-moving Pokemon across the map, Snorlax can only do so much as a defender in the front lines, right? So Slowbro, I think like is a great answer coming in from Team MYS, where you can still basically find one Pokemon to be able to hold the line at the very least. So now, also, we've already seen so many of all these shifts when it comes down to priority, even with, you know, Urshifu being left available. It may not have appeared as often as, you know, compared to the past patch where Urshifu, whether you play it on water or in dark, it has been ultra effective.
I think the scariest part of what T2 has brought to the table is you are not looking at your your traditional defender like Snorlax, Slowbro, Mamoswine and all that, but they do have this draft that is ready to run in your face. And MIS, if you cannot hold them back, you're going to get bulldozed through, something that is worth considering. But we also have the Pokemon win rate for the top 6 finalists on your screen. Obviously, compared to the draft rate, you would see a bit of that difference in terms of Pokemons. We have Hoopa winning 8 out of 10 games, Glaceon 21 out of 27, and Urshifu 24 out of 33. Overall, this is not a definitive indicator of what is the best choice, but it certainly is an acquired taste for some.
Yeah, especially that Mamoswine pick. This is considered a niche pick when it comes down to defender options on the table, because there are so many great Pokemon to be picked out, where Mamoswine does offer at least a little bit more of an in-your-face kind of playstyle. Very similar to, some may say, a Snorlax, but there is a little bit more that offering what it actually brings to the table as well from what Mamoswine is being brought forward. But I think like it really is a case-by-case basis where even with the likes of Hoopa being so successful back in the league, you don't necessarily see that many Hoopas to be played out here in the finals.
Yeah, we did see Mamoswine getting picked yesterday by Team MYS Game 2 against High Five, right? And that was kind of like this brick wall composition where High Five gets crowd control for days on end. And now we again have an update regarding the first match. We're going to have that lobby remake, but all the Pokemons will remain the same. No changes to the picks for both teams, so you can be rest assured that we are still seeing that this very different composition for both MYS and T2, where you have a glass cannon and you have I want to run in your face and run you over.
Yeah, and then you got T2, who's absolutely ready to go in for those 5v5 front to back type of playstyle, where you just have layers and layers of defense and offense to offer against MYS. And speaking of which, I believe that they're all settling in over on the stage. You know, some of these players out there, it's been quite a long time since they last stepped onto a stage, and thankfully, since yesterday, after the couple of matches that played out, the top 4 teams that are still available here, they've been having utmost confidence in terms of not only their performance, but their whole entire emotional state. They're at their A game.
I mean, you can see the Covenant Trophy, for the winners at the very end, right on screen. I love it. I mean, I just love how it's designed. I believe the team that is attending their first international LAN and probably has a lesser LAN experience compared to everyone else today is Rise. At least that's what I remember when we did ask them, right? They've been around Indonesia, but going out of Indonesia into another nation for a LAN event, this is definitely a first. And when you are in the shoes, I think MYS and T2, and I think this also applies to Rise and High Five later on, is that you are thinking about the opponent in front of you, but they also might be the need of a certain consideration of you might go up against in the upcoming series, because we're getting definitely 2 best of 5 for each team today. It's more of which side of the bracket you end up on.
That's right. Both sides looking forward to book a meeting either against High Five or, of course, Team Rise, the first seed of Southeast Asia. And I think like they've performed outstandingly well, despite them, of course, dropping a game in their respective group from yesterday. And like you said, it was their first ever time being on stage, but they've been able to also eliminate some of the representatives coming from from India region overall. And of course, hats off to Revenant, because Revenant, despite being knocked out, you saw them really put up really tight race against teams like High Five as well as MIS.
Yeah, I mean, just speaking of how T2 and MYS both, there is, you know, a team from the Indian region in their respective group. And we got to see how MYS and T2 played out the group as a whole, with T2 coming out with, you know, 4-0 record, and MYS, you know, coming out being able to 2-0 Revenant, but losing 1-2 to High Five. But overall, for the fun fact, for those who might have missed out yesterday's matches, MYS set probably the highest record for the biggest point differential in a single Pokémon UNITE match, more than 1,000 point differential, and that was game 1 against Revenant Esports. Coming to today, it might be insignificant already, but just so you know that MYS, if they can do that, if they can be so in control of a game, who's to say that they can't do it today?
Exactly, and of course that also requires them to be able to have a flawless execution. I think like the moment that High Five yesterday, they found a loophole to be able to punish the rest of MYS. Suddenly things get a little bit more haywire, and it seems like MYS may have actually lost a little bit of footing, but hey, now it's a brand new day, and this is probably the most important day of it all. Now we're going back for the redraft as we see Blastoise being banned out, but we'll assume most of all the Pokemons that has been selected here will be a little similar.
Yep, they're all going to be the same. So we get the Trevenant, the Glaceon, the Mew, Eldegoss, Slowbro for MYS, and for T2, we get Sableye, Machamp, Blizzy, Urshifu, and Venusaur, which is a Pokemon that I believe we haven't really seen. Maybe this is the second Venusaur pick for ACL Finals, if memory serves. But I also want to talk about how T2, you know, before London, last year we didn't have Arjun and Hobachi in the team, and they came in afterwards, and we were able to talk to both the players, thankfully, and you know, both of them have very different, I would say, initial experience in the team, and not in a negative way. You know, when Arjun joined, he definitely experienced the hiccups because we were trying to get used to the team, but you know, at the end of the day, through just practice and continuing to improve his gameplay, he was able to prove to T2 his strength as a player, his strength in the supporting role. And for Hobachi, he, you know, had to switch roles. He went from top to central, and he just slowly gelled in with T2. And this is why we get this current iteration of T2, and it's the only team to represent their home nation to ACL Finals.
Glad you brought up about London, because we got Yang as well as Rebounds, who have played back in the Renaissance days as well, where both sides actually have ample of experience in the international stages. And of course, now is where they are being put to the test yet again. Now that everything's settled up, we are going back to Taya Sky Ruins here to see who will get the upper hand in the first game of this best of 5.
Safe to say that there won't be much adjustment. We only got to see, I think, 30 seconds to a minute early on, but the game plan very clear. MYS has done this many times yesterday, so if T2 wants to pull off, you know, that cheeky Arjun Sableye invade, I think MYS already have found the response. We did see Remu moving to support, you know, that Eve in that jungle. That's going to be the exact same, you know, modus operandi, at least for the early stage.
Yeah, and overall, even yesterday we've seen rebounds on the Trevenant, and today on the Eldegoss, and you of course mentioned about the Absol early on.
Oh, yeah.
So this guy, jack of all trades, but now he really will need to find ways to keep the rest of MYS alive in most of all of these instances. Supercell already going for the challenge, hoping to just going to buff away, but won't have that perfect opportunity.
Ooh.
Almost getting it in the hand, but Rebounds is here to punish, and now they're looking for that first knockout.
Yeah, if Rebound finds this is going to be huge. You slow down Supercell, and you also get that sweet, sweet experience. And I just wanted to bring up Supercell, the main shot caller of T2. You put him on Sableye, he gets the information, helps him make those calls, but with him going down, T2, they're going to go dark for a while, and Supercell can't go back into the central area because there's nothing there. It's going to the bot side to support his team. MYS off to a fantastic start.
Indeed, beautiful execution coming from MYS. Now a little bit more pressure being put onto this situation down the bottom side. Hobachi and Co. They're slamming some points, trying to catch up against MYS, who had great initiation. Imagine squeezes in another 50.
And T2, they're moving members straight into the MYS central area, and MYS, they are doing the same, just a counter rotation into T2's territory. very, very tight start so far, but I want to commend Haruda holding on very, very well alone. By his own up against the Trevenant in that top side. But this is still kind of that warm-up phase while waiting for the 7-minute mark when those objectives spawn, when the Reggie spawns, when and the Ilecki shows up as well. MYS looking for big whatever! Oh my word! Team MYS had to make a splash, but Hobachi is still healthy with Bajun keeping him alive with a soft boy. Hobachi, Painsplay connected, whatever to follow. Yamu going big, no KOs, but Team MYS stops T2.
What a collateral that was. T2, they're all clumped up and they still find another one. The Ivysaur goes down. And MYS keeping all of these members of T2 being hurt every single time they go in for a battle. But 20 seconds from now, we'll see an even bigger fight coming forward where all of them need to prepare for the very first Reggie, and the rest of Team MYS, they're well on their way.
And Hobachi is under level. Yamu looking for that KO. Painsplay on it. Whatever for the security. Yamu just doing so well. The passive also goes off while that was happening. MYS looking for the Reggie. T2, Supercell has info, but can you really pull this off? Not possible, Supercell, not this time. MYS locking him down. That's the KO that MYS has been looking for. The lead is starting to slowly build up.
But over the top side, though, you do see more points being scored in by Haruda, trying to even out the odds. In fact, taking a lead, just getting caught out.
Almost goes down. T2 able to extract him. Supercell comes back. Hobachi joins. Urshifu trying to cut right through the back, but it's not able to get rid of Yang. But maybe, just maybe, Haruda can do it. Froggy stops him in his tracks. MYS, they have the perfect response. The front to back is great. Supercell does not make it out. Team MYS just holds it.
Yang on this Glacian this time, just having precise strikes, and they did manage to, in the end, eliminate and knock out that Sableye. And now, complete control over on the central zone, and are wrapping things up, hoping to get themselves at Ilecki. But that leaves a little bit of window opportunity for Hobachi here to score another 25-pointer. Little by little, we see T2, as much as they may not win all their battles, they are keeping with their progress.
Reggie Ilecki in the hands of Team MYS. So solid so far, and we emphasize a lot, it's about that early to mid game, and now T2 Haruda straight towards the bag, but Yang is not the target. He is not going to go down easily. Supercell can't help it. He has to head back to the Pokemon Center because Team MYS has sent 2 members of T2 to join him there. They are looking for the gate crash to the Reggie Ilecki. Oh, Hobachi cannot move! MYS, they want to make this storm as hard as possible. Haruda is back. Supercell running interference, but can Supercell hold on to Woodcammer? Just so much hindrance for Team MYS. T2, they are just trickling back to the Pokemon Center. Reggie Ilecki doesn't get to crash, but Team MYS found those fights.
It's just ridiculous how effective this Trevenant pick has been for Yamu. You see his presence alone have been able to just stop T2 from getting anything done. Now, Regis is available right down on the bottom side. Haruda joining the fray a little later than expected. MYS, they're just going to take their time. They need to seek out their targets first. Hobachi, he may not have been able to play for the longest of time, but perhaps this is that moment to shine.
Again, trying to cut right through to the Mew, but he is going to be 5. Foxy survives. The Team MYS finds the Regiite, but T2 have found the initial KO. Do they have more left in the tank? Arjun getting stunned up. Supercell now playing tag team. Haruda getting the isolation. That is Team MYS suffering the second KO.
And looks really good when it comes down to how T2 slowly peels away, not having much of a casualty. They understand they've already lost the Regiite, and now they've got to quickly gather even more of that resources. But now they found Hobachi. Is this going to be it? Yamu still giving a little bit more chase, doing enough damage just to zone all of them away. 5 more seconds, Ilecki is going to be up, and that's where we see a little bit more gap. T2 closing in, under 22.
And despite Team MYS winning a lot of these objective skirmishes and getting those KOs on the T2, T2 has been able to get these sneaky backcaps. They have that point lead, and Arjun, he won't be able to defend this, unfortunately. Team MYS finding a bit of that catch-up, but it does open up Reggie Ilecki to T2, and I don't think Yemu can do this on his own. T2 was secured on Reggie Ilecki. Yemu has to get out. The passive has been activated. Yemu still has health to work with. The rest of the cavalry has alive, but Yang, he's caught out. T2 goes on in. Yang goes down. Big serve coming through, but Team MYS needs a bit more of that output. Rebounds cannot hold on long enough, and T2 has found the gate crash, and that is the bulwark of T2, slowly but surely just mincing Team MYS.
Perfect timing coming in from T2. They've got that Ilecki on top of it, overcapping all the way up to 211. And the way that they've been able to have Haruda entering, starting off another battle, this was what T2 was looking for for the longest of time. And it's monumental. This is right where they need to get in order to be up ahead. Just perfect timing for the Rayquaza in a few more seconds.
Keep Young and Foxy alive. That is kind of the main objective of Team MYS. You gotta keep these two attackers in the game for them to be effective. The rest of Team MYS, they are the supporting squad. But we saw what Froggy did yesterday on the Sableye. Supercell, he's gonna be doing the same.
So
Team
ready.
MYS, you need to anticipate this. There we go, 100-point cap, well, 80 points.
80 points, perfectly on the dot, and that's where 291 is the score to beat right now. MYS has got to rush this, and here comes Hibachi.
They got it! Oh, T2, what have you done? In front of the home crowd in Kuala Lumpur, T2 makes the Rayquaza steal. MYS got the early stage, but T2 have found that crucial moment. And now let them savor these 100-point dunks, slam it in the base. T2, just a great turnaround at the very end.
So objective-driven, T2, and it didn't seem like they needed to even engage in that battle. They locked their eyes directly on the Rayquaza, and everything was funneled through. MYS absolutely shut up, not having any more responses right here, right now.
Way.
And despite them having such a massive early game, T2 is just overwhelmingly strong on how they've been able to find their way back in the game.
And we say both teams have a lot more in common than we think they do. And this is that's the similarities. The picks, the playstyle, the focus, but T2's adjustment towards the very end. And it all came down to Supercell. Got the info, got the double point in the final stretch. Now T2, they want to make that statement definitive. The first KO already secured onto Yang, and T2, despite getting hit by the Phantom Forest, I do not think that Team MYS have enough damage. Not in this situation, they can't hold on, but T2, now they will have the full squad with them. Supercell finally back in the battle. They get a big wood hammer, and they do get the KO, but this point difference is way too huge. Team MYS, they got a consolation prize on the way out, but T2, they know that they have done this game one in.
Perfect brick wall defense coming in from T2, and they will be the one to secure the first point of this best of 5 series. It's still a long way to go, but at least they are one step ahead to booking their slot and to become the first grand finalists. And there's still many of all these opportunities for Team MYS to assess the situation. Things have gone really well in the early game, but mid-game through, what exactly was the tipping point, Husky?
This, I honestly think that this is kind of the nightmare scenario from yesterday's series against High Five, where Team MYS did everything right, came down to an objective fight, and this time, just like against High Five, they also dropped at Reggie Ilecki. They had, I believe, Yang got caught out by both Haruda and Hibachi, and that was what T2 wanted. It was the same thing yesterday where they got caught up, where she got caught up by, I believe, Z-Ray as well. And then we have the Rayquaza fight where T2 just stole the objective. So Team MYS getting a bit of that flashback, something that has been haunting them. And it doesn't seem like they've been able to overcome it in game 1, but like you said, best of 5, they have time.
Indeed, and overall, I think like these hasty decisions may have actually contributed to certain circumstances to not fall in favor of Team MYS, because when we look into the midway mark, look at how close these two teams are in terms of points.
Oh, yes.
They were always trailing each other from time to time. It's only down to that Rayquaza battle, even though despite MYS losing that Eleki fight, and there was not enough time for MYS to go in for a proper reset. They were having time as in essence, and that's where I felt it was just pretty much tough for them to deal with the rest of T2.
And T2's composition was very, very clear from the beginning. You're trying to slow down Team MYS, the experience gain for both Yang and Foxy. You have a composition that just allows you to run straight at Team MYS, and the moment you cut right through Ryemu, you gain access to Yang and Foxy, that's it. That is those fights won. And Team MYS, they did a fantastic job, but we did see kind of minor differences in how these objectives are utilized. And I don't think it's completely on Team MYS. T2 put up a massive defense in this 5-minute mark, but Team MYS not getting the next Regieleki and letting T2 not only crash it and overcap it. That kind of sets off a chain of events that Team MYS just could not stop. They feel that they had to flip the Rayquaza, and that was stolen by Ruin of all people. It's just a cascading event that Team MYS had no control over.
Yeah, I got to say that Hobachi as well as Haruda, they're doing so much in this matchup where the moment that they skill into the late game, the entirety of T2 is so beefy to the point that, you know, all you have to do is have this Blissey support you all the way throughout, and then you look at Hobachi, his heroics right there really stole the show.
Solar Beam of all things. I bet you our host, I bet you Professor Flower is going to be very happy seeing that. That's what he likes to do. Solar Beam from afar, snatch that Rayquaza away. I mean, at the end of the day, T2 just having composition that when we know get to this point, is going to have so much more agency to do with Team MYS. In these long fights, they can just survive longer. Arjun on this Blissey, just making sure that everyone is healthy, you got your nutrients topped up, and that's game number 1 for you. But we do have a potential 2 more to go, and that is just considering a 3-0. But I'm looking for 5.
Yeah, I'm absolutely looking for a 5-game series here between these teams that are competing for the entirety of the day, especially when we look at MYS. They've been able to take 1 game off of high 5.
Oh, yeah.
But of course, not securing that series by the end of it all. If they could be able to do that, there's still plenty more of these opportunities out there. And who knows, there might just be stories of reverse sweeps coming into the course of what is being offered for the day itself. So T2 with the lead right now, I think they're feeling relatively comfortable, though they were sweating in the first half.
Oh, they definitely were. And this is a good time to bring out the fact that Team MYS, they did take 1 game off of high 5 yesterday in a best of 3, but you can't overlook T2. They did take games off of high 5 as well, despite not winning their respective series in the East Asia region. So at the end of the day, you are looking at 2 squads who have track records of being able to take games off of high 5, and the question is who can kind of put that into application better. In this practical sense, T2 definitely not only displayed that they have prowess, but they also took a couple of pages off of how MYS plays, and they adapted by playing what MYS did yesterday against them.
Exactly, and we're looking at that Sableye, right? Like, this itself was part of the bread and butter for Team MYS in order to shut down teams like Revenant, certain teams like High 5, and now going back to Ruin, you just see Ruin to be the master of all these psychic Pokemons in general.
Oh, he definitely is a psychic himself. He literally ruined the game for Team MYS. And again, this I don't think is completely on Team MYS. There were a lot of grounds that they had to cover, but you see that snowball just gradually growing for the side of T2. And as much as we were praising Team MYS, you're winning these early fights, you're getting the objectives, the Reggie Rock, Reggie Steel, Reggie Ice, you're getting the Regieleki, at least the first one. But what they were not able to get was a definitive point lead over T2. T2 always found windows to punish MYS.
Yeah, and you just see how even Ruin is so flexible, where even despite him being, you know, more of a psychic type kind of guy, like, he is so adjustable according to what the team really needs. So in the past game itself, you see him go on roles which really suits the playstyle of a 5v5 setting when it comes down to battle, and T2, that's how they got their victory. You saw how decisive they are. They didn't really mind if they were knocked out. They always go for those points. Meanwhile, MYS, of course, we got to take a look at Yang. So he's been, just like Rebounds, switching things up from time to time. You see him going on mostly Blissey yesterday and a couple of Delphoxes from time to time. And early on, that Glaceon.
Yeah, the Glaceon actually had a pretty good performance overall, right? Barring that one Reggie Lecky fight that he did got isolated. But overall, you know, you can kind of breathe a sigh of relief knowing that Team MYS have flexibility across these players, and not just one, but multiple. Rebounds can take on multiple roles, Yang can take on multiple roles as well. And if Game 1 didn't go their way, then we can expect perhaps certain adjustments coming into Game 2. It also brings up a question, right? Where does this Sableye stand? Because both teams love it.
Exactly, and I think like it really boils down to, you know, the form of priorities. Is MYS going to secure it first? But no, Trevenant is too good to pass over to the rest of T2. So they're just going to basically run it all the way back. Blastoise ban yet again. Zacian is no questions asked. Not going to see any form of daylight throughout the course of the ACL. So now, in hand once more, it's just going to be the Mew as well as the Glaceon. So I don't think it is really down to, you know, the wrong selection of Pokemon for MYS in particular. Therefore, they're just going to run it all the way back. Not going to change all too much. But now, with T2, instead opting for the Espeon, it might just be what they needed in order to win more of these battles that they engage in, because last couple of the engagements that they have in the early game, it didn't work well for them. But Rebound says, you know what, it's time to bring out the Beefy Boys, and look what we've got.
There it is.
The special Froggy Mr. Mime.
That it is, the Mr. Mime Froggy specialty, the ace in the hole for this particular player. And you have Foxy on his Mew. We're in for a treat, ladies and gentlemen. This doesn't just make me happy, but you look at T2, Talon Flame in the ring. And if this series isn't heated up enough, we are seeing the effect of a best of 5. Every single theory possible being thrown out onto the battlefield.
I just absolutely love it. Talonflame is a Japan special, I would say. They were the ones who invented this form of composition where you have the speedster basically cutting across the board and find those targets at the back line. So you will expect a little bit more of a fury action coming from T2, and it's a great replacement to a Sableye.
And it also allows T2 to go for the similar moves that they did with the Sableye in the previous game, where you can go for those backcaps, right? You have this Talonflame to really cut across the map, and it is a Pokemon that isn't easy to control. You have both Mamoswine, Mr. Mime, and Trevenant. They are not really mobile. Or guess who is? Talonflame is.
That's right. And it really depends, like, do you run an opt for abilities like Fly, and then later on when you do have the Unite move, you just blaze through the front line. It doesn't matter if you're just gonna have a Slowbro or what, because this Talonflame can find the angles, and here we are into Game 2. MYS, do they have what it takes to equalize? We'll have to find out. And now they've brought their secret weapon, the Mr. Mime, which has so much to offer. And this is such an oppressive lane hitting down to the bottom because you got the Mew on top of it. So rest assured, a lot of damage hitting to this particular lane. So T2's got to be careful as well.
And Harura going in for those early steals. And for Rebound, it's just very hard to catch up to a Talonflame, on this Rebel side. There's a Pokemon difference. Well, was able to get that initial KO, which is good for experience-wise. We're looking at counter late game. I want to talk about this Mr. Mime a little bit because we saw how T2 wants to be in the face of Team MYS. Mr. Mime is a pretty decent answer to kind of keep the Pokemon of T2 locked down.
Yeah, this is the first ever Mr. Mime throughout the course of the ACL finals, and even back in the playoff stage for Southeast Asia, we have hardly seen Mr. Mind being brought out to the picture. And I'm glad, you know, like we see a lot more of all these variations of what Team MYS could basically look like and still have a lot of damage to offer on the table. Then you see how effective Yemo is. They're looking for a KO and they will get it.
Big one. Second KO onto Haruda, forcing the eject button out of Arjun as well. And I just want to follow up on that flexibility of Team MYS, right? Man of many faces, a team of many variations. Hobachi able to get the steal. Yang is completely caught up in the central area, and this is no counterplay to it. They thought that Yang was safe, but again, you know, T2 finding these windows. Now you get the setback onto Yang because Team MYS, they're doing the same to Haruda. So there at least is some form of return for Team MYS.
It's just them just getting one up at each other, and this has got to find a point in time where it has to be results being spoken through. Haruda, despite having those early struggles, finally getting slight evolutions. And now we're slowly preparing ourselves for a little bit more of that engagement. Haruda, once again, seeked out by Yemu. So gotta be careful, but Rebounds is the one being punished.
And T2 will get this KO. Rebounds overstaying his welcome. They didn't know where Hobachi and Arjun were. And now they're gonna move towards that bottom side with the skull to start things off. You do have Froggy just blocking up the members of T2, but unfortunately, he will have to kind of give himself away. T2 getting the KO, 4-man strong in the spot side, looking for those big caps with Solar Beam. Not able to get much delay, unfortunately. T2 just looking to break that goal. So Purcell not able to cash in on this point.
Yeah, at least for the record, for the time being, like New Foxy has been able to at least cancel out some of all these points to be scored from the side of T2. Now, the gap has been closed up wide, and it's only a couple of seconds from now. We'll see which Reggie will appear, and it will be a Reggie steal. Hobachi already tickling out the health bars, and now here comes 3 bombs, and Yemu, he's looking for his target.
Does get a 2-target Woodcamber Reggie steal, dropping low. Team MYS getting that objective, but Haruda is coming in. They get the KO on the slow roll. Hobachi now cutting through. Haruda drops by and stays high, but Team MYS, they have the output, they get the KOs. Arjun gets the return, but Yemu, he is still somehow hanging on. Dodges the egg bomb. Foxy is here to help. Arjun, where are you going, buddy? It might be nowhere, Foxy. The serve to push him away. Team MYS just will not let Yemu fall.
What a play that was from Team MYS. They will not allow Yemu to get off back into the Pokemon Center, and now he safely retreats. T2 have done it all, trying to snatch that Reggie steal away. They were the ones who started it all, and they kind of wish they could have finished. But MYS, the rotational, the layering itself, that was impeccable.
And that was also, you know, considering the fact that I believe Haruda got access to the backline while hitting 3 members of Team MYS. MYS trying to push the metal just a little bit, not looking for those KOs, just whittling down T2 enough so that they can safely start this Reggie Elecki. And as much as we say that the front lines are immobile, T2 needs to get in their face, so it does make the job of these defenders easier.
There we go.
Haruda straight to the back though. And T2 looking for a couple of focus. Arjun getting crowd control, getting that hindrance on him from Froggy, but they do get Yang nonetheless. Haruda dropping by again. Rebounds! Pushes everyone away. Hobachi will not be able to stand. Team MYS finds Reggie Lecky.
This is starting to just leave me breathless, the way that MYS have been able to layer and peel and keep everybody still standing in the way. Like T2, they've tried everything to pull more of all these members of MYS off the board, but it just doesn't seem to be much of a response. MYS still get themselves that Reggie Lecky, and now moving on to Reggie Rock. Supercell has got to lock onto the target, but they're waiting for Hobachi to also come in. Meanwhile, capping some points, but MYS, they want more.
And T2 able to get the back cap again, but they are outnumbered for now. Unfortunately, the front line for the MYS, they are dropping low. Froggy is already gone. Oh, Hobachi! You somehow cutting through. Haruda has arrived at the scene. Team MYS slowly losing out. Yang definitely will not be the survivor of this one. T2 getting these KOs crucial. It's a full team wipe for T2.
Huge knockouts all the way through, and now T2 at least stabilize from what they have lost out much in the early game. And you're looking at this Espeon hitting level 12 already with 50 points to eventually slam. So this is just great news for the side of T2, as much as it's only down to, what, 3 points of difference between these two teams. So that fight itself on the Reggie really have gotten things back onto an equal footing for the side of T2. So MYS, they're back into this state, just like how they were back in the first game itself, really needing to execute the final objective perfectly. But Haruda, looking for that 50-pointer, won't be stopped by the Solar Beam.
But they will get a cap from Supercell. They're drawing the attention of Team MYS all across the map. Supercell is going to get this. It's just a 10-point loss. But T2 found that lead for themselves. MYS, they've always been doing the first 6 minutes so well, but once we get to the 4 remaining minutes of the match, you just see T2 catching up. That has been a trend for even since yesterday against High Five. Team MYS, they need to secure this objective. Haruda cutting on to Foxy. T2 now they commit. Reggie Lecky in favor of Team MYS, but they did end up losing Foxy.
My goodness, did you just see how swiftly he just went in to just knock out the Mew? It's just a split second it disappeared, and MYS understands they are on the back foot. They have to retreat. They've already got the Lecky though, but this will also be denied. It won't be able to crash onto the goal zone on the top side. So MYS, they're just hoping to have a cleaner run this time around. And this is how T2 answers back to this frequent pick of the Mew. And it doesn't seem like Night Mew Foxy has gotten so much in return heading into this battle. So Registeel now in contention, and MIS, they're trampling them over.
Trying to keep them away, but oh no, T2. Well, have you done it again? Just stealing that Registeel away from MYS. Game of steals for T2. Now Rayquaza is going to spawn last 2 minutes. We're heading into the final stretch once more. Team MYS, they have been here before, but now the deficit is definitely larger than game 1. They spot out Haruda, but there's no one to keep Haruda under control. And T2, they can just slowly play this game and just wait out the clock.
They're just going to play on the northern side of the central zone, and this is where the rest of T2 is turning right around the Rosie. Rebounds forcing it away.
Pincer maneuver from T2, straight to the backlines again. Yang is the target. Yang is eliminated, and Rebounds pushing them all behind, but Mew, his control! Supercell is the hero for T2, and the Rayquaza is none other than T2's property at this point.
And T2 just dismantled the entirety of MYS just like that. You just saw how they've been able to find an angle. And like you said, Supercell pulled off the biggest Unite to just clip them all off. And MYS has got no answer back, even to Haruda. Just look at how healthy he is. Overall, this Talonflame is quite the secret recipe that we did not expect.
Mobility, the static wall against just a mobile cannon from T2. And watch this, another 100 for T2. That lead insurmountable with 40 seconds left. Team MYS have one last attempt, but Hobachi, he has a lot of help to work with Team MYS. Can you even get any dunk? I mean, T2, they have Supercell, the hit of the T2 dynasty, just leading this team to victory. Team MYS, despite their best, it's gonna catch a Unite move from Haruda, and game 2 pretty much done and dusted. The KOs reigning in favor of T2. At the end of the day, Team MYS could not overcome their inner demons. They could not overcome what has plagued them since yesterday, and T2 will make that very, very clear.
It's only one game away for T2 to advance ahead to book their slot in the Grand Finals, and it will require every single effort coming in from Team MYS. And just look at how clean their execution is, the steals and the clutch plays, hailing from so many of all these great efforts coming in from Ruin, Haruda, Hobachi, and not forgetting Ajin and Supercell.
Yeah, and just big commendations to Haruda and Supercell. You are finding these angles, the last Rayquaza fight. In fact, all the skirmishes that we have, Haruda has been able to always get into the backlines, access Foxy and Yang with that Unite move. And Supercell, once more, it is almost like the game-winning Unite move, just making sure that Foxy, you can't do anything, stare at me and watch your team get KO'd.
And even in despite needing Supercell to go in for the suppression against Night Moon Foxy, you saw how many times Haruda moves in and out of the battle so swiftly, untouched, and quickly eliminates one Pokemon at the way, and that actually gives them a little bit more room to actually take those battles in their own stride.
And when we came in this series, I personally have the expectations that we possibly will at least get a game 4. Of course, I'm looking for the full distance. I'm looking for 5-game best of 5 between these two squads. But so far, I mean, T2 has been incredibly impressive. And this was something that we did see yesterday when they took on both Rise and Marcos Gaming, where Rise were able to get decent early game leads, but T2 snatched it away. Though the main difference is that MYS had so much more control when it comes to objective, something that Team Rise were struggling against T2. But at the end of the day, it's how you finish the match, and T2's management of that last 4 minutes have been incredible.
Yeah, and on top of that, you see, despite them also having, you know, some certain battles that didn't really favor them, T2 have always looked for opportunities to cap and backdoor some points, 40 points in for the talent play, and then Haruda still made his way across the map in order to secure things back towards the hands of T2.
And I want to talk about this moment, very, very crucial, because I think this is a crucial mistake, almost fatal from Team MYS. They had control of the Regirock, but Team MYS, they kind of were desynchronized. They started a fight, I believe Rebongs and Yemu, they rushed in to try and start a battle. They lost that one. They started losing momentum, and again, they have the Registeel stolen away from them 2 minutes later by T2. So again, this cascading event, Team MYS made the call to commit to you get that turn onto T2, but I mean, Yang wasn't following up, right? This a slight miscommunication at the very end, definitely a bit heartbreaking, and it just led to Team MYS not being able to put up a fight into the last few moments of game number 2.
Yeah, and on top of that, when it comes down to that Raid Plaza battle, T2 have been able to decipher the entire positioning structure of Team MYS, and therefore they were just pincering all these angles where T2 could just easily run them over from that point onwards, and MYS has got no spacing to even run for the hills. So they just had to commit, and you saw Rebounds have to use the Unite move really, really early, despite them not really having the most advantage in that position.
And it's these moments, it's surgical dispatchment from T2. And you can notice that they are not looking to effectively get the KO, but they are looking to whittle down the members of Team MYS, right? Can lower that health bar. Now, if you don't have enough health bar, you are already at a disadvantage, and that's what T2 has been consistently doing. We're not looking for that instant knockout, while looking to slowly cripple you. And Team MYS have not been able to find a response to that, and how can they? Because T2 is always forcing something.
Yeah, and it seems like MYS has started to lose a little bit more of that ground. Now they do have a few minutes for them to really collect their thoughts once more, because yesterday when we see them being dominant, it was them making measures happen in that early game, and I think like they really gotta stick back into their original game plan, if any at all. But of course, I can only say so much about this, but I think they've already did their level best, especially their first half has always looked phenomenal, and then it's really the finishing touches out there where it's really down to slight calculations which did not really end up in their favor.
And it's very unfortunate that they have been unfortunately tripping at the finishing line, right? When we look at the final stretch, one of the most important parts of the game, that is where T2 has been able to dominate Team MYS, same as High Five. And on top of that, Team MYS committed to a composition. First time in a long time that there is no healer on the team. We didn't see a Blissey, we didn't see an Elder
That's
Goss.
a really huge fact, right? Like,
and that was why they didn't have the health. They couldn't. They were forced to stay in the fight, and they really couldn't, you know, deal with T2, even though Rebongs was basically injured. Of course, for game number 2, we have Hobachi, and this man on that Urshifu, let me tell you, he is a beast of his own.
yeah, and overall, I think like his Urshifu has like the highest of all the Urshifu win rates across the teams. And for T2, we've been able to see him really playing the hyper carry role in particular, where even if it's not an Urshifu, we've even seen yesterday Hobachi pulling off a really scary dodge win. This is the reason why T2 has multiple activations. They don't just have one singular win condition. Sure, they are strong in team fights, but they always look for that gap to close in certain points. Just seeing a couple of times ago where even there were moments where they were just waiting along those gates, waiting to basically slam more of those points by the 2-minute mark.
And it's been so clean, you know, from Hobachi and the rest of T2. And when we talked about these players, we said Hobachi role swap when he joined T2 from top to central. And now he's back on the top lane, playing that Urshifu. It was Haruda in the jungle for 2 matches in a row. Well, almost 2 matches, but kind of, right? And overall, it's just the adjustments from T2. And I have this fear that maybe Team MYS wasn't prepared for this iteration of T2, and I hope that's not the case. So far, they've been struggling.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody out here would have actually prepared for the Talonflame either ways, right?
Oh, yes.
It have not seen daylight since a couple of patches ago, though it was played out perhaps once or twice back in the East Asia League, but those were the really early days of it. So a lot of things have changed, and we've seen a lot of different types of speedsters being played out over on the central area as well. So it really is a curveball being thrown directly at the side of MYS. So now, what is the major concern here? Because not only did they have a Talonflame problem in the past game, I think like majority, there was also another fact that you pointed out, lack of healing coming from the side of MYS. So they really have to make sure that everything is on balance heading to a potential final draft between T2 as well as MYS in this game tree.
And most importantly is also for the first 2 matches, MYS has been on the left side, right? So they get that first pick. But right now, they are going to be on the side that has no choice but to ban the Zacian. So we get the Trevenant over to the side of T2, and it opens out the Urshifu, the Mew over for MYS, something that they have shown success on. Can they turn this around? Right? Is this a left side thing?
Perhaps so, and this time they decided that they will want the Urshifu for themselves, so Hobachi will have to consider other alternatives, and instead Haruda does get the slow throw in return, so things are looking to be pretty stable for them, and also with them snatching away that Trevenant, Yemu, he's looking at the Garchomp. Perhaps it might just be a full-on battle that they're looking for, as they are locking in both Mamoswine and Garchomp.
And I want to say that Garchomp, it is a Pokemon that Yemu has been practicing a lot. We talked to MYS and they're like, you know what, Yemu has been playing lots and lots and lots of Garchomp, an unhealthy amount of Garchomp. And in the potential final game in this upper bracket, in the semifinals, the potential game that will not that will give the ticket into the grand finals, he's gonna pull out this hidden machine, this hidden Pokemon that he's been working on for so long.
And Froggy unveils the Clefable at the very tail end in order to counter this Scyther and Scissor that's being brought forward by Hobachi. Now it's really down to the skill challenge between the two teams, and perhaps this may just be that golden last stand that Yemu wants going on this Garchomp, and we'll see how long could he basically prevail throughout this battle. I do like Garchomp in this instance because you look at the side of T2, as much as they have sustained, the damage output may be a little bit lacking, but can they out-sustain what an Urshifu, Mew, and Garchomp offers?
And this is what we saw, almost a similar iteration, similar version of what T2 brought in game 1, where you have 2 bruisers that just want to go mad and they just wreak chaos in that backline of the side of T2. And in this case, if they can get rid of the Venusaur, it is going to be huge. But obviously the difference is that we're not looking at a Glaceon as a target, we're not looking at the Espeon, it is a Venusaur, and you have Slow Blow, Trevenant, and Blizzy to be that support. So it's not as clear cut, but the idea is definitely that. And once more, Yemu with that Garchomp that has been practicing for so long. the most important game of this tournament. The ticket to Grand Finals on the line, and he brings it out.
One more way for T2 to book their slots in the Grand Finals again, and they just have to play another clean game against MYS. It's just amazing how they've been able to cleanly snatch away all these objectives, especially on the Reggies. And we're just looking at MYS. They really have to stand up, and this is where they finally get themselves an answer, where they're looking at layers to deal with T2 up front, all the way to the back line. And first, in this early game, Haruda buys a little bit more space as well as time, scores in the 5, and here comes Yemu.
Ideally, if you can get those early KOs for this Garchomp, you are already very, very happy. And easier said than done though. You're looking at both the Blissey and the Trev. So it's definitely kind of a tough task. T2 already heading for that. Well, MYS getting invaded by T2. Unfortunately, just not able to secure anything for Foxy. Hobachi able to be happy with that result on the Scyther.
Yeah, this Scyther is just having a breeze of a time right now. Rebong's camping inside a brush, and that will be spotted out by Hobachi, giving a little bit more chase, and Rebong's will have to give a little bit more space. T2 secures more of the experience points coming from the camps, and this is where Froggy arrives to the scene. And even despite so, 3 members out there, they won't be able to put enough challenge because this little bro is not exactly the target that they're seeking out for. So when it comes down to later 5v5s, you will expect Hobachi here to really look out for Nightwing Fox yet again. And Haruda has been looking to be pretty stable on the traveling himself.
Team MYS has been severely losing out on experience because T2 are just playing on their side of the jungle. You can see Team MYS, they have no choice. They gotta find a way to flush out the Scyther side of T2. This is a big, big setback. MYS, they do not want to be slow. They want to get... They already are waiting for a late game spike, but if you are slowed down like this, it's going to be even more detrimental. Foxy just able to keep the Urshifu alive, but you are still losing out on those XP. And T2, for the first time in this best of 5, they are the ones getting a good start.
Yeah, Yang really cutting it really close out there, and Froggy just trying to stop Supercell from stealing everything away. It seems like he's not going to be making it out, but Froggy is just going to be able to dodge it, and that's where Supercell just ejects away, dodging the Solar Flare. And then now we're just going to see whether or not can they actually get more in return as the rest of T2 when it comes down to all these early games. They're just basically holding on, and until they need to commit, that's where they opt to do so. And T2, they're having their eyes on the prize. First Reggie appearing right over the bottom side. Foxy here to see if he could reply, and that Solar, he might just be the answer to his steal.
The fact that Team MYS are already under level, I do not think that they even stand a chance. Yang is gonna try, but his efforts, unfortunately, is just insufficient. Can push right back by T2, Froggy getting the KO instantly. Team MYS, they did find a different avenue though on that top side, on that Reggie Elecki. Maybe that is the exchange that they need, because T2, they're gonna start barreling down this bottom side, and there's nothing that Team MYS could do. Reggie Elecki does go over to MYS.
It's just strong decision making coming out of T2 here, just to be able to not only open up spacing over onto the bottom area. Now with one goal zone down, they just have so much more access into the central area yet again. And T2, they will go ahead, rinse and repeat this process. Rebongs doesn't have much to really deal with here. Still just gonna steal a couple of berries and try to score at 20, and yet they will. So MYS, they're trying to equalize with a little bit more spacing to create of their own.
And Rebongs, I don't know if he can make it out of this. Haruda, easy KO. Team MYS already in damage control mode. Just look at the levels of their Pokemon. The Garchomp is able to hit 9, but he did get eliminated early on in off screen. So that's another setback for Team MYS. And when these objectives start respawning again, Team MYS are just gonna find it harder and harder. This is a team that we haven't seen much of them playing from the back foot, barring a couple of games, but overall, Team MYS are more comfortable playing in the lead. And even when they're in the lead, T2 have been able to make a comeback. And maybe this is the fight that Team MYS can get. The Phantom Forest hitting the entire backline. Froggy still healthy. Yamu! That is it, baby! Yamu finding the knockup. And T2 suffering 4 KO. Team MIS straight to the second goal zone.
Straight to the doors as they go, slamming into second goal zone like you said, and this is where they put in the points, but T2 retaliates, they will defend, and is there enough time for MYS to make their way out? Seems to be so. They will not find the answers. T2 getting a little bit of taste of what they have offered earlier to MYS. Reggie's still now open for the taking yet again. T2 hoping to set up a little bit more of a trap, and perhaps this might just be a little bit more of a catch. Rebound sneaks in the dirt dirty, as this might just be crucial to close the gap. Reggie still now in the hands of T2.
Team MIS finally within an arm's reach of T2. Supercell not healthy, and Yamu does the job. You can see Haruna in front now. They try to go for the isolation, but Hobachi, he has already sliced through the backlines of Team MYS, forcing MYS to disperse into the wind, but Hobachi gets KO instead. Team MYS, they have the numbers lead, but unfortunately they are just not with one another, and maybe rebounds will also become victim. Doesn't get taken out. T2 gains control of Reggie Lecky.
T2 constantly creating and opening this pressure, and here comes MYS.
Yamu again with the outrage, straight to the back line.
This time.
It's MYS! Rebounds once more, does it! The superhero of Team MYS in a crucial moment. Karuda has nothing on MYS. And MYS have stabilized the game, ladies and gentlemen.
And this is that golden moment where they've been able to just pile on that pressure, and it really goes down to how they have been able to just lock them all in one place. And you really got to see how rebounds on his Mammoth one have been able to do that.
The skull just preventing Yebu from cashing in at 40. Team MYS with the Reggie Ilecki get the steal, they get the KOs, but at the end of the day, no points were gained. So MYS still on the back foot, and this is as close as it can get. Less than a minute until Rayquaza. Can MYS find that opening again? Isolating Supercell. They are putting him down. Supercell getting a lot of damage on him. The KO comes through. But T2, they're looking for that big 50 up top. Hobachi will get it.
And this is where it will be a little bit more of a pressure cooker situation back into the side of MYS. But they will punish Hobachi.
Tries to get away, buddy, but not this time. Team MYS. Would have been nice if they were able to prevent that score, and T2 now taking control of that final objective for Rayquaza. It's going to be Reggie Rock, and with this hottest damage output, I do not think that MYS can arrive in time. This is a nightmare scenario again. We're going back, deja vu. Rayquaza is going to be the game changer, the decider, and if for T2, it's a ticket to the grand finals.
Hobachi has to stay alive in order for T2 to hold on to their lead currently, and MYS, they need to lock this target down, and how could they possibly seek that? And speaking of which, they found Hobachi, and that's where the rest of T2, they're hoping to find a middle ground. Ruin will now clip onto Rebound.
Rebounds wraps around, they found a Venusaur. Unite move is out from Ruin, but Ruin needs to go. MYS, can you find him? They've already gotten one KO on themselves. T2 cannot fight this one. They're losing members. MYS, Yang having the pain split on him. Rebounds keeping Yang there, but Team MYS, I mean, you stop the Rayquaza, but all T2 needs to do is to run on the clock. MYS, they haven't done enough yet.
Yeah, and they're just nowhere near on initiating on this Rayquaza. It's time on the essence here. MYS has got to do it now, and they got to do it quick. Supercell on the block, they clip onto Rebounds, and they're looking for it.
Haruna, he's in a dangerous position. MYS have found him. Get rid of the Trevor, and Ruin is next in line. Team MYS finding crucial KOs. Arjun pushed away MYS on Rayquaza. 5 versus 3. MYS, no Unite move in the back. Same for T2. Hobachi tried to show up. Rebound stopping. Hobachi already cutting right through. MYS not ready to fall. Not in front of the home crowd. They are not ready to give up just yet. MYS fighting to the bitter end. We're getting a game 4.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, and this is where MYS is here to stay. It's not over just yet, and more points pile on. T2 could not hold them back. Yang buy more time. Supercell scoring as much as possible, but it is over and done. T2, they have done so much, and this is the first stand and blow the MYS deal, and this is the series that we've been looking for to go the long mile.
No shame, no foul, MYS completely earning this game number 3. From the very get-go, playing from behind, trying to hold on against T2, but making that comeback, a feeling that you don't get to experience much on the side of Team MYS, but you can feel the relief in the entirety, and the players just kind of having that light bulb moment. Guys, this might be the way, but it's a monumentous win as well. Big point differential, more than 600 against a team such as T2.
I gotta agree with that, and we look into this entire roster of T2 heading into the fray. Majority of this damage output comes from Hibachi, and I think like that's a little too much of a pressure. Sure, there is a lot of sustain coming out, and they're having hopes that Ruin could also supplement the damage offerings, but it didn't seem to be enough, where you have Rebounds, Foxy to be able to at least lock down a certain target all in tandem, and then Yang as well as Yemu to just power through, and this was overwhelming for the rest of T2.
And just to remind everyone watching, this is the Garchomp that Yemu has been working on for so long, giving Team MYS a lifeline. You could not have asked for a better storyline and for a better continuation of this best of 5. So we go again, coming into game 4. Just the beauty of a best of 5.
Yeah, this is what I've been waiting for the longest of time, and I'm glad we get to do this all together. So MYS, I mean, as much as they've already got their first game,
Oh yes.
now they got to put another one on the board in order to neutralize whatever effort that T2 have accomplished in the first 2 games itself. And who knows, a reverse sweep, is that what we're looking for?
Oh, that would be the best ending to this best of 5. Team MIS, you can argue that this team is probably ranked slightly behind T2. We're looking at T2 being at least the tournament favorites, or one of the tournament favorites. Team MIS have a lot to prove. This is the first step. They have proven that they can take down High 5, and now they've proven that they can draw blood from T2.
Yeah, and they really have been able to sketch out everything accordingly. And, there was a couple of scrutiny on how they played that late game. And finally, we see that Bandit, the fix of what they've been able to pull out. And MYS, they knew they need to seek targets. And from that point onwards,
oh, look at this.
This beautiful display of art coming in from MYS.
It's just Yemu putting money where his mouth is. The Garchomp, we all thought he was kidding around, but no, he's dead serious about getting this Garchomp going. And obviously, there were moments we look at Team MYS and we were like, wow, they got the Regieleki, but so far the effectiveness from this objective hasn't really been much for Team MYS. But at the end of the day, when it came to the moment that they have not been able to overcome for the longest of times, the Rayquaza flip, they were able to finally feel what it's like to be in control.
Yeah, overall, we even see a little bit of frustration being dealt from the side of T2 as well, where at this point of time, they were all clipped into this choke point where Supercell, it was left stranded behind, couldn't really have all too much to do, even against Yang, who's so mobile in terms of target, and he will have been able to prioritize players like Hibachi, and then on the second run itself, Supercell, he could only do so much, so it really boils down to how much could they offer to the damage, and I felt it was severely lacking at T2. That's the reason why they didn't manage to stand too much of a chance to snatch off this Rayquaza.
This is definitely a scary moment when Hibachi was able to get past rebounds, but there we go. That's the fist bump. Team MOS getting a bit of a morale recovery. But I want to also give credits to rebounds on this Memo Swine. Game 2 didn't work out well, but in Game 3, the isolation that he has found on this Memo Swine is really a testament on why it is such a niche Pokemon and why MIS loves it.
Yeah, and you just saw high impact plays coming in because, like, not only you use Mammosline as a defender, right? Like, when it comes down to those damage charts, we
Oh,
saw like this Mammoth line to be, you know, within the top 3 or 4 ratio, offering like 50 over 1,000 damage
Oh,
because
yes.
like he's always up front and like you draw the attention out of T2. And then you have Garchomp that's also doing the same. And then the Urshifu, like for T2, it was so difficult to seek out who should I really eliminate first because everyone's a threat right now. There's also a Mew to deal with. Like, can you even get to the back line before you get to do this? So I think like the ideation coming out of what MYS had in that game tree itself was a beautiful display of how they have been able to use the draft to their advantage.
And at the same time, this goes right back to how these two teams function, right? They have a lot of emphasis on that early to mid game and late game. So far, at least out of the 3 games we've witnessed, T2 were a bit more solid, but MYS were able to punch back. Now we go back to the drawing board. Who gets to handle that early phase better? I would say T2 did everything right, right? They were taking experience away, they were winning objective fights, but MYS held strong. A big part of it was also Froggy, able to keep the team topped up. One of the problems that MYS had in Game 2 was that there was no healers. Everyone from MYS was low on health or not in this condition to battle against T2, but in Game 3, that Blissey from Froggy was crucial.
Yeah, and like overall, I think like it's just great priorities being set straight in when it comes down to the draft once again. So Froggy, kudos to him. Like even with the slow roll being snatched away by T2 early on, like he handled it like a champ, right? Like we're just gonna be seeing whether or not could we actually get even more out of him hitting this battle.
Oh yeah, Arjun, I mean, the support player coming in, at least for this year, for ACL, one of the newer additions alongside Obachi, took a while for him to overcome the hiccups and get gelled with T2, but once he did, he definitely is a force to be reckoned with, and you just love to see those new faces coming in and, you know, eventually becoming part of one of the strongest teams in their respective regions. Second seed in East Asia, a region that is so tight. That is not easy, and becoming the only representative from their home soil to be here when there was 2 last year in London.
That's right, and overall, like it really puts me back into the East Asia League itself, where you know T2 they didn't really have the easiest of starts. They have to fight very early on in their own respective regional brackets, and then you see that slow, steady climb. And Arjun was a monumental player when it comes down to how he's been able to contribute back into the team, and time again has been able to prove himself. And look at how far T2 has gone, still growing in strength.
This is a storyline that will be remembered for ages. 2 teams, different motivations to get to their grand finals. The trophy is one, the prestige is the other, but the hidden prestige is taking down the best team in Asia. High five. Who is going to be playing later against Team Rise, and that is a story that our friends Danny and JJ will tell. For now, eyes back on this best of 5. Game 4 draft between T2 and Team MYS.
T2, they've only lost 1 game here. They still need to close it out in order to make it to the grand finals, whereas MYS is surging their way throughout once more. And this time, T2, they look at the draft and they see, you know what? I've already got the move. I will secure myself a Blastoise. And perhaps this might just be the angle to open up for an Espeon to come into the picture as well. Whereas with MYS, finding success, especially with that Urshifu in their hands earlier, they just will go ahead to repeat the same process and maybe run back to Mammoth line if they want to.
Yeah, at the same time, it's also how we've seen Blastoise getting banned for all previous 3 games. You know, kind of, it feels like it is the key Pokemon. But you look at T2 now switching things up a bit, and you call it Contra, the Mammoth comes back in for the side of MYS. They throw in the Blissey once more. Overall, not too much deviation. But I think a lot of attention will be on Yemo. What is he going to bring to the table this time? Can the same trick work twice?
Wow, just see this combo coming in. This is the East Asia special where we've seen this whole area of effect of the Unite moves to be thrown into the spectrum, and now you will have all eyes on Haruda, because this is where the Glaceon will have to put all the damage on the block. And now, a Greninja locked in for Team MYS.
Christmas came early, ladies and gentlemen. Just surprises all around. Santa has delivered a Greninja game for us, but hold your horses a bit, because we're getting a bit of an update that Greninja might just be a farce. We'll have that figure out. For now, there might be a remake. We'll keep you guys updated. But Greninja aside, I think for the rest of the draft is probably going to be similar.
He was holding on to a different Pokemon
He was holding on to
earlier.
Garchomp.
I think like it was meant to be a Garchomp because that was what they ran into the past game itself, which have gotten them that victory itself. So, with that being said, we will definitely put this to a halt, and when we do, of course, go in for another redraft itself, I will really want to see what exactly was the final selection for Team MYS. So, T2, I think like it's really great that they finally want to try things a little bit more different, where Blastoise was being introduced into the East Asia run and then adapted into the rest of the regions as well, because of how effective you could basically channel through a Hydro Typhoon, and then you connect it with every possible Unite move. We got Verdant Anger as well coming in from Haruda, who's currently going to be playing on that Venusaur.
I just want to say that, you know, our friends and colleagues, some of them are sitting nearby, and when that Greninja came through, you can see that their jaws just dropped. Like, oh my god. I hope you guys don't have any lunch plans, because that might have to be moved to dinner, or at least a high tea. We still have a long series that hasn't even ended just yet. Again, we will have that lobby remake coming through. We'll rehost everything. I would assume that all the drafts will be the same, except for the Greninja. We'll update you guys as this goes by. But with that being said, welcome to the ACL podcast, the grand finals.
Well, there's plenty of time for us to really go in for that chit chat. So I think we've talked enough about the scene, similar draft coming in from MYS. But I really want to double down on what T2 could possibly achieve here, because like you see most of their successes comes from all these team fights in the first two games, and that therefore, sure, early game, it doesn't matter how many blows that they actually take. Once they hit that late game power spike, that's where when they congregate and just tunnel into what is at stake, the Rayquaza itself, they have been able to actually cleanly wipe off members of MYS, right? And I think like this is what they really want to do with this draft, when you bring in that Venusaur, that Blastoise, and then you seal the deal with the Glaceon.
And I think now the question is, what is the solution from Team MYS? How do you deal with a composition that basically just, you know, shuts you out the door?
And like I think like overall, like it really goes down to all these carries once more from the side of MYS, where last game, sure, it has a lot to do with the Urshifu, the Mew, and now it's a beefier target that they're handling here. So you got to find the way to shut off that Glaceon. No matter the cost, just like how they seek out Hobachi in that previous game.
Yeah, and I think Hobachi, at least in this game, is going to be on a slightly different Pokemon as well, right? We're not looking at Speedster anymore, no Talonflame, no Scissor Scyther. So there's a different dynamic, especially when we saw T2 managing team fights where you have the entire team just want to, you know, hold hands and hug each other, something that MYS was able to break through in the previous game thanks to Reebong's Memo Swine. But you brought up a point where T2 has all these big AoE Unite moves, so Reebong's job is going to get 10 times harder.
Yeah, it's just so much more difficult for the side of MYS, despite, you know, them having only a couple of changes coming in from the side of T2. But it's really a huge quality of life improvement for the draft itself, because severely in Game 3, it was evident that it did not have the damage offering to take on the rest of MYS. And now they do have the damage. They also do have great sustain on top of it all. Like, sure, we've seen Ruin earlier on that Venusaur may not have had the best of effect, but now coupled with Blastoise, it's just so different, because that actually opens up so much more room where you're just basically stacking and channeling all these damage per second.
And I want to add on that there's hindrance resistance for the Blastoise. You cannot control him when it goes to that rapid spin. So you have so many layers that you need to cut through as Team MYS. It's a never-ending peeling of onion. And in the previous game, when MYS got those isolations, they don't have to worry too much about T2 being able to follow up and provide assistance. But in this case, it feels like they are not spoiled for choices.
True enough, and then when we go into the way that the things have played out, like, it's really down to that early game strikes that they have been able to also accomplish many of all these times. So long as they can just basically wither down certain Pokemons coming in from the side of T2, to the point that they don't have much to offer in these fights, then maybe a lot will be easier for the side of MYS from that point onwards.
It's just great to see that both teams are different sides of the same coin. And I believe this game 4, you will have a slightly different approach, right? We are not, probably won't be seeing too much of those invades early on, and we are also seeing kind of the autonomy from Team MYS and how individual members continuing to make those calls, something that we have emphasized a lot when we make the comparison between MYS and T2, where T2 is Supercell at the helm, but for MYS, it's everyone gets to say the piece. And I believe in Game 3, it kind of worked out a bit, right? You saw initiatives being taken by Rebongs, who already is one of those main voices, and right now he's given that control, the responsibility to the rest of his teammates to say, if you want to make a play, we're just going to do it. And sometimes it pays off in Game 3, it definitely did.
Yeah, and we have even seen Yemu as well as Yang this time really stepping up to the plate itself. It's not no longer about, you know, just having like new Foxy to blast at anybody out there from the side of T2. So this great structure of balance that they've been able to achieve in such a short time frame is absolutely commendable on how fast they just adjusted on that fly. Now, T2 though, you know, them going on the streak and finally suffering the first loss, by the way. Remember this, back in Group A, they never dropped the game. So this is clean record being tainted by the side of MYS, and that's no easy feat. T2, I'm pretty sure that there's a fire being startled inside of them, and perhaps this is where they will unleash it all.
You are actually correct. This is the first loss that T2 has, you know, suffered in the hands of Team MYS. Right? I mean, we looked at yesterday, they were the only team that has been able to take down High Five, and today they've been able to take down T2, at least in one of the games. But something that MYS hasn't been able to fully fulfill is a series win. They've been able to leave a bit of marks, but they haven't been able to completely knock out a team. We will have a remake of the lobby, and we just got an update. The draft will be up till the point of Blissey. So Blissey, after Blissey, the Pokemons will be different. The teams will get to choose who they want to pick. Before that, it will be similar. So just to give you guys a quick recap of the Pokemons that we have for both teams leading up to Blissey, we do have Urshifu, Mew, Mamoswine, and Blissey for MYS, and we have Blastoise, Glaceon, Slowbro, Clefable, and Venusaur for for T2. So it's only that last pick, the Greninja pick.
Yeah, when we look at the Greninja, I think like, okay, other than the Garchomp, I think like there is still a few more options left available. Remember Tyranitar? That is also very feasible, because like it's pretty much similar to what the Garchomp offers.
Now we saw, I believe, Revenant Esports that brought in Tyranitar. It's either that or one of the Indian region teams, right? Brought Tyranitar, didn't really work out, unfortunately. It would be a surprise to see it on MYS's side. I don't think there's much record of them in recent times. I mean, again, the decider game, it's the Garchomp is already really scary, but at least we know that MYS have been practicing with the Garchomp. Tyranitar, I'm kind of on the fence. I don't think that risk is justifiable.
Well, I believe even back in East Asia, we've seen a couple of instances where, you know, Garchomps as well as Tyranitar, they are being paired very differently. Like, there are even ideations of, you know, we've seen Comfy Tyranitar before, and we've also seen Hoopa Tyranitar. You go into the fight, reset it, bring him back, and then it's as good as new. Just continue on the onslaught that what a Tyranitar could possibly bring, and just having a lot more of those form of buffs coming in from other Pokemons to supplement. That is the way to go about if they're aiming for such a Pokemon. But very likely, we might just fall back into that Garchomp once again, which is, you know, offers a little bit more slight mobility compared to Tyranitar, which I felt, you know, it takes almost forever for you to actually skill into what you need to be. Even like, it's just, it is a really rough run when you're a Lavatar, a Blitar. Yeah.
You reckon we would see a rebound Hoopa again?
Actually, that's a really good
I'm just
question.
throwing a wild one out there. I don't think it's. I don't think the possibility is high.
I
but
think Koopa is really strong, but when you're going up against all these top tier teams, it's like it requires perfect execution for you to really open up some of all these portals and then like really transport the right people back in the base and going for the reset.
I just want to say that when we look at the win rate, Hoopa has been dethroned.
Koopa has been dethroned by what? A Garchomp!
Thanks to Lord Yemu from MYS, winning the previous game and right now putting Garchomp at 100% win rate and having a big enough, the bare minimum sample size for us to tell you definitively that Garchomp is one of the Pokemons with the highest win rates in the entire tournament. But of course, the stats doesn't tell you the 100%, the full story, but it gives you a really good idea of what the top 6 finalists has been really going for. By frequency, Urshifu and Glaceon definitely takes the cake.
Yeah, and then when you look at it, it's really a small sample size as compared to all the other 4 Pokemons that are present on the screen, where you look at Glaceon as well as Urshifu. These are perhaps more than 50 over games being played, and you just see high success rates where these Pokemons have been extremely effective. Whereas, you know, Magnemite, we've already spoke about it being a very situational type of Pokemon where it also boils down to the player's comfort level on how well these trainers are well versed on how to utilize this Mammoslime kid. And Hoopa, I think like a couple passes ago, you would see it in every single game. And now with many of all these meta actually favoring a lot more of all these tank or just skirmishing compositions for you to just stick onto your opponents and chase them all the way down. Not necessarily do you need a Hoopa anymore to sustain, and more of all the other types of supports like Blissey as well as Clefable become the flavor of the month.
I believe we've only seen, was it 2 Hoopa games? I know one was played by Rise against Mark Horse Gaming yesterday. We were able to commentate that one. But another Pokemon, I mean Pokemon such as Mammoslime is such an acquired taste. Only MYS has used it thus far in recent memories, at least in the top 6 ACL finals. It's kind of like I wouldn't say a big surprise, but it's, you know, very exciting to see Pokemon like Garchomp making onto that list. But then again, just to remind you, it's 4 out of 4 games. The frequency is pretty low for his Pokemon. But everyone's putting it off, right? That's yeah, well, kicked out Blissey. That's a bit of a sad one for Blissey lovers.
Yeah, like Blissey overall is just such an all-rounded type of support Pokemon that you could just get a lot of offerings, especially those heals that could just really help your team stay afloat for the most part. And I'm just basically guessing what's right past Blissey, right? Eldegoss, maybe.
That's true.
Clefable.
Eldegoss, Clefable. I feel like Eldegoss has caught up in pick rates.
And also when it comes down to win rates as well, like all thanks to High Five, they've been relying a lot on it, and they've been basically winning a lot of games as well.
I think High Five found the most success on Eldegoss by frequency of games. We did see MYS pick Eldegoss, but that was game number 1, and that one didn't really work out because while you have Supercell on the Sableye, so that's, you know, very different approach to this series. Overall, I find that it has been very exciting that we are seeing these 2 teams go against each other. I think there's so much to be desired when you look at MYS, who, like you mentioned, right, have 2 players that came from Renaissance that went to London. T2 had 3 of their players that attended London last year, so the experience is definitely there, and you see that leadership kind of spill over to the rest of the squad.
Yeah, and like it really goes to show that sometimes, no matter all these form of trials and tribulations they may have actually gone through, they are here meeting up against same rivals in different circumstances and just looking at different chapters of the stories, but having one goal in mind. They both are just so close to acquiring their first international title, I would say, where, of course, this is the first ever throne for
Oh,
the
yeah.
Asia Champions League itself, and they really want to be the ones to claim that throne itself.
Huge honor, honestly. First ever ACL Grand Finals, happening in the heart of Kuala Lumpur, of all places. And with everyone watching, whether on the venue, on stream, we have witnessed history in a sense. Not only is this the first ACL, but we also got to see the Indian regions really coming in and showing us their flair. Sure, they're not in the top 4, they're not competing today, but we did see what the ideations that they have, what they brought to the table. And I'm starting to think that it might have affected, going forward, how the teams in this top 4 might think and approach the game, right? The picks that we've seen, the Tyranitar was one of it. I believe we saw the Absol, and that was with MYS.
Yeah, that definitely is coming from MYS, and I think like there's a few more cards that were not pulled here in the finals itself, and I'm thinking, you know what? Maybe that last pick, Scratch, Garchomp, Scratch, Tyranitar that we've been talking about.
Okay.
What about Zoroark? Remember they pulled in a couple of Zoroarks before.
They did. We saw that from Basha yesterday from Revenant Esports. I'm trying to think like where does the Zoroark fit in, right?
Yeah,
It
especially
might be a chance. Might be a chance with Mamoswine, Blizzy, with Urshifu, with Mew. Maybe.
yeah.
It's a long shot. It's a long shot.
Yeah,
I
it
don't
really
think
is difficult.
It is difficult.
So it really is a lot of risk, especially now, this potentially being another match where MYS is basically on the brink once more.
Oh yes.
So when exactly is the right moment to pull the right cards? I think that sticking to something that's a little bit more stable and proven is the way to go, because you don't want to coin flip either Rayquaza or you coin flip decisions where you need to go for double-edged plays. Like Zoroark is that type of Pokemon. Like you gotta dive into deep corners in order to make wonders happen, and I think that itself is not always gonna land when you want it the most.
We're seeing the baby steps though from MYS, right? Credits to them. We said that there were a lot of deja vu moments. They were not able to get through the final 4 minutes when we got to the last stretch. They've always been losing out on the Rayquaza. They've been able to overcome that in Game 3. Now it's about the consistency. And it's something that I think MYS has shown us throughout the tournament, through rain, through shine, whether they win or they got defeated. We've seen a consistency in the early game, and only T2 has outclassed them convincingly. But even then, we saw how MYS can play from behind. It's something that has been a big question mark yesterday, because MYS, they're either ahead or they are ahead and they win their game, or they're ahead, but we got to that late game phase and we have that Rayquaza flip happen. This is kind of the first time that we get to see on this ACL stage, at least for the Grand Finals, the MYS was put on the back foot and managed to recover.
That's true, and this is where, this has bred a new sign of confidence for the team once again, where, 2 games having brutal blows hitting into the final stretch could be pretty demotivating, and now with ample time for them to actually have that clear headspace to know what exactly they want. Eventually, when we go into the draft, then we'll be able to see how is the state of mind for both sides of the players on stage. And of course, those who are watching online and here in Battle Arena Kuala Lumpur, I believe that we will be getting our games in moment time, but we really want to thank you for your patience, where of course we're resolving some of all these technical difficulties that some of all the players are facing at the moment. And of course, we appreciate your kind patience.
Yeah, I just want to remind you, everyone, that the latest update that we got was that we will have the lobby remake, but without much changes to Pokemon drafts, right? We will have 9 out of the 10 Pokemons that we saw be constant, so only Greninja is the one that will go through changes. So just to give you guys, a reminder of what the picks are up to that point for both teams. For MYS, we have Urshifu, we have Mew, we have Mamoswine, and we have Blizzy. And for the side of T2, their draft is pretty much locked in. The Blastoise, the Glaceon, the Slowbro, the Clefable, and the Venusaur. So
That's
we're just waiting for the last pick for MYS.
And then when you look into T2, right? Like, for most part, there was major changes involved into their current roster as well, especially them banning Trevenant and opening themselves that Blastoise is going to have a lot more significant influence throughout the course of the battle, where we see majority of all the trainers that usually plays Blastoise nowadays, they go in for that rapid spin build, and then once you've closed your way all the way throughout the back line, if you can get a 5-player Hydro Pump, or well, Hydro Typhoon, that itself would just snap you the game in your hands.
It's a scary thought.
Yeah.
We still are trying to find that solution on how does a team, or how does MYS overcome all these hindrances, right? All these big AoEs. Again, this is a very, very long journey for MYS in particular. And you know, speaking of that, I just remembered something, and I think this is very, very, well, it's not super important. But if T2 can get to the grand finals, and if T2 wins the whole thing, this is not only big for T2 as a team, it's not only big for the players, but it also happens to be Ruin's birthday month.
Yeah.
He's celebrating his birthday in March.
That's
It's
great.
a great birthday present, honestly.
Yeah, and that is probably the biggest celebration that he will get if he could basically complete his journey winning the title itself. So, of course, they got to take it one step at a time, because right now, you need to secure that one game against MYS in order to do so.
Yeah, and it's not an easy task, because MYS is a team that has fought back plenty of times, and we saw again the management of that early to mid game from MYS has been phenomenal, right? They've been shutting down T2 in most situations. They've been winning most of the objective fights, despite T2 looking dominant in that first quarter, that first half of the match. You look at the overall blueprint, it's still MYS who have better numbers in objective, better control of team fights, better target prioritization. But T2 also has their strength. They know how to really punish MYS. They know how to draw MYS into certain situations and find those openings. And it's something that you might feel familiar with, because MYS did the same to High Five yesterday.
Exactly, and like it's basically a carbon copy in that sense, which is why I absolutely love how T2 is doing this against MYS. And of course, it is a taste of their own medicine of what MYS have to offer. But it's more of that efficiency that we're seeing coming from T2. Sometimes they ignore those battles, and even when they do have a couple of players in the midst of that battle, they still sneak 1 or 2 person throughout these goal zones and still cap it in the way.
And that is something that I think T2 brings to the table that is a unique flavor of its own. It is those speedster Pokemons, right? We saw that Scyther, I believe we saw the Talonflame. We haven't seen much of it from MYS. It has always been your attackers, your Glaceon, your Espeon. We did see the Absol yesterday, but that is kind of the outlier of everything. So T2 does have the agency to go for the Speedster and bring in that different playstyle. But unfortunately, we do have an update regarding game number 4. We're still trying to resolve some technical issues. So while we get that ironed out, we're gonna go take a quick 5-minute break. And when we come back, the issues hopefully will have been resolved, and we will jump into game 4. back for more ACL action in the Asia Champions League for Pokemon UNITE. This is the grand finals, and we are still midway through our first best of 5 between T2 and Team MYS. Getting ready for Game 4. We thank you guys for your patience. There were unfortunately a bit of technical issues that we need to resolve, and hopefully that has been resolved. Namaski, alongside me is Contra.
Yeah, and overall, we've already seen that the teams are very well prepared to continue on this journey to be crowned champions of Asia. And then everybody has a story to tell of their own. You see, for most part, Team MYS, they've went through a huge restructure where, you know, from the days where the two players of Renaissance have left the team to form their own, this brand new roster of players only have months to prepare for this journey into the ACL, and then you see how far they've come, being one of the best teams of Southeast Asia, now contending against the finest of Japan,
oh, yes.
T2, who have got so much glory from the earlier days of Pokemon UNITE, and you know, it's High Five that stopped them on the tracks, and they're just hoping to regain what they've lost previously, and this is that perfect place to do so.
And both teams have different motivations to reach High Five, different motivations to win ACL, and both teams have so much similarities that we have gone through. They have players who have been to London last year. They have players who are still fresh to the team. They have taken games off of High Five before. They have different, almost similar playstyle, right, in that early to mid game, and they have players that are flexing around so many things that you can draw parallels. And the one main big difference is the leadership in the team between MYS and T2.
That's right, and overall, I think like both leaders have their respected caliber on how they have these different form of alternatives on how they plan the structure of how these games are executed, and the draft of Pokemon we see are unique overall in how things have been turning out. In Game 1 itself, I think like the biggest surprise factor to me coming out of T2 is them stealing away that Sableye, because they've seen Team MYS do that so much against all the other teams in Group B, and the Group A leaders, they say, you know, this is not gonna cut it if you're just gonna play this true. And T2, that was that first loss earlier against this robust composition of tankiness and damage offered throughout the block by MYS.
Yeah, they have not suffered a single loss in that group stage up to today. And again, MYS, they have been able to deal blows to teams like High Five and T2, but they've not been able to close out a full series. And that is kind of the next step in this long journey to not only proving themselves to be the top contenders, which I believe they already are, but at the same time finally stamping the foot down and really showing that they have the caliber to be consistent and go up against the best of the best.
That's right. Now it's been, you know, a couple of minutes since we've seen those drafts earlier for our Game 4, so really the pivoting point here is going to be that late game skirmish yet again. I'm not talking about Rayquaza in particular, you know, like sure that is the defining factor of how the game is being flipped, but in terms of execution wise, like I think like the bigger picture right now is that there's even more tankier units as well as some healings involved coming in from the side of T2. It is going to be a lot more difficult for Rebounds and Co. to single targets as compared to what they see back in Game 3.
Yeah, that's something that we have discussed a lot, and it is kind of a very crucial point in drafting in general. And one observation that I have made throughout the entire ACL finals is how MYS always has that little notebook. They're taking those on the go, right? It is something that we talk about from MYS that they've been really working on over time, which is being able to draft in the moment, since there isn't much time for you to choose and pick your Pokemon. So having these practices on the go and being consistent with it has really helped MYS come up with all these different iterations of compositions and have them work out.
Yeah, and I really gotta admire and commend them on their positive energy as well. You know, like they've always brought this whole fun element into the game, and they also had Pokemons to accompany them as well on stage. Yesterday was the Leaky Tongue, today there's the Greedent. I wonder if they have a lot more in store. Now, this is where we head back into the draft as we kick off our fourth game here in the series. T2, just like before, they will have the opening to this draft, and from what we last saw, it was a ban on the Trevenant that was the main difference, and it opens up the room for them to secure the Blastoise.
And we just got an update as well. We will not follow the draft that we had previously. The final decision is that we will have a completely new draft. But with that being said, nothing is stopping the players from going back to what they picked initially. So most of it is still almost the same from both teams. We're seeing the Blastoise, the Glaceon, Slowbro for the side of T2, and for MYS, get the Mew, we get the Urshifu.
It's interesting to also see that they're considering Clefable into the spectrum of targets as well. Now, for the rest of T2, it's all about that AoE once more. So no difference here, and then most of the damage output here will be offered by this Glaceon. We're looking at Haruda currently holding on to this Pokemon at the time being, and indeed, it was that Garchomp that we're missing out on instead of a Greninja, of course. So this looks to be the same carbon copy that they had back in Game 3. So don't fix what's not broken.
Yeah, and well, even though the players are allowed to go for a completely new draft, they decided that this is what we wanted to stick with. We are going to stick with it. So everything that we discussed so far still stands true. We're looking for the big KOEs from the side of T2, and we are looking at if MYS can once more be able to cut through that backline and deal with T2.
And of course, with that being said, when we take a look at how MYS really wants to go in for this form of execution as well, it's really about stampeding their way through, having Rebongs open things up with their Unite move, and then when it comes down to how they really want to go along with it, that's where you open up more spacing for this Urshifu to eventually come on board, and then that's where it is the moment for Nightmare Foxy to eliminate any low health targets available. So with that in mind, T2, they are having Haruda that will be the one that will blast away into victory. And here we go, back to Taya Sky Ruins for Game 4. T2, one game away once again, and they need to really show their best performance with their slots again. And Husky, we're going to see, with so much of a difference when it comes down to the drafts, things opt to be very much different when it comes down to how they really want to play this out, because they got to find ways to stop that Urshifu. They got to find ways to stop that Mew as well.
They definitely do, and I just want to give every one of our viewers the update of the situation, how we got to this stage. So just now during the drafting phase, MYS did face unfortunate issues, so it resulted in the mispick in the last pick, which is what we saw in the Grey Ninja, and because of that, T2 ended up showing the entire draft. So to ensure the integrity of the tournament, we did have to do the full redraft, but the result is still almost the same composition that we had. So that's where we are with Team MYS scoring that initial 4 points. It's nothing much. T2 able to, at least not let Team MYS run away with any of that lead. Again, Garchomp and Urshifu in the same lane. We're getting that tri-lane, tri-lane up top with Yang also being there, with, Rebongs being there.
Quick clearance coming in from both sides to secure the Apple Tower camp, and Rebongs has got a lot on his plate right now to just try to scale up before he could have higher impact on Mamoswine. Currently still on the swing up, so it will definitely take a while. Meanwhile, Ruin is keeping up to his progress here over on the bottom side, but you see lesser of invades happening. T2 still having a little bit more of that control on that central area, and this is where MYS wants to pile on, but Rebong's falling pretty low. Eject button already committed, and they gotta find a way to just get out of this sticky situation.
Yemu unfortunately will not be able to do so. T2 getting the KO. They did bring the Glacian up top, so it did surprise Team MYS just a little bit. The overestimation of the damage output. You see Foxy did attempt to steal a bit of those experience for himself. All in all, this is probably one of the slower starts that we have for both teams. 40 seconds until those objectives spawn. That's where we get to see firsthand how those team fights get executed by both teams. And that is, you know, without consideration of Unite moves, players will not have access to those yet.
That's true, and just looking at how MYS just congregates and is going to look for some points to be dunked right here, but this War Turtle is in the way. And just look at that damage itself, this rapid speed. Just not make it seem fair for the rest of MYS, just absolutely stopping them from getting any points done. And T2 doing the same over the bottom side with 4 members being committed. Yang popping up that very, very early on.
Here we go, Reggie still has just spawned. Most likely a 4 versus 4 situation. They're able to at least displace Froggy, but in the meantime, the War Turtle actually getting taken out. The KO going in favor of Team MYS, but most importantly is that they have just lost Froggy thanks to Ruin. Rebound's also not that healthy. Yang getting KO by T2. Team MYS, they don't have the members to fight this. The Glacian dealing incredible amount of damage, so MYS, they will have to give this up. T2 getting that first Reggie of the game.
First dips yet again for the side of T2. Meanwhile, that was happening. We saw for the top end as well, where Yang has been able to at least put a couple points back into the team, along with the Garchomp itself. Haruta hoping to actually find it a little bit more that opening, and that's where Yimu will be the one to deal with that situation and try to find ways to set up for the Lecky later on. Froggy sneaks his way past, and this is where he gets close to equalizing the score of 70 against T2.
Instead of the skull, we are seeing the surf. Haruta getting pressured, and there's backup coming through by Aju. T2, you really want to take this though? I don't think so, buddy. MYS, 2 KOs, looking for more. Yamu with the slam dunk. Supercell trying to cancel any sort of cap. Yamu not able to finish this, and Yang actually ends up getting KO'd instead. T2 just getting those good backups, coming in, rebounds, dropping low, Supercell looking for the finisher, rebounds, yelling up, thanks to Froggy's third.
So close.
Solar Beam doesn't connect, rebound, sidestep, fancy dancing shoes, but MYS don't have health to contest Reggie Lecky.
And Ruin has been doing such a good job on this finisher. Now they've sold him completely. T2, another objective in the back. They will escort this Reggie Lecky, but the rest of Team MYS, they're ready for a response. They only have 1 Unite move, and that's on the Clefable.
But they're dropping very low though. Can they stop T2 crashing in? Rebound,
Supercell.
his body in front. Supercell is the target. They got him. Supercell goes down. Hydro Typhoon only connecting on the 2. Yamu is one of them. Arjun still keeping everyone topped up and healthy. Rebound back in front line. Solar Beam is dealing so much damage from Ruin. Getting rid of rebounds. The Reggie Lecky almost crashing, but the defense from MYS holding the fort, pushing Reggie Lecky away. The juggling is incredible from MYS. They stop T2 from crashing this in. Commendable assault, but even more impressive defense.
And look at the room they've created for the Mammal Swine right down bottom as well. They will get that first access onto that Reggie Ice. And now, slowly but surely, both ends will have to collide yet again. And this is where the real battle begins. Another good beam coming in from Nightwing Foxy. That one will take it away from Supercell at the very least. Yamu on the block, and now MYS is gaining things up front. But T2 says, you know what, I'm just going to let go, and we'll score from the top.
Both teams going for calculated trades. And T2 stop MYS. The full man, 5-man squad coming through, looking for the KOs. They want a couple of cap. Hobachi not able to survive that one. Team MYS gets a couple in. And those points are coming through. The dunks are in. MYS keeping track with T2.
And Yamu is getting every one of all these members of T2 being knocked out. Now let's see what Haruta has!
Careful! Hydro Typhoon! Not doing too much though. MYS getting hit, but no follow-up from T2. MYS starting a big bullet.
That was such a good connection of the Hydro Typhoon. It's unfortunate that there was not enough members around that vicinity for T2 to capitalize. And now, MYS knows they don't have their big ultimates. This might just be it. Without those Unite moves, this Regieleki is very likely to fall to their hands, and just looking at Froggy, just having absolute control. Meanwhile, Hibachi gets another dunk, and T2 is still up ahead.
Entertaining match so far. Closest that we've ever gotten. We thought game 3 was close. This one, as close as it can get. Crash the Regieleki. Team MYS knows that this is an easy one. Just gonna go for the dunk. Over-dunking it. Just mathematic. So much extra points for Team MYS.
This is a perfect timing for it as well. 30 seconds and less. This is where pressure is on T2 right now, having that deficit to keep track against MYS. But we've seen so many instances where they will send Hibachi to try to find and sneak his way for a back half. The one with the most points right now is actually the Blastoise, but you will need Haruda in the battle, so they cannot afford to get anywhere further away from the Rayquaza deck.
Do you have the fireworks of this Wombo combo? The most tense moment of this series. MYS, the team on the back foot, they need to face off against the full force of
Huge
T2. T2 looking to power gnaw their way. MYS pulling the trigger first. Yemu already losing half of his health. Rebound also forced back. T2 on the assault. But this is a push and pull, a tug of war. MYS have the clock in their favor. Froggy doing his best. Rebounds. Taking the initial assault. The Unite moves on thrown up. Hydro Typhoon connecting on the trees, splitting the battle line. But look at Yemo! Oh, the hero guard top getting the Glacian out of the way. MYS, they are still holding on, but T2 are striking back. 4 KOs for T2.
It's only down to Yemu right now. Can he clutch it? Can he stop T2 from securing this one in the back?
Rebound's
because
coming back.
this might just be it. Yemu's coming in, but is there any chance?
Yemu, they're going right in. Yemu doesn't do it. T2 have gotten the Rayquaza. MYS, final chance. Mount that defense. They have built an iron
They
wall
took the shield.
just now. But can they stop T2
They stopped the
from
shields.
scoring? They have stopped all of it. All the shields have been broken. MYS, 40 seconds on the
It's
clock.
Hibachi!
Stop Hibachi! Don't let him do
Hibachi,
it!
no, but-
Hibachi has done it! Rebounds looking for Ruin. Ruin goes down. They're looking for a couple of caps. Arjun doesn't do it. Look at the bottom side.
Look at
Yang
the mouse line.
cannot do it in time. Yang trying to cap, but Supercell stopping him. They're going
Top
top
side.
side. MYS doing top side. MYS!
Rebounds.
They have taken the lead. They won a game 5. Ladies and gentlemen, we go the distance. We go again. We go game 5.
And T2, despite getting the Rayquaza, they could not find an entry. The tenacity of Team MYS, having the home crowd on their back, cheering them on, giving them all they've got. And now, it was one game away, and it's anyone's game to play out.
This is the best of 5. Right in the heart of Kuala Lumpur, right in Battle Arena, I can hear the cheers of the fans, and just a fantastic way to start off the day, the final day of ACL Finals. You could not have asked for more from this team. You say 2 sides of the same coin, and eventually it has to lead to this. T2 being pushed to the absolute limit. High 5 was the biggest enemy. Now they found a new one. It's Team MYS.
We've seen nothing like this before. Not many teams have been able to strike down a team that have secured Rayquaza. The shields just get depleted.
yeah.
You saw each blast of that solar beam coming from Foxy depletes it. And then you have Yang, you had Rebounds. They were just doing everything thinkable. And then they did let a few points slide out. And Rebounds, Yang, they strike from both sides of the goal zones, and Rebounds have been able to put those crucial points back when they needed the most.
It's not over until it's over, Contra. When it all seemed hopeless, there is someone from Team MYS to pull off the clutch. Give you a bit of a flashback back in ACL groups when we look at Renaissance against MYS. It was the same thing. They were behind, and I remember Rebounds was on Hoopa at that point, and we scored that last-minute flip, last-minute clutch with Rayquaza in hand. I mean, you look at the numbers, I am breathless in how this Game 4 has turned out.
a topsy-turvy ride, and you know what? All that waiting was absolutely well worth it to get a game like this that I believe we won't get anywhere else in the world. So now let's take a look at some of all these builds as well. Anything that you fancy heading to this match that was particularly different in terms of build? I think like one that you've pointed out was the slow bro going for the surf instead.
Oh yeah, that's definitely something that I think T2 were really banking on, just having a lot more of that hindrance, being able to keep MYS away. But and I would say leading up to Rayquaza, MYS, they were the one who pulled the trigger. They realized that, okay, we can't keep Reebok topped up fast enough. Let us make the first move. They made the shot call. They took the fight. T2 got 4 KOs, got the Rayquaza, but MYS, the hold that they got when Rayquaza was secured, which we will see in the replay in just a bit, MYS respawned in time, got to the Rayquaza pit, and they just put their full weight onto T2 to break the shield.
And there's just so much to talk about throughout this course of the series where we've seen MYS, they have been able to find ways to deconstruct some of all these early engagements that did overwhelm T2, securing 3 to 4 knockouts at a go. And then T2, we've seen them holding on to that Unite moves until they could not hold on any further, where you see connection once again of the Hydro Typhoon. But the rest of MYS, they've already breached through, reaching on towards the back line. And despite them not having enough members, you see there was still Yamu that was still alive. And they were composed enough to coordinate this massive plan in order to hold him back and denying that Rayquaza buff from even getting much done.
This whole game is a replay. If we don't have time limits for replay, we would show the whole game all over again. We said after game 3, cider relief for MYS, this big morale boost. The crowd behind them, and we've gotten to this point. And now the thought, the dream of Team MYS heading into the Grand Finals of the very first Asia Champions League is not a dream anymore. It is one game away from being a realization.
Yeah, and this is also a brewing of a brand new rivalry between these teams on board, right? Like, just look at them being so evenly matched.
Oh, yeah.
East Asia meets Southeast Asia in this crucial stages of the tournament. And then when we take a look at the other side of the bracket, it's also another East Asia versus Southeast Asia affair, where, you know, it's really them here trying to at least deal the first score to see who is the ones who are the better of the regions.
This is where it's time to talk about how these two teams are the second seed of their respective region. With the second seed of East Asia, T2, second seed of SCA, MYS. But first, we have to talk about the name that has been on my mind for the entirety of the series, Rebongs. I don't know what else to tell you. Memo Swine has been phenomenal in his hands, just initiating all these fights and finding opportunities. And on top of that, the shot call for Team MYS. We've kind of criticized them a bit. We commented on how those defense isn't robust enough from Team MYS. They always seem to crumble at the very end. But we saw that iron hope from MYS in Game 4, and that's going to give a lot of people hope.
And the thing I love about Rebounce is how he basically turned this Memo Slime, which you think that, oh, you just gotta be all the way up front and just chase down any form of attackers from the opposite side. This guy plays the Memo Slime as if it's an Urshifu.
Oh, yeah.
it's that crazy, right? Like,
it is.
The amount of damage he offers on this tank, and like, it's just massive, where we've seen him being jack of all trades and, you know, master of Memo Slime for the moment. It's just astounding.
A mammoth effort. And of course, we also have to talk about Yemu from Team MYS. Ignore the Trevenant, ignore Scissor. It is all about the Garchomp. That practice is paying off, my man. Both the games that they won, it was because wasn't fully because of the Garchomp, but Garchomp was a part of it. Yemu taking control of who deals the damage, who hits the backline. And, well, I mean, has been... I don't know what else to tell you. He has really surprised all of us.
Yeah, and on top of this, when we go back to the draft, we saw, of course, the change of Vans, even though for the rest of T2 who have secured themselves that Blastoise, sure there was value in that early game, but I think like there was that miscoordination where they did hit those massive typhoons and still not really yielding the level of impact that they've desired. So perhaps this might be deprioritized heading into our fifth and final game of the series. And speaking of which, we are already here in the draft. Will T2 make any form of changes when it comes down to the bans? Because the last we saw them going for a couple of Blastoise ban, and then they switched things up to remove Trevenant instead.
And I do wonder if the Blastoise would stop being a priority in terms of bans. Seeing on screen right now, Slowbro banned now by T2. This is a Pokemon that they have really loved for the entirety of the series, the entirety of ACL Finals. Here they are giving themselves another shot, one final chance on the Trevenant. And Blastoise most likely will go over to MYS.
This is where it really is the change of hands, whereas we see a lot more of that huge hindrance that will be offered coming from T2's Trevenant instead. And then they double down. You want to keep everybody healthy, you just bring on board the Blissey. And Haruta decides, I'm just going to take this Mew once and for all instead of giving this to Night Mew Foxy. So this is their game plan, and look at that. Rebounds once again on that Mamoswine, and we still got Yang, who will secure that Urshifu. So final few responses coming from T2. They will stick to what they've got previously. It will be the Glaceon once more.
Glaceon and Venusaur, is this really the option? And it is. Glaceon, Venusaur, final two picks for T2. One different outlook for two teams that have had so much similarities, and here they are being pit in a battle to the very end. The Espeon final pick for MYS. The stage is set, people. We're about to witness the most legendary 10 minutes of this ACL final. This is one for the books, regardless of the ending.
That's right. It will go down in history to see which team will prevail here in this full game of 5 matches to be played out. And now we're looking at Night Mew Foxy, despite not securing the Mew in hand. We'll switch over onto the Espeon, ampling their effectiveness when it comes down to the team fight of the Psychic Solaire to be thrown right in. But can they still have what it takes to deal with all these long-range trades? Because we've got Haruta as well as Ruin, both of the Solar Beam of their own. And that is quite the pressure when it comes down to all these objectives where they could just snatch it from afar. And it's just the calm before the storm. And here we go into Taya Skyroads.
One final game. Let this moment sink in just for a bit. We might not have time to catch our breath for the next 10 minutes. For MYS, they have come a long way. We are focused so much on history being made in the name of High Five, but this is one of those moments without High Five. Ladies and gentlemen, it's game number 5 in the semifinals. T2 against MYS. Could never have guessed that we would actually have this as a reality.
One of the best ones being played so far, and I guess there will be a little bit more of a wait before we get ourselves into the take of action. But
yeah,
we see the major differences here being, of course, the Blastoise and Trevenant pick coming in from both lot. And then how much can this Mew actually offer and supplement the prevalent damage that this Venusaur had brought to the table for the past couple of games for T2. But then again, when it comes down to AoE, I'm not too certain whether or not if having just the Blissey itself will be allowing this Venusaur to sustain enough.
That definitely is a point of concern for T2. Just to give you guys an update, there was a player audio issue, so we are getting that resolved right now. Luckily, luckily it's something that can be fixed in a short period of time, so do bear with this. We went through quite a wait for game number 4. That one was worth it. I don't mind waiting just for a while for this decided match.
Yeah, like good things always come to those who wait, they say.
It does.
So having that final pick, we see Espeon rising in popularity as well. Like,
oh, yes.
When it comes down to her Unite move, it's just so impactful when it comes down to 5v5 settings yet again, where I just can't stress this enough. Like, it's kind of like two sides of a coin, right? Like one side of T2, they want to just overwhelm them with that burst of damage in order to not only secure objectives, but to look for targets like what we saw Nightmare Foxy on this Expion, which these are very squishy targets. No matter if you have a playable around the corner, this damage can actually overwhelm them, and especially going into Rayquaza fight, you even saw how many times Nightmare Foxy have been able to pull players back when you have that Mew on board.
And we've seen how, I believe the first game you have that Solar Beam steal, or second game on the Rayquaza, and that came from Ruin, the Venusaur. Imagine having two. That's something that I think T2 has been doing really well. You chip away at the health bar of MYS before the fight even starts from these long-range abilities. Now you double that. Something that MYS will have to take into account.
That's right, and especially back in Game 1 as well as Game 2. Now it sounds like it's feels like a long time coming, where the way that T2 has been able to have very clean executions, especially on those critical moments, on those rates of how they steal all these objectives, is probably one of the highest that we've seen so far in the ACL finals. So
yeah,
in this series alone, I believe it was like, what, 3 to 4 objectives that they've been able to acquire in such a manner?
Yeah, and we are seeing kind of the peak of these two teams. These two teams with chess so many times that they have so many things in common in how they approach the early to late game, early to mid game, and they've done it so many times, but the nature of competition, one has to become the victors. But we are seeing a lot still kind of sided towards MYS, at least when we talk about objective security for the three Regis at the bottom side and the Reggie and Lecky. Sure, you can argue Rayquaza is what's more important, but we just saw MYS stop a Rayquaza win.
Yeah.
So that is really huge.
That itself is never before seen in a lot of all these competitions, and for MYS to be able to reach through the shield, it really is something that is very much coordinated on how they've been able to go in for the reset. Thankfully, the timer was just about enough for them to do so.
Oh yeah, I mean, I kind of wish that I'm lucky, I'm happy that we get this this time to wait and catch our breath a bit, because I'm trying to get that game 4 out of my head. The players definitely have to, and you can kind of see the relief from MYS's face, but you are seeing the tension build up for T2. That was a sure win. Now they have to play one more match. So I think the ball is in T2's court. How can they handle this? We're back in the game. Game 5, and this time we are really going to be in the thick of it.
That's right. Yemu quickly goes in for a home run if he can. That's where quick 6-pointer will be scored by Team MYS. And to see whether or not can they actually steal a couple more of all these wild Pokemon away. T2 answers back to the 4, where we'll see a little bit more of that stability, and Ruin is just going for it despite not really having enough of the health bars to do so. And that is enough members in terms of advantage for T2 to be able to reap more of these rewards. Still very much early, where we're still looking at the game plan. You're looking for Team MYS to have this cup food to eventually skill up, and in fact, it's already evolved to an version.
A lot of crowd control on that top lane as well. You have both, just now it was Rebongs, it was the Mammoth Swine, I believe, and the War Turtle. A bit of a lane swap. They brought Urshifu up top. Now he's going to rotate back into his own jungle. MYS trying to just sneak in those points. T2 able to stop it, at least for now. You see MYS getting that very minor lead. You see a Trevenant, well, you see Supercell trying to go for the invade. And get the steal. Doesn't find it. Yang cannot really catch up just yet, but actually clips him with a knock-up at the very end. Now backup coming from MYS. Supercell.
So dangerous.
Passive has expired. He's just trying to buy as much time as possible. That's not going to be it. Yemu draws the first KO.
First knockout of the game, and this is on Yang as well. More of that experience points being channeled throughout, and this will just give them more and more of that advantage. Yang is already hitting level 7 really soon. Just need one more camp to do so. Haruda because it's got to find quick ways to evolve into a Venusaur before they could basically have ample amount of damage to offer alongside this Mew. And also not forgetting this Glaceon that will be the one that packs the biggest punch.
T2 banking on Team MYS, trying to score cheeky points, but you just look at both teams, so cautious in this final game, not wanting to make mistakes. Team MYS bringing Yan down to the bot side. We're getting ready for the first Reggie scuffle. Froggy losing a lot of that health bar. Rebounds is charging forward. Meanwhile, it's going to be Yemo against Haruda in the top side. Yemo does have that level advantage, able to push Haruda back as well. Both teams gathering at the Reggies.
That's actually important because that will stop Haruda from getting anywhere close into the first Reggie, which will be a Reggie steal. Now Ajin's moving directly into the target. Supercell coming in with the hammers as well.
And just knock out Reggie steal, courtesy of him. Supercell, he is not with his team. Eject button coming up from Foxy. Supercell still has so much health.
Wow!
And it's going to be Ruin alongside Kobachi getting that KO. Team MOS forced to give away the Reggie steal.
It's not completely out of the count just yet. Rebounds have reset it, and this is where they see a gap, an opening, and Rebounds. He's trying to open more room, and he's going for it.
Supercell keeping them at bay! Oh, Foxy! What a hero for MYS, getting that objective. They got the KO on Supercell as well. MYS putting in an opening statement. And meanwhile, Yemu has just evolved into Blastoise. That's going to be a 1-point dunk. But Team YS getting the objective bot side. Huge opening.
Everything going according to the plan for Team MYS, where you saw how much Yemu has done all by himself over on the top side, and this itself is paying dividendly 20 more points before they can basically shut off the very first gate of the top lane itself. So the goal zones, both sides, are slowly being breached over. T2, they got to hold the line. We're looking at the Trevenant invading into the central zones, and perhaps that might just be a little bit of a surprising factor. And MYS, they're just going to be able to congregate as well in the central.
Rebounds just took that experience from Haruda as well. He's been spending almost 3 minutes just trying to catch up in experience. Yemu is doing so much worse. He just broke the first goal. T2 will be able to get a couple of returns on that bot side, breaking the first goal in that bot lane on the side of Team MYS. But MYS just got the Reggie Elect Descent, trying to escort it to crash on the second goal zone on the top lane.
They've already overcapped the first goal zone, and this time around, the Regieleki may not actually hold as much value, which is why the rest of MYS is looking for invades instead. And they're wrapping it all the way down bottom, where Foxy will be stopped, but here comes the cavalry.
A lot of damage onto Froggy, but they're trying to get Hobachi away from that goal zone. Supercell comes in, good wood hammer, but the damage not enough! Oh, Yemu! You do it again! Hydro Typhoon, baby! Team MYS got it! That's the first goal zone. Cap it in, Foxy! You beauty!
208 points, just like that. T2, they tried to answer back, but this Blastoise is in the way. Another Reggie still will be secured, and the rest of MYS, they're scaling out of control, but Ruin wants to ruin their day. And this is where Foxy holds down the line as well. No more objectives to take, and they're taking this battle.
Rebounds pins Arjun into the wall. Supercell, not enough this time. T2, do you feel the desperation from the East Asian second seed? They cannot get any KOs. Team MYS slowly regaining their health. Froggy topping them up. MYS healthy as ever.
And they just kept basically running back. This is an Ultra Saiyan comp that they could not deal with. And perhaps T2 may have actually regretted the decision of letting through that Blastoise when they could have actually taken it for themselves. It may not have worked out back in game 4, but they needed a little bit more damage. They traded it off, so it's really down to all these objectives once more. T2 has got to prioritize again, because these fights are really not favoring them at all.
But for T2 supporters, it is not done just yet. We still have Rayquaza. We still have the final stretch. 1 more minute until we reach critical mass for both teams. Woodhammer,
slow.
Not enough to keep T2 MYS pinned down. Again, Rayquaza flip is a key for T2 to finally cap off the series with a win. We start with the Reggie Lecky dance. MYS waiting for Foxy to join. Reggie Ilecki down to less than half health. Only Rebound getting control with the wood hammer. No more cooldowns on T2. But it's MYS. They
steal
steal
it
it.
again.
They are stealing everything from T2. You feel the stranglehold getting tighter and tighter.
And this is what vengeance looks like. First few games, everything was snatched away from MYS. This is where T2 gets a taste of their own medicine. But despite them securing that Ilecki, Hibachi could easily stop this as well. This is only meant for them to stall time where they buy enough room for another Registeel. Remember this, triple stack of the Registeel provides them so much attack speed as well as damage as well.
And I want all of us to do an exercise. Breathe in deeply. We are ready for the final stretch. Rayquaza, Rebound, leading the charge. Supercell taking contact. MYS taking this very slow. No need to do too much. Double Solar Beam. That is not something to joke around. They're trying to keep T2 at bay. Foxy making sure that he's on the edge. Rebound's the only one in front, but uh-oh, Foxy, careful. You get a pause at a very, very crucial moment at Rayquaza.
And we're just looking at Rebounds doing this push and pull momentum where he's just hoping to bait out any form of targets out there and hoping that we'll see one Unite move to be burned off at 12. Now, we also gotta keep in mind, MYS could not afford to soak in too much damage, and they are there to hope that they could just secure that Rayquaza. And back towards your point, that double Solar Beam might be the biggest game changer, and which is why MYS, they're taking their sweet time, but how much more time before somebody goes in for a back half?
It makes these bushes uninhabitable. So you can basically check the bushes by shooting a Solar Beam at it, and you get to whittle down the health of anyone who's in it. And so far, even though T2 are in a position where they need to take the Rayquaza, but they need to get through MYS, and it's not easy though. The good thing is we have pokes, and we do have an update for the pause. It's a bit of a lag on the side of MYS, and we do not want this to ruin this very important moment for MYS where they have control of the game, so we will have that fleshed out before we go back in.
Yeah, and I think like now you also assess the positioning as well. You see the rest of T2 is also playing from that northern terrain itself where there is enough spacing created, but do they have enough to eventually reach through the walls that is going to separate them before they get their hands onto that Rayquaza then, right? Like, surely you're looking at the Venusaur as well as the Mew to be coming in from far area of proximity, but the rest has to jump through. The rest of these members of T2 need to close the gap. And how are they supposed to do that when you have this Mammoth just zoning them completely?
And we've been seeing Rebounds just doing it all on his own. He has Froggy healing up the rest of his team, and he goes back to the Clefable for that heal when needed. But aside from that, you are seeing, you know, this Mammoth Rebound is constantly putting his body forward, charging into enemy lines and making sure that he's soaking enough damage, but not enough to get KO, but enough to stop T2 from kind of breaching through that first line of defense. And I know it's a very, very tense moment, especially if you're an MYS fan right now, because as much as they are in the lead, we all know what Rayquaza can do. I know MYS has done an iron defense. It's a guarantee it's going to be the same.
It may not actually be the same as well, and then when we look into the way that the formations are being held, it is very much easily reached once they both have a certain line of focus when it comes down to how T2 wants to play their cards right, because you see a wide area of separation, and that's where if they did not find the same from an angle to also congregate as well, then it might just be punctured right through. So there are a lot of opportunities that T2 can find that opening to turn it all around. And of course, pressure is definitely on the side of MYS. So question is, how long can they hold this superior position for time being?
Yeah, this is going to be a very tense moment. I mean, for both teams, MYS, the tempo, you got to find a way to maintain it mentally. You know, the pressure is building up as well. For T2, it's a good time to really exercise, do that breathing, you know, assess what can be done. We only have 1 minute and 45 seconds left in that game. The last one for one of these teams in the, for a chance to get into the grand finals as well. As you can see, our admins are doing their very best to resolve that issue on the side of Team MYS. At the end of the day, and being caught in this position, it is definitely going to be a very stressful one.
Indeed, it is very stressful, especially when you go back into the game itself. You immediately need to quickly assess which are your target of focus once more, because some of them don't really have clear vision onto the rest of the Pokemons. So
Oh yes.
doesn't matter if you're on T2 side or if you're on Team MYS, like, this is where you have to realign that form of priority yet again, because you got to be very quick and snappy on who you gotta get first.
I mean, MYS, they've done so much. This is right before the finishing line. It would be a catastrophe to not cross it after all those work. I can only imagine kind of the how MYS is assessing this right now. It's definitely not easy, but at the end of the day, it is, you know, it is how you kind of manage that composure. Something that Team MYS have time and time again been working on. You know, giving each of the team members their responsibility to not only make decisions but also kind of talk to one another in these moments. And it's an exercise that has been helping them out pretty well. But of course, it's still, you know, an understatement to how immense this pressure is.
We see Rebounds giving an okay sign. Is that going to be a green light for us to continue? It may just seem to be the case, but first we'll get our own confirmation in a short moment in time. And once again, you take a look at the journey of this entire series. MYS, 2 minutes away from completing perhaps a reverse sweep here in the series.
Oh yes.
It could potentially be the case, and they will not allow this moment to be ruined. Well, first, we still have plenty of time to also look into how this could be done according to the plan of MYS, because they have the damage output, but it wasn't a burst damage per se. Sure, they may have actually stolen Elegi and the Registeel right down on each respective lanes. This itself is a different ball game when it's directly centered into the middle, where every Pokemon would have crystal clear access to it.
And isn't it? It's not just, you know, how we've gotten to this stage and this objective taken by MYS, but we're also looking at potential reverse sweep plus history being made, where you have MYS so close being that make that statement, taking out T2, right? Second seed from East Asia, and this is a team that when we made that comparison, both MYS and T2 have taken games off of high five. So we know the caliber of the squad. But when we talk about history, it is definitely more significant when we look at SCA taking down a region as strong as East Asia.
That's right, and T2, they are looking calm and collected as always, and we still see some smiles. So that's a good sign coming in from the team hailing from East Asia. Whereas, of course, they are here to deny any form of opportunity for Team MYS. 2 chances is more than enough, and now this is that golden opportunity. And this is their composition designed to make this deal happen, designed to go in for that Raid Plaza. And, well, it's really down to that 2-minute mark of what else can happen from here on. And T2, I think that they've already got this game plan all being set. It's really boiling down to how they execute it overall. And they've been playing around all these form of skill shots they've been able to land, where you just have 2 cannons aimed directly, a couple towards rebounds as well as Night View Foxy for sure. But later on, when the rest of MYS decides, hey, I want to secure this Raid Plaza of my own, then that is where they got to ensure the cooldowns are off and the spells are available for them to utilize in order to secure it for T2.
You can see on the screen right now, it's just the admin making final confirmations with Team MYS. And they are lock and loaded. We might be fully ready to jump back into that last minute and 45 seconds. And last we saw the teams on the screen, Team MYS, despite it being in the lead and having control of Rayquaza are actually in danger as well, right? Foxy out of position and he was taking a heap of damage, but there's a lot of deliberation that needs to go through MYS's head, and those split-second decisions, this is where they put that to the test, see if they can mitigate this unfortunate delay. T2 looking to take advantage of it. It's not going to be easy, but players pretty much ready. We're going to be back to Greedent. Is this the present for MYS?
It might just be it.
Is this a lucky charm?
Where we've seen so many of all these massive Greedent plays earlier throughout the course of Southeast Asia as well as East Asia in their own respective leagues. And, you know, like, it's been pretty fun to see how these teams approach Greedent in such a different manner as compared to, you know, the traditional ones.
Yeah.
And you know what? I hope one day, one fine day in the future, we'll get to see, you know, Lickitung to be involved.
You get to see, there it is. Oh, Froggy! Oh, careful!
We're back in the game, baby, and we're already seeing knockouts. 2 members down from MYS.
MYS, 8 seconds, 13 for Foxy. Can you buy time? T2 slowly working on Rayquaza. They are the one on the clock, and here they come. Rebound straight in. Unite mode! They found it! MYS, they got the KOs! But T2 get Rayquaza. Is this it? Can they stop history? Ruin, you want to get in? 100 points at the bottom. Not enough just yet. They stop the shields. MYS, iron defense. They are still holding on.
20 more points for them to go and a little bit more for T2. But where is that gap? They need to stop Able right now. Ajin trying to break through the defense and they have to find it. And look at the Clefable.
Yeah, Froggy is going for it. Rebound! Oh my goodness, rebound! You are a shield for MYS. Put up the bulwark. T2, they want this done. MYS, they have done it. They are so close. Can T2 get the dunk? Rebounds, still doing it. Froggy by his side. Foxy coming back. Everyone from MYS doing their best. History is in the making. MYS are so close. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. MYS have done it. They have done it. They go to grand finals.
Team MYS have completed what they came here for. A reversal to take out T2. The East Asia second seed will be defeated, but they will be able to still have their heads held high for such a game displayed throughout the course of the best of 5. 2 times to the Rayquaza, 2 times denied that opportunity to score, and MYS has that unbelievable defense to pull through and are your first finalists.
Heartbreaks on the side of T2. They have come so far. They came here looking for revengeance. They came here looking to represent home soil and put East Asia on the map. Sure, we have high 5, but T2 came with their own narrative, with their own story to tell, and they were so close. They led the series 2-0. Game 3, impeccable play from MYS, contesting Rayquaza. Game 4, MYS, brick wall. And Game 5, MYS were the immovable object. Against all odds, we had these unfortunate delays. MYS lost 2 members at the Rayquaza fight. Lost Rayquaza and still mounted a defense that was impenetrable. Even T2 couldn't do it. We talk about how this is going to be a moment of history. Remember this moment, ladies and gentlemen. Remember when the second seed of SCA took down the second seed of East Asia.
With their own iron will and grit, determination, they've pulled through. And it's a glimpse of what we saw yet again in Game 4. This time around, Froggy was the one to seal the deal, putting the final few corners where the rest of T2 have rushed onto each respective goal zone, could not penetrate through to the top side, lost their shield, went down to the bottom. All 4 members stacked. And you see Yemu, Rebounds, they were there holding on for dear life. And this is what Pokemon United is all about.
This is what
Having
Pokemon Unite is all
everyone
about.
together to pull out victories.
What a Cinderella ending. Team MOS, the unity of the team. Again, cannot emphasize enough, this reverse sweep will accompany us to bed tonight, especially MYS. A nightmare for T2, but definitely a glorious finish for MYS, and you definitely got to feel for T2. Their journey not ended just yet. They still have the 3rd placement match to play, but the heartbreak, that is something that they need to overcome, because they will be facing off against the defeated team, Team Rise against High Five. You guys can't see this, but behind the scenes, you can feel kind of the somber Rebounds giving a hug to the defeated of T2. This is the series. They will miss out the Grand Finals entry. But there's still more work to be done for T2. There is still that East Asia region responsibility.
Yeah, I really gotta commend them and applaud them for the sportsmanship being displayed from both ends of the party as well, on them offering the highest level of performance, and of course, massive amount of respect being given for one another as well.
Oh yes.
In many of all these instances, MYS really took control on that early game, especially when it came down to objectives. We saw MYS finding room to steal off one Registeel as well as an Eleki, and then it came down boiling to the last stretch where we saw every member of T2 committing, hoping to break through the defense of Foxy and Rebounds, and they have done it.
It's an iron shoe. This goes back to the old saying, it's not over until it's over. It's how you finish. You can start great, but the finisher in favor of Team MYS. And today is the day that I think MYS can finally say they have overcame their demons. They've overcame what has stopped them throughout the entire ACL finals. They were stopped in the grand finals of SCA. They were stopped against High Five. But here they are, finally putting that foot, cutting the ribbon of the finishing line. Let the celebration sink in for MYS.
You would just love to put this on repeat. All
Yeah.
that effort, all came down to that very few moment, and it's just unbelievable they've done it twice. On round 4 itself, it was already jaw-dropping, and now, of course, this will be the reality. Your team, Team MYS, will go through to be the first grand finalist as we take a look at the bracket of the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Finals.
And I just want to say that, heed this, okay? This isn't the grand finals yet. If you tune in and you think that this is the grand finals, oh boy, I have some news for you.
We still got a long day.
We still got a long day. This is just the first best of 5. MYS seated in the grand finals, waiting for the winners between High Five and Rise, which will come after this. Whereas for T2, they will have some time to recompose themselves to face off against a team that falls in the next best of 5 for the 3rd place finish. But overall, you know, it's again heartbreaking that they've come so far and still not able to earn that rematch against High Five, and to be stopped by Team MYS. You really feel that heartbreak that T2 is going through. MYS, they get to take a little break. High Five and Rise is coming up.
That's right, and with that being said, I believe that we will definitely have a little bit more room to discuss how epic this was.
Yeah.
But for now, I believe that Professor Flavor has a lot to say about that series, so let's head over to our dear host.
Thank you very much to Contrast Husky for this amazing commentary. And of course, we're here for the interview session, and I'm joined in by Nightmare Foxy from Team MYS. Congratulations to you and your team for that amazing win. It was a huge, I would dare say that was one of the best series being witnessed here at the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. And what was going through your mind? How is the team feeling right now for over the big sweep?
I guess we're going to the finals. So High Five better watch out, I guess. And anything is possible. Even though it might seem like we are at a loss, anything impossible. What we went through just now, talking to our teammates, we were like, we can do giving 1 point and taking 2 points in the playoff stage. Now let's do it bigger. Let's give 2 points and take 3 points.
Those are some fighting words over there. So here's the thing. I believe that it must have been a very tough situation for you. You lost your first 2 matches, and what was going through the team's mind when it comes to Game 3, knowing that you don't have a choice, you have to win every single match to make it a full reverse sweep for your side?
It might seem tough, but we reminded each other to be calm, and that's about it. We don't really care if we are losing, but we're going to take every opportunity we can win to win this tournament.
Yep, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, for MIS. And of course, last question for you guys is, anything you want to say to all your fans out there who are supporting you, not just for those who are currently at the venue, but those who are actually watching back at home?
For every win, we hear your voices. We are going for the champions. Thank you all.
Enough said, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations once again. You are our first grand finalist here. So congratulations and all the best in your future match. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're not done yet. After this, we're going to be witnessing our second semifinals. It is going to be Team High Five versus with Team Rise.
Thank you so much, Professor Flavor. And of course, welcome back to the Caster's Desk. We're going to give Husky and Contra a bit of a break because they had a phenomenal series, but that means you're going to be stuck with us for a little bit. My name is Danalee, and of course, joining me is the wonderful JJ Kun as we are getting ready to cast the next greatest game today, which is going to be High Five going up against Rise.
Right, and you know, before we get into the High Five and Rise, I would just love to say that that has been one of the most hypest game that I've seen in my entire casting career. MYS defending their goals from the Great Wall, putting up the Great Wall against T2. They don't need Rayquaza in order to win, and that is something, that is a lesson that every team should learn.
I think the lesson JJ is trying to say is keep defending your goal zones. You really don't know if the game is completely over. And I think that's an amazing message that, you know, even us regular players are going to have to take into consideration. Because sometimes you think like, oh, they got the Rayquaza, the game is over. No.
No, it's not yet.
No,
not yet.
Absolutely not.
We don't have the Zapdos anymore. We're playing the Rayquaza. So that's the thing.
Thanks, JJ. Now, JJ, I think we do need to prepare for our next upcoming matchup, right? It's High Five going up against Rise, and we've got two teams that have different journeys going into the tournament so far. We have High Five, who are arguably the favorites to win the entire tournament, currently undefeated in every series played. They have lost a couple games, but they haven't lost outright. Whereas for Rise, it's the team that's literally been rising in Southeast Asia. They've knocked out Renaissance. They even beat out MYS. And so I guess this is going to be their biggest challenge now. Can they beat High Five?
Yes, indeed. You know, I just have to agree with that. And here's the thing, right? For Rise, the biggest hurdle to winning this tournament would probably be High Five. And if they do defeat High Five, I think it's not impossible for them to take the entire tournament.
Well, that's what I was thinking, because could you imagine, okay, let's assume that Rise, they are able to take this series against High Five. Then our grand final match would end up being Rise going up against MYS. And if you go back to the Southeast Asian finals, Rise actually beat MYS.
Right.
So we've got a bit of a dynamic here between all of the teams, but of course we do need to find out who is going to the grand final from this match alone.
Right. So earlier on, we already saw that MYS is going to be on the grand finals. Now the second contender will be
determined in this match. And as you can see right now on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, High Five is on the screen with Mew in their hands. I wonder what that means then.
I think that's scary because we've seen teams that have plushies
Right.
win.
Yeah,
We
so
saw
here's the
that in
thing,
the
like,
last game.
that might be the winning factor here. That might be the win con here. You must have a plushie in
Hang
order
on.
for you to get the winning buff.
I was going to ask them, but we're off on the screen here. We've got Rise on the stage, or they will be coming to the stage. I'm so excited to see these two teams play. I want to see, is it going to be a case of, David versus the Goliath? Is it going to just be High Five doing their usual shenanigans? Are we going to be seeing surprises? Because it's a best of 5 series, right? Best of 5s are vastly different from best of 3s because you have more opportunities to adapt, to learn, to change your drafting style, and it even allows for a little bit more room for cheese, which we haven't really seen so far.
I mean, that is literally what MYS showed us earlier, right? T2 was already ahead 2-0, and then MYS, just after that, adjusted and learned from their mistakes from the first 2 games and just swept T2 reverse.
Well, I don't know. I feel like they kind of just went into like the maintenance closet, just like whipped out the broom. They're like, all right, guys, let's go. They're going to sweep out this entire series. And they did. And they did it in such a spectacular fashion as well. So, I mean, for MYS, I'm pretty sure these guys really just want to relax.
Right.
Sit down,
I mean, at this
watch
point.
the games. Yeah.
At this point.
I don't know what else you'd really want to do. Maybe have lunch because it was a very long series for them as well.
And I hope you guys as well, watching from home, have taken your lunch or maybe your dinner or breakfast wherever you are in the world watching right now. YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and everywhere else. We see you guys, and please keep on giving your supports towards our players.
Yes, we are going to be highlighting a little bit of High Five here, and then we will be looking at Rise. We've got the draft statistics here for High Five alone. And as for picks, they do love to pick up that Urshifu for BKZ. He has been more or less the dedicated Urshifu player for this team. We haven't seen them flex this pick so far, whereas for Delphox, it's mostly been in the hands of Z-Ray, and we've seen how strong he can be on this Pokemon.
No, yeah, for sure. But moving over as well, right? There's going to be more here. We have the Delphox, there's the Eldegoss, we have the Scissor Scyther, and of course, the Blissey. But with that being said, I think even though these are the Pokemon that they've always been picking, we haven't seen them, drafting different Pokemons as well. And then we know, at the same time, right? I believe, right, if given the chance, right, given High Five, if they are given these Pokemon, I think Rise is going to have a very hard time picking a draft that can go against High Fives. But in that case, though, what do you think then would Rise need to do in terms of like the drafting to go against High Five?
That's a good question, right? Because up until this point, nobody has figured out what the solution is to High Five. Like, what is the best strategy, how to really break this team down, because High Five, up until this point, they have probably the most unique play style up until this point.
Right.
And no one's really been able to contest it. MYS probably being the closest contender up until this point.
From day one.
But aside that, High Five, they have just dominated every single opponent. I think, I'm just thinking, what is the solution? Let's think about it while we talk about Rise first, because we do have Rise's statistics on the screen. And as you can see right now, I think we've got almost a complete composition here for the squad, right? We always know that EO and Axew are going to be piloting the Glaceon and Delphox, that they ran to great success in the Southeast Asia final. We know that Necro plays a amazing Aegis Slash. And then, of course, Snorlax has just done so much work for this team as well, if they're not able to get access to the Aegis Slash. Or Blastoise. Blastoise is another Pokemon that we saw Necro pick up the past couple weeks, and he has had a lot of success with that as well.
No, yeah, with that being said as well, I would love to just add into that we've seen, right, Necro play yesterday against Marcos Gaming, right? Play with the Trevenant, which allowed them to allow Necro to be the initiator, and therefore just enable the rest of the teams there, just to put up free damages.
Yeah, I think at this point, Trevenant is maybe going to be a mainstay for Necro because it really
Right.
fits his style of play, right? He's the frontliner for the team, he's the main sort of initiator, and he's really trying to draw attention away from Eeyore and Axeq, right? That's going to be your backline attackers. I am wondering if Rise are maybe going to pull a fast one on High Five today because they have played a pretty predictable style up until this point, and we know that High Five, we've seen them be able to overcome a lot of different play styles. They can deal with the tank composition. They're fine with dealing with backcapping. They're fine with the double attacker comps. So we haven't really seen them struggle against any sort of style. So maybe Rise come in and be like, all right, the night beforehand, doing your homework, guys, we're going to whip out this Pokemon. They're not going to expect it. What could it be? And speaking of, what compositions haven't we seen in Southeast Asia, or at least Asia in general? Because something I do want to kind of talk about is, you know, we haven't seen a lot of Comfy. We saw
Right.
this Pokemon be a huge enabler in the UCS, and I feel like teams in Southeast Asia, they're not really utilizing this Pokemon to its full potential because it enables your standard Pokemon to go above and beyond, right? You're thinking things like Tyranitar, Urshifu,
Right.
just the two Pokemon that can go absolutely ham with the support of a Comfy.
No, yeah, for sure. You know, these are like the Pokemon that you have just mentioned, right? Are usually the Pokemon that we do get to see on other regions, not in East Asia,
Yeah,
not in
yeah.
Southeast Asia, but on regions outside of Asia. And yes, it is definite as well that we do. You know, the players in Asia plays a little bit differently, but at the same time, you know, we at least get to see how they pit off against each other, you know, in East Asia and South Asia. But I think, as you have mentioned, these players right now, especially on the side of Rise, right, they need to do something that hasn't been or isn't commonly done in
Yeah.
Asia, but that is something that they can actually control. Because if they are just going to be, you know, maybe trying out different meta or different kind of composition, if they cannot control it, it would just put them on a huge risk.
You know what? I'm kind of going to throw this out here. So for anyone that didn't tune into the broadcast, I think it was like 3 or 4 weeks ago during the Southeast Asia group stage. So I remember asking Eeyore on the set of Rise, you know, like, are there any teams outside of Asia that you
Right.
take inspiration from, that you are inspired by? And guess who he mentioned?
Right.
Talibobo.
Talibobo.
So it makes me
believers
wonder.
From Europe.
Yes, so it makes you wonder, are we maybe going to see some strats inspired by
Might
Talibobo today? Because I kind of feel like if you're going to pull something out, it's got to be something different
Right.
out of the box that teams in Asia haven't
Wouldn't
really
know.
practiced for. And I feel like this might be the move. But again, we don't know. I hope the players are not listening to me because I'm a terrible coach. But it's a guess.
No,
It's
yeah,
a
here's the
guess.
thing as well, right? We've seen the difference of the NA, North American and European composition and meta gameplay, right? The difference of those gameplays towards the Asian games, and I guess that also reasons out why they were able to win, you know, first and second place as well in the WCS. But of course, we're just gonna be focusing here now, and if we do get to see a little bit of like a change of a meta gameplay here for Rise, maybe as you have mentioned, maybe inspiring of Talibobo believers from Europe, then I think High Five is going to have a difficult time here, given that, you know, Asia's meta gameplay here is, you know, it's kind of different and kind of different than that of the regions outside of Asia.
Yeah, now please don't take what I say as truth. I'm just sort of figuring out, you
Yeah.
know, what could Rise be doing. I'm just scared someone out there's gonna be like, oh my gosh, they're gonna be playing like Taliban. I was like, no, it might not be like that. But it's something that we need to consider, right?
Right.
Because you go home, you'll Rise, you qualified for the finals day,
Right.
and you've got to figure out strats. And your opponent is High Five. I
Right.
feel like you've really got to dig down to the bottom of the barrel to figure
Right.
out, okay, how are we gonna deal with this team?
No,
and
yeah.
there's also the factor that High Five might even have their own strats hidden. So you can't even prepare for that until it actually happens.
Right, no, yeah, for sure. Again, High Five, they have had experience of all the different meta gameplay in Asia. They have counters for all and every composition in Asia. And as you have mentioned, they might have still been keeping something from us that we still don't know that they are keeping up until the finals, you know, of the Pokemon UNITE Asia Champions League.
Right. Now, I do want to remind all of our viewers, firstly, thank you so much for being patient with us as we do get this game ready. We are currently in a situation where we are having some audio issues with one of the teams, so we are unable to get the game started yet, but we will let you know as soon as it's ready, or it might just pop up. We kind of don't know when that game will begin, but thank you so much, all of you, for being extremely patient with us. We've had a couple of issues so far, but we do appreciate all of you for your patience and tuning in for these amazing games. I mean, I think I'd stick around, especially after that first series.
No, yeah, for sure. I think that is the most appropriate game to start off the day.
I thought it was the best game to start the day.
No, yeah, for sure. Like, yes, there may have been some hiccups, but at the end of the day, those kinds of games are the games that we want to see. And obviously, I know you guys, especially those who are watching at home and those who are currently in Battle Arena, I'm pretty sure everyone wants to see a Game 5, including us.
Well, we saw one Game 5, so yeah, can we get a Game 5 between High 5 and Rise? But for that to happen, I think a lot of impossibilities are going to have to happen, right? Yeah, like Rise is going to have to somehow beat High 5 twice.
Right.
After that, High 5 are going to have to beat Rise twice, which I think is something that is very likely to happen. But to pull that Game 5,
it's going to be very difficult. It's going to be second to impossible, given how High 5 has been dominating, you know, the entirety of the region. And likewise, as we have mentioned, right, Rise's biggest threat right now is High 5.
Yeah.
And if they do
wait, you need to rephrase that. Everyone's biggest rival right now.
There we go. There we go. And it's just that Rise is the one being the opponent of High 5 right now, right? And if they do get over High 5, again, as I have mentioned earlier, they might just be able to win the entire tournament.
Maybe, right?
That is a huge morale boost.
Well, that was the thing. We have this theory crafting, like what happens if High 5 gets beaten by Rise, you know? Is it going to be T2? Is it going to be Rise? I mean, it was going to be crazy, right?
Right.
There was the theory craft that, okay, if Rise beats High 5, is it going to be T2 or is it going to be MYS as their opponent? If it was T2, we saw like yesterday, T2 beat Rise 2-0.
Right.
But if it was going to be Rise versus MYS, then they have also beaten MYS. So it sort of comes in full circle, you know, like what's really going to be the result of that grand final match. But we do need to firstly find out whether it's going to be Rise or High 5. I think we've spoken quite a lot about Rise, so I think we should pivot over here to High 5 to talk about this team in particular, you know, like why are they the kings of Asia right now? Like why they're so strong? What makes them so dominant and stand out from the rest of the competition?
No, yeah, for sure, you know. High 5 here, as we have mentioned earlier, and even in the previous broadcast and yesterday as well, right? They have the counter to every and literal everyone here. They have been undefeated since the stage 1, stage 2, you know, they have not lost a single series up to this point, and I don't think it's going to stop.
Yeah, and I think they also did something pretty interesting in the league as well. So High 5 were actually one of the first teams, if not the first team actually, to really bring back Absol and Garchomp. They were the first teams in Asia of all the regions to actually pick these two Pokemon, and in the debut match for both of these Pokemon, it was crazy. You know, we really didn't know what to expect with this composition to begin with, featuring these two Pokemon, and it worked really, really well. So we might be seeing these Pokemon again. Maybe they're going to be picking up new Pokemon, because we did ask them as well, you know, especially with the new pouch, how they felt about it. They were, at the time, they were still exploring what the new patch was about, the good, the bad, but one thing that they did say was that they're confident in playing every Pokemon available if they have to. So it sort of goes to show how confident this team is. Speaking of which, unfortunately, we still cannot start the game, but we are going to go for a quick break. So as always, if you have to do anything, grab some snacks or go to the toilet, do so now, but make sure you're back in 5 minutes, because hopefully by then we'll be able to jump into our first game. welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Asia Champions League Finals here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia at Battle Arena. Now, JJ, I do believe we are just about ready to jump into our first game of the day. And if you aren't quite sure of the matchup, it's going to be High Five going up against Rise. It's a David versus Goliath matchup where we have the kings of Asia, I think at this point, High Five, that have been dominating East Asia and have dominated the competition here, going up against Rise, a team that is... Okay, I'm not saying some bad stuff about this team, but I do feel like when you compare the two teams side by side, I think a lot of people would say High Five is the stronger looking team.
Yeah, objectively speaking though, right? High Five has proved themselves again and again, and just going against the teams, right? Again, they haven't won, they haven't lost anything. They have been able to 2-0 pretty much everyone in the tournament, and just again, as you have mentioned, putting them side to side is just, there's a huge difference. So again, this is going to be a huge underdog story if Rise can rise up to High Five.
Yeah, and another thing I want to point out too is that I do believe these two teams, they do share a similar pool of Pokemon that they like to play. So we could be seeing some musical Pokemon where both the teams are sort of snatching Pokemon away from each other. It really depends on what is going to be the meta between these two teams, because I don't know if Rise and High Five have actually ever played against each other. And now looking at the band, it's going to be pretty typical here. Zacian band on the side of High Five, and we're going to be seeing Urshifu removed by Rise, and they're going to immediately lock in Eeyore's Glaceon.
Right, and just like that, Urshifu is already going to be taken out. You know, BKZ, we're not going to be seeing BKZ's Urshifu's BKZ. Sorry, BKZ's Urshifu. But with that being said though, Rise has been able to, you know, pick the Trevenant for Necro, as we have talked about earlier as well, right? Rise with Necro's Trevenant is the initiator for the team fights, allowing the others to just freely hit, and with Zoe going into that of the Eldegoss can just sustain them in the process. And likewise, there's going to be a lot of crowd control here, and in all honesty, you know, I think in this kind of composition coming from Rise, they are a little bit down low into the attacking side, but they're going to be going in for XQ's Espeon and of course Eeyore's Glaceon.
Alright, so Rise are going all in with the evolutions as the main sort of damage dealer. You've got your front line in Necro and Luna. You're going to have the Unite move there from the Wiggly to provide some extra protection on top of your squishies. One thing I am a little bit worried about here is that on the Espeon, Axeq is going to be a really vulnerable target, right? This Pokemon is not very mobile. It can very easily just get jumped on and deleted because of its very low health pool. Eeyore, I think he's got a bit more leeway because he normally goes for Icy Wind, right? So you've got that little dash as you use the Icy Wind to reposition. And if you look at on the other side, High Five have actually picked up a Garchomp here for BKZ. This is a very common pivot for him if he doesn't get that Urshifu. If you've got Xingdi playing on that Scyther, that's another way you can actually penetrate into the backlines to get these squishies. And now Z-Ray picking up this Venusaur, it's likely going to be a Beamersaur, the Solar Beam, which means firstly, it's a long-range move that can actually pierce into the backlines. You're not going to be safe behind Necro's Trevenant.
Right, but I just would like to talk about Rise's composition here, right? Like, they, I mean, looking at this, right, it's more or less like a balanced kind of composition, right, for Rise. But into High Five, I think Wushuan's Blissey just obliterates all the crowd control that Rise actually has. We have Trevenant with a Wood Hammer. We have Wigglytuff with either roll out or, you know, most probably going to be Sing, right? But we just won Safeguard. Right? Out for everyone. They're just going to be able to negate everything else. And Xingdi as well has full heal.
Yes, that is true, right? So it's going to be really tough to actually lock Xingdi down to begin with.
Right.
The only way I feel like you can get past him is maybe you can bait out the full heal, right? Make it as if you want to jump on top of him, feint it, have the full heal procced, and then he's going to be scared to re-engage. But then again, we also don't know, because right now, with the Blissey, it might be Safeguard. So you've got two full heals essentially because you have that protection. But we are jumping into the game here, JJ, so let's see what happens for both of the teams. We have a easy jungle here for the Glaceon for Eeyore, so no harassment coming out from High Five at all.
No, yeah, so finally, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, we're going to be heading into the game. Necro still wants to get in some scores here, and probably won't be able to see them invade once again. But going over to the top hat, which one with the Blissey here, you know, still trying to put in some scores here, trying to get some stacks, but I think they're going to get taken off here. Oh, no, not quite yet. Which one now at Blissey?
Yeah, so Ushan, I can understand you wanting to make that play. Sometimes you just have to get knocked out to get that level 4, right? Because if you're a chansey, you really can't do much in that top lane. So yes, maybe they've given something away to Eeyore, but now you've actually guaranteed your support will be able to run at full capacity. But I want to see what Blissey is. Is it going to be the soft-boiled, or is it actually going to be the safe guy? It's going to be the soft-boiled.
Soft-boiled Blissey, just to enable them to sustain themselves from team fight. But here comes some aggression coming in from Rise, putting up some damage. And this is the bad thing about High Five's composition. They might as well, you might as well say that they don't have the power to go against Rise in the early game, but into Rise, they need to capitalize on this. And very beautiful isolation coming in from BKZ just to allow Wushan to actually score in and get some stacks.
Well, here's the thing, right? Like, what's the threat to Wushan here? You're not even looking at the Trevenant. It's still, you know, it's still their first evolution. Does finally hit the Trevenant, so we're going to start seeing some wood hammers come out, or I believe it's going to be wood hammer.
There you go.
It will be. And
Isolated.
BKZ actually going back in and getting caught. That's going to be a free knockout for Eeyore, which also slows down the progression to Garchomp there for BKZ.
No, yeah, for sure. And Rise is, it looks like they really have done their homework. Still, in the early game, they're going to be able to answer back. Zoe's going to be taken down. It's going to be 1-for-1 trade, but the wood hammer is just allowing them to do more mobility, to to position themselves against High Five. Unfortunately, though, they still don't have enough follow-up damage to actually take them all out. And in just a bit, we're going to be seeing the second set of lane Bs, and likewise, soon thereafter would be the first set of major objectives.
But I do believe we're going to be seeing a big fight in that bottom lane, JJ, because we've got a lot of Pokemon actually grouping up here. And look at this, BKZ actually coming in from the backstab with the Dragon Rush. Going to be healed up there with all the soft-boiled eggs.
No,
but he
not
does
quite
finally
enough.
go down Axew in the middle of the fight there with the Psychic Solari. Catching multiple Pokemon, and 2 of High Five are currently going down. Z-Ray though, right on top of the Reggie. It's going to be Reggie Rock, a defensive buff for whoever's able to successfully grab this. And look at that, Eeyore zoning away High Five with his icy winds. Ikura still sitting in the front lines, just throwing out a couple of hits here and there, trying to burn them down with the Scold. Actually getting Axew. That's a misplay from Rise. They really can't afford to lose the evolutions, because that's the backbone of this team. That's the firepower.
Right. And here's the thing, right? They're going to be able to take down the Regibot anyway, and here they are just trying to put in some pressure. They're going to be able to take down Shinji as well. Ikura, are you going to be able to survive? Yes, they will, but at the same time, they're still going to be able to score in, but High Five will not let that happen. And here you go. Here comes some firepower coming in from Ray, putting in the Solar Beam Ray, and they're going to be able to take down one in the process. But with that being said, at the very least, while they are stopping them from the bottom pad, BKZ was able to take in the Regileggy up top and is now putting in more stacks.
Oh, and look at that, Eeyore actually having to unite over the wall. Thankfully, will be able to preserve himself and isn't taken out by that Scyther. I love the rotation there from High Five. They had just enough Pokemon to defend the bottom goal zone. They were able to take the Reggie up top, which also allowed BKZ to hit that Garchomp, right? He's hit the critical mass. He's still looking to get a couple more levels in, but at least he's fully evolved, and his Unite is now available, right? You want to have that Livid Outrage ready for the next major objective.
Especially
so far,
when you want
though,
to get in on the team.
yeah. So, okay, what's the game plan here for Rise, JJ? Because I think if we look at the two teams, late game, who are you leaning towards in terms of power spiking?
Okay, so if we're talking about power spiking, definitely the one with the better raw power would have to be High Five's composition. We have the Scyther with the Green Illusion Dive, we have Livid Outrage, we have the Verdant Anger as well. But if we're talking about technicality, I think Rise is the better option just because of the fact that they do have more crowd controlling power. So if and only if Necro can line them up properly, then everything else just falls apart.
Yeah, and do you think, I mean, that so far we can also see with this pick that's coming out from Rise, right? They're really doubling down on this bonus damage because we all know, right, Sing on Wigglytuff actually reduces the defensive stats of your opponents, meaning whoever's able to get those attacks in with the Sing debuff, you're dealing more damage than you normally would. And so far, I think High Five, they're taking a beating. Luckily for the Slowbro, able to just get on out of there, will be able to reset, but this is going to be a tense fight, JJ, who gets the execution.
And here you go, Red Shark's gonna be coming up once again, the second Red Shark of the game. Here comes Steven, Glacial said, Great Illusion that further, the Anger's gonna be popped up, limit out as well, and that's gonna be one down. Haifa's gonna be able to take down that Reggie Rock, but he's not gonna be stopping here. They're gonna be able to take down two in the process, and here is more. Are they going to be able to pressure them up? Ikura just pushing them away, putting down the Skull Throw, and destroying the first score goal in the process as they try to move down up the top path to get that Reggie Lecky next.
I love the play coming in from High Five, the fact that they use BKZ's Livid Outrage to zone away Eeyore, right? You cannot afford to get hit by that as a Glaceon. You are just far too squishy. And so because Eeyore wasn't really present for that fight at all, he wasn't able to contribute, he was busy backing away, meaning High Five were basically free to jump onto the rest of Rise. So I think going into these fights, Rise are going to have to be very mindful of the positioning for Eeyore because he needs to be in those fights. He has to land those full icy wins because him alongside AxeQ are really what makes this team work. And oh my goodness, we've actually lost the guard chop on High Five, and with the Alecki up top, it's going to be really hard for High Five to actually get into this fight. They might take some casualties trying to get this Alecki.
No, yeah, for sure. I thought that what Ikura did earlier was actually pretty great because it actually, spread it out Rise earlier. And unfortunately, 5-5 wasn't able to capitalize on that diversion made by Ikura. And right now, High-Five is having a hard time taking this Reggie like away from Rise, as Rise does have the positional and numbers advantage. And just like that, they're going to be able to take down this Reggie like away from High-Five. But do not fret, as High-Five still has the lead in terms of the points and likewise in terms of the XP.
Yeah, and that fight alone just goes to show how important it is. High Five are able to get the zoning on the right Pokemon, right? We saw that BKZ, once he's out of the picture, Eeyore is not afraid of anything. And he just went in and he deleted Z-Ray, right? The Icy Wind does so much damage, especially when it's left uncontested and boosted by a Wigglytuff.
Right, but we have to take note right now that the Reggie bottom is now up again, and it is going to be a Reggie Steel. One thing that High Five really needs, they have the power, and it will get boosted even further going into the Rayquaza fight. And here we go. Let's find out if High Five would be able to win against Rise here, as Rise has been rising up so much that they are going toe-to-toe against High Five, doing their homework. And here we go. Skullbro putting up some damage and debuffs. How are they going to be able to penetrate Rise in this situation?
There's a 3-point differential between the two teams, JJ, so it really can go anyone's way. A back cap could even be a possibility for either of these teams, right?
BKZ right now on the top path. Look at that.
Yep, so we see BKZ, but I'm not sure what the play is. I mean, he's still farming. Maybe he's trying to go for some more points to get ready, but Zoe needs to be very mindful.
Scyther up top right now, back cap in.
We're seeing two Pokemon very low on the side of Rise. Yeah, Xingdi doing his work in that top lane, but no one's down yet, JJ. We're still having a bit of a stalemate, but looks like they're finally going to go. But
Rise is low!
Rise is low. We've seen the Limit Outrage as well, but nobody, aside from Z-Ray, has actually gone down. Wushang with the Psychic Solari! Oh, AxeQ has done it on this Espeon! But the battle isn't over yet. Ikura's holding the fort.
Oh, that's 4 down for High Five! They might just be the Kingslayer right now, but then again, still just the first game, but they are going to be able to secure this Rayquaza for themselves and get past down the score of High Five with only 45 seconds left.
It's not over. If they can break these shields, maybe High Five can actually defend the throne, but it's 302 to 255. High Five, no one is in a position to score any points at all, JJ.
Oh my goodness, what a start by Rise here. I'm pretty sure they had not gotten their sleep, studying High Five all night long going into day number 2, and it had just paid off. Rise right now is on the lead by almost 200 points.
Oh my goodness, what an incredible game to actually start off this best of 3. Who would have thought that Rise would be able to take this first game against High Five, the kings of Asia, the undefeated champions. I know we are getting a little bit ahead of ourselves here because
Right.
it's simply game one, but execution of that Rayquaza fight, JJ, was fantastic. And I just don't know how they did it.
See, here's the thing, right? Rise, you know what? Can we breathe a bit? Okay. So what I'm trying to say here is that Rise, it wasn't just a Rayquaza fight. They have been in complete control of the entirety of the match from the early game into the late game, from the mid game into the late game. They ensured that High Five, though was able to get their power spike, they made sure that High Five would be able to get it quite late, quite delayed. And with that being said, Rise just make sure that they can maintain this lead, you know, going against High Five, and that just, well, allowed them to win onto Rayquaza fight. And likewise, Necro, you have to commend Necro as well, just lining them up, and the very, very amazing timing of AXQ's Psychic Solaire, you know, just to take down
Did you see his
4.
position? Did you see his position to actually get the Psychic Solaire? He was right in the middle of High Five.
High Five, yeah, exactly.
That's the last place you'd want to be if you're an Espeon, but the positioning was there, the Psychic Solaire is perfect, and it just comboed so well with the team overall. And I think if you're High Five, you've got to look into that fight to begin with, and you think, okay, what went wrong? You know, was it a positioning error? Was it a placement error? And I kind of feel like it was the fact that because Xingdi did reveal himself in the top lane to score,
Right.
we saw that was the go call for Rise. And without Xingdi, you're really falling back onto Z-Ray and BKZ as your sort of damage dealer, the zoners. And I think something that we also really didn't look at was the fact that we saw BKZ's Livid Outrage, but he overshot it. He did not get it on top of the right Pokemon, and Rise literally just ran into High Five. They're like, okay, he's animation locked. We kind of don't care about you now.
Right. No, here's the thing as well, right? During the Rayquaza fight, right? BKZ with the Garchomp is not with them. You know,
Yeah.
actually still farming in. I wasn't able to see whether BKZ had the Unite move. That's why they were farming still. But at the same time, as you have mentioned, Xingdi was trying to do a backup as well.
He did successfully backup, yeah.
Well, successfully so, you know, successfully doing
Yeah.
so. But at the same time, there's literally no one else left on the Rayquaza fight. It's just the defender. It is just the support as well. But of course, you know, even with the Venusaur there, this Venusaur of Ray here is not a Petal Dance Venusaur, which will then not allow it to sustain itself. Especially that, again, it is a Sludge
Venusaur.
Bomb and Solar Beam Venusaur.
Yeah, it's a ranged Venusaur variant. So unfortunately for Z-Ray, right, I think if he had a little bit more protection, or maybe the positioning was a bit different for him, maybe he wouldn't have been taken out so quickly. Maybe BKZ would have gotten it there in time. Same with Xingdi, right? The team would have been united, and then they would have been able to do things differently. I think they really were banking on having the Ray fight look like what the bottom Reggie fight looked like, right? Where we saw BKZ going in with the zone, the team went in, it was a full 5-on-5 with no level discrepancies, no number discrepancies. So I think High Five really needed to be the ones to make that call, but just Rise, they chose the fight, they chose where for it to happen, how for it to end. And the High Five, they just couldn't do anything else after that.
So here's the thing, right? I think what Rise has been doing is what T2 did, right, to Rise yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, they were back up and then just going back into the Rayquaza after, but unfortunately, it bit them at the back.
Man, I am so impressed after that first game. I cannot imagine what game number 2 is going to look like, what the draft screen is going to look like as well, because you need to look at this game as High Five, and you have to think, right, what kind of draft changes do we need to make, and what kind of Pokemon do we need to actually remove from High Five as well, because all the Pokemon that they did play in that game, they're super comfortable with. We didn't see anything new. It wasn't something out of the ordinary. It wasn't a crazy strat. It was just classic Rise.
No, and here's the thing, right? Here's one more thing as well. This game, this win, is the most important win for Rise, because that only gives them the confidence boost,
Yes.
the morale boost that they needed going against High Five. And now that they won against High Five, obviously they would be on the mentality that, hey, we did our homework, we did everything that we could, we prepared for this, and we already won game 1. What's impossible? What is the thing that would let us not defeat High Five this time around?
That is a really great thing to mention. Speaking of, I'm really happy that you mentioned the confidence, right? Because these two teams, they are pretty similar in terms of their motivation, their feelings coming into the tournament. They're both incredibly confident teams. They are very confident in their teammates, in themselves. They believe their abilities. And to see two confident teams go up against each other like this, you know, it's a treat. We know that High Five, yes, they've lost a couple games here and there, but they tend to bounce back really quickly. We see Rise, this team, this green upcoming team from Indonesia, really show up their own confidence to say that actually we're just as good. You know, this might be an international LAN, our first international LAN together as a team, but this is in their words, it doesn't feel that much different than the local LAN.
No, yeah, and here you go as well. I think this is the day as well that they just showed us how they are getting a little bit more comfortable now. Just maybe perhaps yesterday they weren't, you know, they're still trying to feel the grasp of, hey, we're actually in a land, we're actually in a different region now. But now that, you know, that has already been passed, right? They've already passed that. They're now confident. They're now what do you call this? Comfortable to be in this spot right now to go against High Five. Yeah.
Now we are going to switch on over to Illuna here, and I want to talk to you, JJ, about this weekly tough. I don't think we've seen a lot of weekly tough at the finals at all, right?
No.
Illuna is one of the few players that have played this weekly tough.
And it worked out pretty well for them.
It really worked, right? And I think it really came down to the synergy of Sing weekly tough paired up with Espeon and Glaceon. Because Sing, as an ability, actually reduces the defensive stats of the Pokemon that are influenced by the Sing, which means your partners are going to hit a lot harder. Plus, it acts as a stun as well, right? Imagine you land this Sing onto something like a Garchomp. He's stuck there. He's sleeping. He can't do anything. So I think it's also a great Pokemon to have to zone. It acts much like a defender. You're going to be able to sort of chase Pokemon around and say like, do you want to take extra damage or do you want to take a snooze?
Now here's the thing as well, right? With Wigglytuff, because what do you call this? With Wigglytuff as well, it's more of like, it's a support, right? It's a support, but it's more of like a defender, really, right? A support defender, and even with the Sting, allows it to have more movement speed, right? So it could just go in. Right, you could just go in on a team fight on the other team and just put them into sleep, tanking down all that damage in the process just to allow your teammates to put in the damage for themselves.
All right, we're going to be jumping into game number 2 here between High Five and Rise. And it looks like for our two bans, maybe we should just say one because Zacian's a permanent ban. But it's going to be the Blissey band on the side of High Five. And they're going to immediately go for their first Pokemon. It's going to be Xingdi's, it seems. And is it going to be that Scyther? They're thinking about it. No, they're going to snatch away Eeyore's Glaceon. I think this is the right play here because we've seen Rise have too many great games with Eeyore on that Glaceon.
Now, again, that is one of the biggest thing, right? That had a Rise against High Five. Again, likewise, Glaceon is also one of the common denominator for all the teams. They have been, if there's one Pokemon, right, that they have been praising all throughout the tournament, based on when we were talking to them, it's Glaceon. Everyone wanted Glaceon as well. And see, here's the thing, right? At one point, at one post by Xingdi, right? Xingdi posted it on social media, got 200k damage dealt with Glaceon. Now, Xingdi having access to Glaceon, I think this is going to be like a wake-up. That game 1 was a wake-up call for them to actually start up and, you know, get their motor running.
Yeah, and it looks like we are going to be finalizing the drafts here, JJ. So we do have our two attackers on the side of High Five, Glaceon and Mew. You've got Ikura that's going to be frontlining alongside BKZ's Garchomp. You've got Wushan there with the Hooper. We haven't seen a lot of Hooper, but the resets are going to be so great for these tanky frontliners. And on the side of Rise, they finalized their draft with Axeq's Gardevoir. This is actually one of his signature Pokemon. We've seen him play this a lot before, but it's going to be the only attacker because Eeyore is going to be manning the Urshifu. Necro is going to be frontlining alongside Illuna on that Trevenant and the Snorlax. And finally, Zoe on his favorite Eldegoss. We've seen them play. So I don't think we've seen Zoe play much of anything else if Eldegoss is actually on the field.
Now, I'm just looking over the composition of both of the teams, right? Rise's composition is pretty straightforward. They have the defender, they have the backlane damage, they have Ear as a front line, right?
Yeah.
We have the initiator that is Necro with the Trevenant as well. But going over into High Five, I think they're going to be having more of a risk here, given that they only have a BKZ, of course, a BKZ, and of course Shingdi instead of the Glaceon. But of course, we have the back lane damage as well. That is Ray with the Mew. Unfortunately, though, they wouldn't have enough. They wouldn't have enough kind of like sustain if Wushan with a hyperspace hole wouldn't be timed right.
Yeah, right. It's really gonna come down to that placement for the hyperspace hole. But I think going into this game, I do have some questions I want to ask, right? One of them being, we've seen Eeyore play Urshifu before, and in the games that he hasn't done well, it had been because his opponents have actually invaded his central area. But by the looks of High Five's draft, that doesn't seem to be something that they're considering. I think Slowpoke, okay, maybe Slowpoke is going to be heading on over there, but maybe spotted out by the Snorlax. Yes, they are expecting it. And you can see Rise, they are trying to guarantee Eeyore's central area. But if High Five can slow it down, I think that's actually going to be a key component to actually crumbling Rise's composition.
No, yeah, for sure. You know, especially the Snorlax, it is one of the Pokemon commonly known, right, to actually invade. Look at that Slowbro right now. Sorry, that Slowpoke rather, still invading, going to be, you know, noticed by two Pokemon, that is Snorlax and of course the Kofu here, just to put them away. Ikura just giving away information to the team, allowing them to, you know, move more freely.
Yeah, I do like the fact that Luna acted as the bodyguard in that central area, right? Trying to provide vision, trying to see like, okay, where's this invader? Because it was sort of coming, right? We've seen it happen time and time again to Rise, where just any central lane invade to Eeyore really hampers his progress on the Urshifu. But now that he is Urshifu, and it's also going to be the Water Bear variant, I'm keen to see how impactful he's going to be in that early game, because looking at High Five's lineup, they don't really have the best way to control the Water Bear.
No, yeah, for sure. As we have mentioned, the only thing that they do have really is Ikura's Slowbro, and only if they can actually pull up a crowd control. Because other than that, they only have as well, Dragon Rush, which in all honesty is a little bit too risky. You know, you need that to actually isolate someone and for you to follow up. But here comes Hyperspace Hole. What we're talking about, this is their way of sustaining everyone in the team right now. But again, just removing Wushuan is going to be very detrimental into the side of a High Five.
Yeah, and then you even have the potential to even go for back caps, right? If he really wants to. Rings unbound when the enemy team is on the other side of the map. Your whole team comes over, your score, your all dunk, it's going to be for free. Your entire team just teleports towards you. We do have a bit of a skirmish happening in that bottom lane. Luckily, no trade of Pokemon as of yet, but we did see quite a bit of damage being exchanged amongst everybody. So you can really see in the laning stage for this game, lots of respect towards each other, right? High Five are being very mindful of their lanes. We aren't seeing them go too ham like we have seen in the past. But same thing with Rise. Even though Rise had a reasonable early game, they're just taking it slow. They're not feeling pressured to make any silly plays.
And here's the thing as well. Since they are very calm and collected right now, this pressure is essentially non-existent for them. Just just playing like they want to, just want to win, and they're not even thinking of High Five as High Five. I'd say.
Yeah, it does. It's almost like they're just treating it as a standard opponent, which I think sometimes it's good because you don't have your nerves impacting your thought process. But bottom lane though, it's going to be Registeel, and we are seeing a bit of a fight, and already one Pokemon has gone down. It's the Slowbro, so you really have lost your front line of the High Five, because up top is your Gabite. No one else can really do anything here for High Five, but best case scenario, get a snipe. Oh no, it's not. It's going to be Axew to secure that for Rise, and I do believe this might be the time for the Indonesian squad to start pushing. But what's the play? No, backing up. They're playing it safe.
No, yeah, for sure. Again, they are still respecting High Five to a certain degree as well. That, hey, yes, sure, we might be a little bit casual right now, but High Five is High Five. But here's the key play here, though. For High Five, they want to ensure they have been babysitting Garchomp so that it can get its power spike as early as possible. But with the limit outrage, actually went back. What happened? happened to BKZ?
I think that was actually a save hyperspace hold because he was animation locked. There was no one there, so he would have actually been stunned at the end. So I think that was actually a great play from High Five. They're saying like, all right, we messed up. Here's a hyperspace hold. Let's reset, right? They did the reset, but it did come at the cost of their bottom goal zone and actually a Unite move being used on the Mew, trying to actually get into a position. No,
Isolated BKZ once again, as Necro is going to be able to put up 30 up top. No, 35.
Yeah, so far this game is looking to be in favor of Rise, but High Five are doing their due diligence to catch up. But even then, wow, they really wanted the knockout. They really wanted it.
Yeah, they again, you know, one of the key factors here for Rise, one of the targets that they need to target would have to be Necro's Trevenant, because without Trevenant, right, I think everything will be falling apart for Rise here, because only Necro is what enables Rise to really push out some damage.
Yeah, because again, right, the Wood Hammer actually acts as some amazing setup for the Fairy Singularity, right? AxeQ, he's going to be watching out for Necro, maybe even coordinating with each other, saying, all right, I'm here with the Wood Hammer. If you think it's going to be a good connect, throw your Fairy Singularity. Let's set up for the team. And I do believe all the teams are currently sitting on their Unites, just missing out on a few here for High Five. It's unfortunate that Glaceon's not going to have it in this bottom lane, but I think for Glaceon, the Unite isn't so much a game-winning objective. It looks like Zero has been caught out there by the slow. Oh, wow, they actually got AxeQ. Oh, that's huge
They
loss.
denied AxeQ for them not to be taken in by a Fairy Singularity. And here you go, Rings of Love is going to be used here by High Five. They're going to be able to take them out in the process. It's going to be 2 for non-trade in favor of Rise. And with that being said, they now have the positional advantage into that Registeel, and Mystical Mirage is going to be used here by Ray, but unfortunately not going to be enough. AxeQ was just in time getting back into the team fight to take down that Mew. But Fairy Singularity as well into the side as well, but look at that Dragon Rush, right timing just to get back into the base.
Uh-oh, looks like it's gonna be...
Hikura was able to steal away the Registeel.
Literally a Registeel right in front of their face. Hikura, what a absolute
but to what extent though? But at what cost? They got 3 down as well. Hikura is gonna be... Oh, never mind. Z-Ray raying them up as well. That's gonna be 1 for 2 trade, unfortunately for Rise. So right now, I do not think that taking that Registeel was worth the casualty.
What a scuffed battle in that bottom lane. It was an absolute mess from both sides. We saw mistakes happen from both sides equally. We even got a steal there from the Slowbro for that Registeel, and it looks like the Aleki is going to go in favor of High Five. You know, JJ, as much as I want to have a favorite, as much as I want to say this team is definitely going to win this game, it is far too close.
No, yeah, in just a minute as well, we are just about to reach the Rayquaza, and again, the scores are not that high of a gap here, so it could still be anyone's game. It could be High Five, it could be Rise, but at this point on, High Five is currently on the disadvantage, though they have been able to take down the first score goal down bottom.
Yeah, so they managed to pick up some big points, and this might be a big win condition for High Five going into that late game.
Right.
Because now all they need to do, now even though I say all they need to do, it's a really big ask, they need to make sure Rise, firstly, are not able to backcap, and secondly, don't give the Rayquaza away, because they have that point advantage, they can keep it. But again, it's going to come down to that positioning. They can't afford to whiff any of their Unite moves, especially going into these final 2 minutes. Now the question is there any candidates on Rise that they can actually look to backcap with? Because to me, I feel like the only Pokemon that can possibly do this is actually going to be Eeyore on the Water Bear, and he is making his way in that bottom lane. Now positioning wise, High Five are really not in the best spot to cancel this.
No, what they're going to be doing is just going back from behind to sandwich High Five. No, they're just waiting for that moment to happen, but here comes Iluna with that of the heavy slam. We're going to see one more, but unfortunately, nobody's going to be able to get in on the hyperspace hole. And look at that, Fairy Singularity and Phantom Force is going to be popped up. Unique Sunbound as well. Heavy slam one more time. Fatal Sun's going to pop up. Leaving Adelaide is there as well. And look at that, it's going to be 1 for 1 trade, but Everyone from Rise is currently low, but likewise on High 5 as well. Only one is left here. It is only the Mew and the Glaceon that has high HP. They need to come back into the base. They need to reset, and Rise needs to take this Rayquaza from High 5.
Oh my goodness, this game is so close, and Axew has finally come back into the game. It's going to have to actually jump over with the jump pad, but now Rise, they are in the position to possibly lose this if they can't take Rayquaza or they can't backcap. So what's the play? They're looking to find them.
Oh, they got baited hard!
Both defenders are gone.
The Horleech got baited down. That's going to be 2-for-1 trade in from High 5. And they still have the hyperspace hole to just recover some health and can get back right down into the team fight. And that's going to be 3 down for Rise for 2. But here comes High 5 as well. PKC does have the advantage. Is soloing. Go back to the Rayquaza. He is soloing the Rayquaza. They're going to give everyone points into their team. And just like that, PKC alone was able to take down the Rayquaza.
Oh my goodness, High 5 are in such a commanding position. Rise, because the fact that they lost their 2 crucial frontliners, it actually left the backlines open for contestant. Axew couldn't do anything, Zoe couldn't do anything, and of course the Snorlax, there's only so much you can do when you have lost Eeyore, when you've lost Necro. High 5 have tied the series 1-1 in this best of 5 series, and look at them, they are so happy that they're able to tie this game up. They say, guys, game 1 was just a fluke. This is what we're really capable of in this second game.
I think my ball pin flew. It was so high.
JJ.
No, yeah, but so, what I'm trying to say here, right? What I'm trying to say here is that they were able to come back from Rise. Rise was controlling the game from the early game to the mid game, and possibly even on the possibly even on the late game. Unfortunately for Rise, though, High 5 was able, right? High 5 was able to come back, especially with the help of Ushan, just ensuring that everyone can get back, rings and bound, get back immediately into the team fight, allowing them to come back with, you know, full HP, while Rise getting, as I mentioned earlier, getting baited, you know, from far away, using their moves, allowing them to really hit them without any problem, without thinking whether they'll get CC'd or not.
Yeah, and I think the fact that High 5, they came into this late game in a really good position. They had the point advantage. They were basically challenging Rise, saying like, all right, guys, we are leading. You are at the point deficit. You need to come fight into us because we are not in a position where we need Rayquaza. You need it more than we do. And so you can tell that it was Rise who were hard-pressed to find those openings. And really, it just comes down to just missing a couple of those crucial unites in that first battle. I think that really got to Rise because their lineup, it's so, I want to say it's a concrete lineup that doesn't really allow for much flexibility because you lose both Necro and Eeyore. I think that's it, right? Your backline is just too exposed to what High 5 have.
But at the same time, High 5 was given a pretty difficult time, you know, just in order for them to take down this match away from Rise. And if this goes on, I would have to say that Rise has a very good chance of winning against High 5.
I mean, again, it's too early to say, JJ, right? We're only 1-1. Both teams are capable of taking games off of one another. It's just going to be a question of who's going to get it, who's going to get the next one.
That is the most crucial one as well, moving forward.
Yes, exactly, because who gets that next game means they are just one more win away from taking the set, going to the grand finals, and knocking the other team down to the 3rd place match that's going to be happening after this best of 5. So, High 5, Rise, they've given us a run for the money. I came into this series, you know, questioning whether we were going to get 5 games, but after these 2 games, I kind of feel like it is very much possible.
Wow, this is an appropriate match to be shown on the finals. Once again, guys, welcome to the Pokemon UNITE Asia Champions League, where we will find out who is the best in Asia. And this match, we only have just started with T2 and NYS, but Rise versus High 5 just put the, you know, they went up the limit. They went plus and beyond plus ultra as well into the limit, into the hype of this tournament.
So game number 3, what kind of changes are we going to see from both the teams? You know, what Pokemon are going to be the mainstays? What Pokemon might need to just leave the field altogether? Who's worthy of the bans going into next game? Because unfortunately, we're going to be seeing Zacian +1, and I want to know who's going to be the +1.
Wow, I really do think if, you know, we still have yet to know who's going to be on the left side and the right side. But if it comes, right, that it is Rise goes in on the left side, I think we can pretty much see here Hoopa getting banned, because Hoopa was definitely one of
was a big factor.
No, it's not just a big factor. It is the biggest factor for High Five on that last match. Because if it wasn't for the Hoopa, right, they wouldn't have been able to come back and answer back into Rise.
I'm actually surprised because I thought we would see a lot more Hoopa actually going into the finals. But we saw a lot more love for Fable, for Blissey, and even Eldegoss has actually been picked up a lot more than that Hoopa.
Oh, wow, we are ready? We are actually ready now? Let's go! Let's go!
Rise versus High Five, game number 3 of this best of 5 series. Who's going to take it and who's going to have to go in for a 2 back-to-back win if they drop this game? I don't know at this point. Zacian +1. I mean, who's worthy of the ban? Is it going to be the usuals? Is it going to be Mew, Urshifu? Is it Glaceon going to actually finally make it to the ban list? Like, we don't know.
It's Urshifu.
Urshifu, okay. So Rise going to make sure that BKZ is either going to be stuck playing the Garchomp, or maybe High Five is going to be like, hey, BKZ, do you want to play something else?
It hasn't been working, right? Yeah, sure, we have seen Garchomp deal so much damage, has been able to penetrate teams, but unfortunately with their current composition, it doesn't really work out well because nobody has been able to, nobody has been able to follow up the damage coming in from BKZ's Garchomp.
They've also stolen away the Eldegoss there from Zoe. So they're actually going to leave Zoe's pick for the next 2, and Necro is going to be jumping back onto his Blastoise, and Luna's going to be frontlining with that Slowbro. So interesting choices coming in for Rise. We have seen Necro play this Blastoise before, and normally this is a spin Blastoise coming in from Necro. We don't normally see Surf for him, but Buzzwall's making a comeback for High Five. Now, we have seen Buzzwall be picked before, and the big reason for this is that Buzzwall is a fantastic Pokemon from denying Blastoise from easily going for the spin water spout build, right? It forces you to go for Surf, but I saw a Charizard for a second there, got a little bit excited, but Axew is going to be jumping on the Venusaur, and Zoe's going on that Blissey.
I think what High Five wants to do here is that they want to, you know, ensure the early game, so that they can just maintain it going into the late game. But unfortunately, with the pick of the Absol, I'm not entirely sure that would be possible.
It's Xingdi's Absol.
It is Xingdi's Absol, but we have to remember that everyone else, especially into the side of Rise, right, can catch up and possibly, well, not possibly, can actually go over, right, into Absol's capabilities.
We'll have to see. I don't know, because Xingdi, I think he just plays Absol to a whole nother level compared to all the other Absols. So it does look like a tough game, but the fact that they're picking it here with BKZ's Buzzwall, clearly for them, this is a solution to Rise's draft. They're not afraid. They've seen what Rise has, and they're going to put their faith into it because his early game rotations on Absol can maybe break Rise's early game, right? Because look at the lineup for Rise. Bulbasaur and Squirtle are not too impactful during the early game, and if you can actually hit a Luna before he evolves, Slowpoke can't do anything either.
That is true. That is true. And we have to take note as well that Z-Ray is back on the Delphos.
Yes.
Possibly one of the strongest, one of the best spellcasters in the game in Asia.
But I think Z-Ray is also one of the best Delphoxes I have ever seen. So it's going to be a monster of a game. We haven't seen a lot of Delphox at all, so I am glad to see this Pokemon back onto the main stage. But as we jump into the game here, I do want to remind people that unfortunately, as you can see right now, we are going to have to go for a quick pause. So just a couple of issues on our end, but we are going to get it fixed. But we do apologize for the technical issues. We also thank you for your patience as you alongside us, I suppose, get ready for these games, which means we have a little bit more time to sort of get ready for the match, right? And theory craft what could potentially happen. So let's start from the laning phase, JJ. What do you feel like is going to be the story of these lanes? Who's going to be the one to make the moves?
It's really hard to say because especially with the previous game that we've had, it's anyone could start it really. It is, as you have mentioned, right? It is the battle, a story of who's going to be able to control the top path just because of the composition that they have, especially the Delphox as well, right?
Yeah, right.
Whoever's going to be able to get their Pyro Spikes early would then be able, right, to control the top path. And from there on, I think it's just going to snowball to the entirety of the field. And with that being said, I think we're going to be getting our answers as well in just a bit. And here we go, I think. We're going to be going into the game.
Okay, I think we may have been lied to. We are not going into the game right now.
I'm
but
sorry.
We
That's
weren't
on me. I'm going to see myself out.
Okay, we're going into the game for reals now. Let's jump into this game. Game number 3 between Rise and Hi-Fi. We do apologize for some of the technical issues on our end, but we have managed to fix it for this match. So there we go. We are going to unpause. 3, 2, 1.
Let's have a champion time.
Oh my goodness. Right, so here's the thing. I know you have your reservations for Xingdi's Absol, but hear me out. I do have a bit of an argument for this because he has done this before, and I feel like this is kind of the perfect game for him to do this. So what he loves to do on this Absol is, obviously, he's going to rotate to the side lanes to help his Z-Ray as well as BKZ win their lanes. But what he also does is he's going to jungle invade Rise's central area. And in a lot of cases, it's tough for Glaceon to actually go against an Absol, especially Xingdi's Absol as well, because I don't know how this man does it. His positioning is always on point. He could easily 1v1 a Glaceon. So that's going to prevent Eeyore from being able to get his buffs.
Right, so right now we're going to have we're going to be going into a little bit of a pause as well, because there has been a...
No, JJ, we are not pausing. That was an explanation.
Yeah, that was an explanation. Sorry, we had to pause earlier because there was a disconnect. We had to wait for them to actually get in.
Yes.
There we go.
Yeah, we had a small disconnect. But we are officially in the game.
Back.
We are not pausing this time, JJ. I think
no more
maybe I'll do the announcements from now on. Okay, you can focus on the game. We are now in the game, however, and so far it's looking really good here because Hi-Fi are focusing a lot of their resources into BKZ's lane.
Right, and with that being said, right, Rise has been able to control the bottom pattern, you know, quite earlier, but Hi-Five is doing their best to control the top pad, just taking in all the stacks that they can, especially BKZ's Buzzwole.
Yeah, and there's the rotation, so you can see already that we are having the Eldegoss actually partnering up with Xingdi, making sure that they're actually stealing those buffs away. But look at as well onto Eeyore. It's almost like he was expecting this to happen. So he's actually rotated into Hi-Five's own central area, but I think he's about to be ganged up upon because there are so many Hi-Five Pokemon on top of Eeyore. Can he get out of there? He is actually going to try and go to the north, but it's so hard to run away from an Absol.
That's... Okay, that was what you were saying earlier. You know, Xingdi can just take down, of course, the Glaceon, essentially taking down the early game as well. And those going to be taken out. It's going to be 2 down for them. And no, make that 2, make that 3 because Illinois is almost going to be taken down as well. And look at that. Hi-Five is answering back against Rise. If Rise was able to control the early game for the first 2 games, Hi-Five would not let that happen again.
Yeah, and I hope Rise are going to be prepared for this because it's not a case of Xingdi going into a central area, just raiding a couple times. He's going to do it constantly, all game. Take your buffs, steal your experience away. And what that normally does for a lot of other teams is that it essentially pulls their attention to protect their central area, but that leaves the side lanes open, meaning BKZ, Z-Ray, they can stack, they can farm, and he solos a Squirtle for free. And look at this, he's
that.
level 8.
Look at, this is what I'm talking about, right? This is what I'm talking about earlier. Whoever's going to be able to control the top half will be able to control the entirety of the game. BKZ, level 8, and we have Necro Squirtle still at level 4. A huge difference. But going down to the bottom path, mid slash is going to be used. Ilona almost taken down. Unfortunately, nobody was able to do the finish of business. Woodhammer's going to be able to whip as well. But here comes Midnight Slide. Oh, wow. Nice Slash is going to be popped up as well. It's going to be 1 down right now, Glaceon. No more attackers into the side of Rise, but everyone is slow into the side of Hi-Five. Here comes the Buzzwole with an Ultra. With the Ultra Swole Swarm, going to be able to take 1 more into the side of Rise, which will then allow them to take down that Reggie Eyes for themselves. And now all they need to do is just score in. But with the egg bomb, it's just going to stop them from scoring in.
Man, that was huge. I think a lot of it came down to the coordination with the Trevenant, right? Making sure that Absol's able to connect with that Horn Leech, with the Trevenant, and being able to just get on top of Rise, because really you can't do anything against a tree when it's stuck in the Horn Leech animation. It's just going to connect onto you, and you're stuck there for the entirety, and it's just such a big opening here for the Absol. And yet again, they're just constantly stealing away experience. And Axe Kid, he's all alone, he just gets smushed. Oh my goodness.
So going down, that's going to be 3 for High Five. And with that being said, 40 is going to be going down into the first score goal as they are pressuring them up, pushing them away so that they can now finally destroy the first tier score goal.
Oh my goodness, High Five, they are building up a big lead for themselves, and I know some people, they were questioning this Buzzwell pick so far in the past for High Five, but now they're finally proving this strat is a real one. You know, Buzzwell, don't underestimate this Pokemon, it is so good, and they've actually managed to catch out Nakru there with the Horn Leech. No follow-up though, they do want to be very mindful of how they do this, and so far Xingdi slowly whittling away at that Reggie, Aleki, and Rise are going to feel hard-pressed to actually come into this, but nope, they're going to give it away. No one's in position.
Wow, and High Five right now. I think that second match, given how, what do you call this, close that was, right, was a huge wake-up call for High Five to actually, start to be serious. Not to say that they weren't serious, but to play more focused.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is High Five taking the game 100%. You know, they're hyper-focused. They're saying, we're going to take every opportunity. No mercy. Nothing at all. Don't give anything away. Now, I am a little bit worried here for Rise, because you can see right now High Five, they are in a position to play aggressively if they want to. They do turn away onto Axe Q. They don't actually connect onto the Venusaur, though. And it's a red ice, so it's not going to be an attack or defense boost. It's going to be the health recovery. And they actually managed to get a two-man
the fireworks and the Phantom Forest as well. Hydro Typhoon's going to be popped up, but there you go, Glacial Stage as well. But here comes the blows coming in from the Blastoise. Not much, but that's going to be 2 down. Shade is going to be going down. BKs is going to be going down. And of course, that is the Trevenant going down as well. And if that is down, this Delphox is not going to be able to put down damage. Not as much as if there is the Trevenant. And with that being said, Rise now does have the positional advantage into that of Reggie Ice. But can they take down this Reggie Ice before High Five comes in? Yes,
no!
They will. They're going to be able to take that away from High Five before they can seal it out. And BKZ already uses his Night Move, but are they going to be able to survive? No, that's going to be a 3v1 situation and a huge cost for High Five.
Very, very costly. So it's going to be Rise to pick up the Reg Ice as well as BKZ for some extra collateral experience. And Rise, they're actually going to continue with the Petal Dance Venusaur, actually going right onto High Five. They're saying, we don't care. Actually burning down the Trevenant and even chase Xingdi away. Looks like this is just going to be free for Rise.
Oh my goodness, but still, we have 1 more minute, right? We still have 1 more minute before the Rayquaza comes out, and High Five just needs to defend this, greatly against Rise if they want to maintain this lead that they have against Rise. But likewise, they need to be able to take this Reggie Aleki if they want more breathing room, to get in their XPs preparing for that of the Rayquaza.
Necro he's not even nearby, so it's just
going to go into High
Five. Yeah, so it's a free one for High Five, but Rise, they're actually going to go right into this Petal Dance. He is healing. Oh my gosh, the Venusaur, he's slowly whittling him away. BKZ couldn't do anything. 3, Pokemon burnt down on the side of High Five. It's going to be a free score on the side of Rise. Yes, Aleki might connect to the goal zone in the top lane, but does it matter? No one's in position.
No one's in position indeed. Rise is doing their best right now to catch up against High Five, but with that being said, with those KOs, that just gave High Five all the Unite move charges and the healing refreshes as well from the base, making them ready for the Rayquaza team fight.
Yo, they are so ready for this. All the Unites are ready. They're fully charged, rearing to go. It's just who makes the call.
Bless assistance early.
Wait, was that a misclick?
Was that a misclick? Let's find out, because that was too
They're not going.
early.
And look at
there
this.
wasn't an initiation yet, but here comes the sandwich coming in from Xingdi, just waiting for the timing.
He's looking for Eeyore, but he can't find him. There's no vision. If he could see Eeyore, he would know where to go, but he's just waiting, patiently waiting.
They were able to get in 3
3 with that of the Phantom Force. Hard Drive when only hitting 1. That's going to be 3 down now for Rise in favor of 1. Shingdi is going to be taken down, but are they going to be able to follow up? Now 4 down, and only Ear is down. Ladies and gentlemen, all traders alike, that is a team wipe.
Oh my goodness, high five. What a perfect execution in that team fight. Shingdi played it so patiently, waited in the bush, waited for Eeyore to expose himself, and the moment Rise decided to go into high five, that was it. He went in, zeroed in on the Glaceon, prevented him from actually being able to
got stolen! Igora! You're playing beyond this world right now. They were able to stop them, but the question is, they only have 40 more seconds. Would they be able to score? HQ still has a shield. Oh my goodness, you got bumped onto the head, on the wall. You need to score in.
Nobody's in position. They do have Pokemon going back. The score's going to be cancelled.
There we go.
Rise have got it. 247.
Oh my goodness, this
20
game.
seconds to go, JJ. Can they score? The freeze. Oh my gosh.
10 seconds. That's still a long while. That is still a long while.
8,
Oh my
7,
goodness, Shingdi just
6.
got
They
jumped
can't
on.
JJ.
Oh my goodness, the steal from, Ikura.
Where's Ikura? We need to see Ikura. Wait, Ikura. Illuna. Illuna got the steal.
Sorry, Illuna. Oh my goodness, Illuna with the slow bro.
Illuna. Oh my gosh.
Sorry.
That should not have happened. That should not have happened. In no universe should a Slowbro steal a Rayquaza like
Not
that.
in that situation. Not in that situation where high five, everyone was there. And Luna, I didn't even see Illuna. I didn't see Illuna. Illuna's just like walking there casually. Hey, I'm actually part of high five. Here comes the water. Here comes my skull. And they were able to take down that one as well. My goodness.
Do you know, if I was Rise, I would be saying, like, Illuna, you gotta raise. You know, on the spot, raise.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Because you know what's happened? This has actually put Rise into such a fantastic position in this best of 5. They are now 2 games in. They need 1 more win. Whereas for high five, they are now in a very desperate situation because they have to win the next 2 games to stay for the grand finals.
Again, as we have mentioned earlier as well, this game number 3, is the most crucial game that Rise could ever have against High Five, because not only does it give them, right, not only does it put them into that advantage, but likewise, the morale boost, the confidence boost. Now that they've already defeated High Five twice, nobody has done that in the entirety of the tournament for ACL Asia Champions League. Only Rise has done that in the entirety of the tournament. Only, teams were only able to take down 1 against High Five, but this may just be a possibility right now. Rise might just be our Kingslayers for the tournament.
I actually cannot believe we are in this situation, JJ. Rise, 2 games over High Five, and this is just over the course of 3 games. If it was a best of 3, they would have actually taken the series already. But because we are in a best of 5 situation, anything can still go. High Five can still turn this game around. But at the same time, Rise, all it takes is just 1 more win. And the fact that they were able to turn what was supposed to be an impossible game into a victory, I can't imagine what's going to happen next.
I am...
You're sweating, man.
I am sweating. I do apologize for how I look right now, but everyone would have been. Anyone would have been.
The viewers were sweating. Everyone that's watching the stream is sweating. We're sweating. I don't know who else isn't sweating, but oh my gosh, what a way to go into this series. But we're not over yet. We still have game number 4 coming up here between Rise and High Five. And as we said before, it's not over. It really comes down to whether or not Rise can lock in game number 4 and force this game 5. Because now they basically have to play the full 5-game gauntlet.
Wow. That is, especially if and only if. I do apologize, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be fixing myself, but that was just hype.
It
That
was
was
pretty
just
hype. It was a really hype game. I mean, I'm surprised we've had so many hype games today. And it's just our second series of the day. We've still got 2 more best of 5 after this. So at this point, I think the games can only just go up and up, just get better and better. You know, we're not going to go down.
I will even go to say as far as Rise is up the prize 1 more game before they get in on the grand finals. Again, the biggest threat for everyone in the current tournament, for everyone who is left right now, that is High Five. And with just 1 more game, Rise might just drop them down into the lower bracket.
Well, there's no lower bracket. It's a 3rd place match.
Yeah, that's
JJ.
what I mean. Sorry.
It's
the
fine.
battle for
We're
third.
gonna stop. It's okay. We're gonna stop because we are gonna talk about Wushan, right? We're gonna take a look at the supports for both the teams because I feel like in these games it must be so difficult to navigate the battlefield as a support, being able to prioritize your heals on the right Pokemon to make sure that you are not in a position where someone can just jump on top and burst you down. And I think Wushan's positioning, especially in these past 2 games, has been phenomenal.
Right. Especially the Hoopa earlier in game number 2. I think that
His Hoopa was
beautiful.
brilliant.
It was
Exactly.
beautiful.
I love seeing his Hoopa. I would love to see it again because it wasn't banned, right? It was still available in the pool.
Right.
It's just in that game they didn't really opt for the Hoopa. So
They
game
changed,
number
they
4.
changed some things, you know?
Yeah. So we could see it again. We're not saying you can't. But Hoopa, I think, is definitely a Pokemon High Five might want to be looking at here,
Right.
Let's switch on over here to Rise. I do believe we are going to be looking at Zoe, who's a support player on the side of Rise. And Zoe, this game, you know, he's proven that he can play more than Eldegoss. We've seen a lot of Eldegoss for this man. But again, you know, he's just like Wushan. He's able to put out some insane recovery numbers. And also positioning-wise, you just never see him in the front lines, you know. He's always safe. He's always there with his carries, making sure that he's able to heal the front lines, you know, keep Necro there, make sure Eeyore's got enough gas in the tank to do what he needs to do.
But I would just like to point out as well that was quite unfortunate as well, you know, for Zoe, right, with Blissey clicking that Unite move right before the team fight. So, you know, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anymore. They won that game.
Yeah. Well, it makes you wonder, was it maybe they had a different plan going into that
Maybe
fight, you know?
making sure that they have the highest HP in the shields before the team fight. Might be that.
That, or my thinking was that they were maybe trying to coordinate Axe-Q to run in there with the pedal dance, and you connect with the Bliss Assist, right? You hit everyone on the way. It does a lot of damage. You're boosting up your Venusaur as well. So it could be a miscommunicational thing, which, you know, this happens on LAN. You know, you've got to make the right plays, and sometimes mistakes just slip through the cracks. But it's okay, you know? They made a great recovery.
Right.
Luna did what he had to do. He was like, guys, I got you. Just puts everyone on his back on top of the shell. He's like, I'm carrying you to victory. Let's go.
But with that being said, we are now in on game number 4. Possibly the final game as well if Rise can win this one, you know, versus and against High Five.
Yeah, exactly. So, no Zacian as usual. that's a classic ban nowadays. Urshifu, of course, being taken away, which means no Urshifu for Eeyore, but he's actually going to pivot over to the Espeon instead. This is a pretty interesting choice because both Eeyore and Axe-Q can play this, so maybe they're keeping their options open, saying that, all right, Axe-Q, this might be your Pokemon, but we're going to pick this up first. We'll see what High Five is going to go for.
There you go.
The support and defender duo on the side of High Five are already locked in. Wushan on the Eldegoss.
Right.
We've got Ikura back onto his Slowbro. This
Stealing
is his
away
signature defender. It's a signature defender, really. I think it was actually Rise to steal it from Ikura in that last game. But Necro is also back on his Trevenant.
No, yeah. You know, again...
Oh, Zoe! He's got the Hooper! I think that's big!
This is definitely big. Again, Rise, now I think this is the optimization into their current composition. This is what they have been missing out going against High Five, especially with this kind of rush down kind of composition from High Five, right? We have seen Big AZ's Dragon Rush with the Garchomp again and again, but the problem here is with Rise going against Big AZ's Garchomp is that they don't have any way to counter, right? Or maybe heal up as well after the Dragon Rush. But here comes Rise coming in with Hoopa, and the final pick would have to be Cramorant.
interesting choice here coming in from Rise. So it looks like AxeQ is going to be handling the Cram, which means Eeyore is likely going to be going central lane Espeon. We know the numbers that Espeon can put out as a damage dealer. It is an insane Pokemon as long as you have the setup. And that's going to be where Illuna and Necro comes into play. You've got to make sure you set up the Psyshocks for Eeyore to get the big damage in, because that's also another follow-up stun, meaning that all of a sudden AxeQ can even actually contribute to the battle as well. But High Five, this is looking like a very classic lineup for them, right? You've got your two frontliners, Akura, BKZ, Xingdi, and Z-Ray to be your backliners. And also you've got some really great chase in these two attackers as well. This basically means for Rise, you go into this fight, you have to fully commit, because if you try to retreat, you've got a Glaceon and a Mew on your tail.
And at the same time, right, for Rise, they are very squishy, or at least their main source of damage are very squishy, so that if Espeon, right, from Eeyore, and AXQ's Cramon get taken out, sure, you might still have your crowd control, but would you be able to do any damage?
That's a good question. We are into the game here, JJ. It's game number 4 between High Five and Rise. If Rise is able to take this game, they will be taking themselves straight to the grand final and knocking High Five down to the 3rd place match that's going to be happening right after this. But as for High Five, for them to make it to the grand finals, they need to win the next 2 games. No more mistakes, JJ.
No more
You
mistakes.
gotta play razor sharp.
Because if you don't, you won't be able to have any more chance into winning the Grand Championships.
Yep, and that's also a $30,000 US dollar prize
Right.
for first place as well. It is a massive prize to play for. And these teams, you know, their spots are not currently guaranteed. And if you drop down to 3rd, that's going to be a big reduction in your prize. And that's going to be the first KO. It's going to be the Eldegoss being knocked out on High Five. Eeyore's rotation ends up being successful.
Eeyore is just, taking in the damage, making use fully of Magic Bounce ability coming in from that of the Espeon. But with that being said, it's still the early game, things could still go
We just
to
started.
our...
Yeah.
We're still chilling. This is still, yeah, it's game 4, but we have to chill,
We're chilling. We're all good. But I do love the synergy coming in from Rise's composition, because remember, the reintroduction of Wigglytuff, I feel like this is such an underrated support because it is a offensive support. Yes, it plays like a defender, but you're just able to help create those openings for your team. And of course, again, the defensive reductions, making your partners hit harder.
No, yeah, but with that being said, right, sure, you might have been able to reduce our defenses, but you cannot dismiss, Ikura here with the slow bro as well can reduce their damage output.
Yes, although if you take a look at Rise, they don't really have too many big attackers to worry about the scope. It's mostly Trevenant. I guess that's really going to be influenced by the reduction, which is probably why they went for all the special attackers, right? You see the slow bro, you're like, all right, well, normal attackers are not really on the table for us unless we're okay to cop it. So the special attack route, it's working so far for Rise, especially with how early of a power spike a lot of their lineup has, right? Espeon, level 4, that's when you're going to be at your strongest. Trevenant, level 5, that's all you need to get. Your Cram is strong all game because, just cram around things. So, I mean, Rise, they're going to have to do their best to try and slow down progress for High Five, because remember, High Five are still running that Garchomp, that late game monster, especially against them in the Ray fights. If you don't take Rayquaza, BKZ can easily burn it himself.
Right, see, this is really great right now coming from Rise, making sure that Necro is marking down, right, BKZ, not allowing it to solo Reggie, which they have been doing for the past 3 games.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, JJ. Yeah, you can tell everyone's so tense. Everyone is so tense.
But here comes the hyperspace hole as well, allowing them to just take the lift down into our, Reggie bottom, which is, of course, the Reggie Ice in this case. And with that being said, Rise will have the positional advantage and possibly take down this Reggie Ice as well without any contest. And there you go. They're going to be able to take it down and pick off the Mew as well, as it is, they got a little bit too greedy. But with that being said, BKC is going to be left down up top once again to take down the Red Chili Eve. But they are still not a guard jump up to this point.
Yeah, that's going to be a 25-point overcap as well for Rise. They get a little bit of value in that bottom lane. While that did happen though, we saw High Five, they took the Reggie Alecki up top. They were able to dunk their points in. I think they also want to try and get some value if possible. Necro just being a bit of a pain in the backside. You know, Tree is such a big, not a full counter to guard
Right.
chomp, but up until you hit
It's
that guard
working.
chomp level. Yeah, Gabite doesn't want to deal with the Tree. Although, oh, we're actually hearing some Unites being used, and wow, Shingdi got the knockout before the counter knockout comes through from AxeQ. He gets the experience. That's the most important thing there for Shingdi.
Look at that Zodo. Unfortunately, High Five wasn't able to finish, you know, the job. They didn't have any access into
Oh.
the...
Maybe thought about it, because he did sort of hesitate.
Right. I mean, like, maybe they didn't have Dragon Rush at the time as well. That's why they weren't able to, like, push away Zoe from the hyperspace hole, right?
Possibly. Yeah, but I mean, anything can really happen in these games.
Right.
So they got to play it really calm, really cool, razor
We
sharp.
gotta be
Don't.
collective. We gotta be collective.
I mean, this is why we're not playing. So.
Right.
So we're never gonna play on the main stage.
But anyway, going back into the game, we are now close to 5-minute mark where the jump pads are going to be coming up in 2 seconds.
Yeah, that's going to be great, especially if some Pokemon start getting knocked out, because
Right.
you have a quick way to get to the objectives if your team is still fighting over it. Although with the kind of composition we're seeing from both teams, I don't expect the Reggies to be around for too long. They're very easy to burn down.
Rings Unbound is going to be used on the bottom path.
Yeah,
Let's go
scoring
down
mode.
into that of the Regirock where the fight is happening. And there you go. Phantom Force is going to be a wipe as well. Gatling Gun Missile into the action. It's going to be
Oh my
2
gosh.
down into High Five. But Necro, unfortunately, misses that wood hammer. But with that being said, they still are on the lead. Slow Beam's gonna be popped up. Unfortunately, not gonna be enough to take down Ear as well. Illuna trying to get away here. Are they gonna be able to get away? Yes, they will.
Ooh,
Yes,
Illuna.
and healing as well. And Hyperspace Hole is just going to put them to refresh their HP. But unfortunately, gets picked up as well. Necro, unfortunately, is going to have to go back as High Five wants to take away this Regirock from Rise.
The fight just happened for too long, and to lose your Hooper as well, you've lost your hyperspace hole, meaning that High Five, they take the objective,
You lose
they
your
get
sustain.
They get the buff. That's such a big win for High Five, especially in the predicament that they're in, right? They're currently at the disadvantage. They haven't broken any of Rise's goal zones. They're trying to catch up in terms of levels. They're trying to equalize the game.
That is very big for High Five.
It is a really big win. But I think the fight is going to continue because the top Reggie Alecki has come back into the game. Positioning-wise, we've actually got 2 Pokemon still on the other side of the map for both teams, right? We've got 2 on the side of Rise scoring in the bottom lane. We've actually got Eeyore trying to defend this the Mew from scoring, and I think he may have actually successfully defended it, but this means the Alecki goes into the top goal zone.
This is especially big for High Five. Look at the score right now. Rise is, what, 200, 100 points now, right? What was it? Behind, right? High Five is behind 100 points against Rise. So taking all the objectives just now is actually used for them, giving them a little bit of like a breathing room to catch up into Rise XP-wise, so that they can like have an equal footing to them going into the Rayquaza fight.
Yeah, and Rayquaza spawns in 45 seconds, right? So this is going to be the moment where if you want to get your experience, you've got to get it now. Yeah, it's your last moment to try and get the most important level for a lot of Pokemon.
Right.
13, right? 13 is the magic number for a lot of Pokemon to get their upgraded moves. But so far, you know, looking at both squads, we're only seeing 2 level 13s on High Five. It's going to be BKZ's Garchomp as well as Shingdi's Glaceon. But on the side of Rise, we're not really seeing any level 13 Pokemon besides Eeyore. It's only the Espeon. So if they could try and squeeze in some more experience, I think that would be a fantastic place to do so. But 5 seconds to go, JJ, and Rayquaza's on the field.
Indeed, Danny. This is it. The final moment that everyone is waiting for. If we'll find out whether Rise is going to be the one going in on the grand finals, or are we going to see a game number 5? This is it. this is the timing. Let's find out together. Having in champion time right now. But it looks like Zoe's almost taken down. They're going to take it down to 3-1. The first KO is the most crucial one for High Five. They remove the sustain for Rise. Now they just need to cap on them. But that is going to be because he's going down with the guard jump. Unfortunately, they weren't able to take down anyone with a solar beam. But they're going to be 2 down into High Five. So make that 1 more 2-on-2, but Necro is down. Here comes Surf, missing the wood hammer as well. But the boom, 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 boosted attack from Mew, taking down Necro.
Oh, this fight's not over yet though, JJ. No one is in a position to easily take down the Rayquaza, so we might have actually just hit a bit of a reset for both the teams, but we are sitting at a 3 versus 5 situation. Rise trying to get into position, AxeQ trying to come in with the dives, maybe he can get the steal. It's going to be so tough, but look at this High Five disengaging Rayquaza, saying you can't have it. It's not going to be an easy one.
Going for a reset.
They're slowly burning it out. Not quite. They're still holding it, but we see a double stun. The Woodhammer's really doing a big problem here.
Oh no, look at this. And High Five takes it away from Rise with 2 KO in the process. We might just be looking at a game 5 if they can score all the way down into Rise. They need one more score. One more score is all they need to catch up into Rise. But it's Rise. They only have 20 seconds left. They wouldn't be able to catch up. And with that being said, we are going to game number 5.
Oh my goodness. We are doing it, ladies and gentlemen. High Five has managed to bring this series to a game number 5 up against Rise. They are hanging on to their crown. They say, you can't have it. You'll have to wrestle it off our bodies. And you can see the tension between the team as well. You see a High Five. The reassurance is there. We saw the team smile. They are still in it to win it. And I'm so glad that it's coming down to the wire because we are seeing the absolute best coming out of both of these squads.
Can I just say, okay? Can I just say
that? How come you're more
that?
dead than the players, JJ? That's my question for you.
Okay, so can I just say that that was a world's level competition. That was a world's level match. Wouldn't you agree, guys, on that chat and everyone on Battle Arena? That was a world's level match.
It was, I think it was also a big test to the patience of both of these teams because especially when it comes to those Rayquaza fights, it's such a delicate balance. It's a dance between the two teams. You take one wrong move, you give that Rayquaza away, and you're giving that opening for them to run away with the match. And I really like the fact that High Five, they took a moment to disengage because they saw too many players on Rise in a position to go for the steal. I think they had definitely had a talk about what happened in last game. They didn't want Aluna to come in and go for the steal with a potential Woodhammer, so they said, guys, disengage. We have to get this tree off the Rayquaza. Once he's off the Rayquaza, we can burn it down. That's what they did, and that's how they got the final objective.
Can I just point out that I want to commend, I want to commend this Eldegoss that we have for this game because that 73k recovery was the thing that made sure that High Five can last on to the team fights.
Yeah, and I think I do want to also commend High Five for their diligence to actually catch Zoe.
Right. That was the very most crucial thing that they needed to do against Rise because removing Zoe in the equation means Rise wouldn't be able to sustain or even...
I do believe it was here. Yeah,
there
they
we go.
with the
There we
slow
go.
beam.
That is it, right? They wouldn't be able to recover back their HP.
Yeah, so if you remove that factor, then Rise lose a lot of the recovery. They don't have their backup plan. They don't have the plan B, right? You don't have your ambulance back to the Pokemon Center. That's also going to bring you back into the battle. So the fact that High Five were able to just find that one moment, that one time that Zoe overstepped his bounds to catch him, that was a game-winning move.
See, that's the thing, right? These are the kings. You cannot make any mistakes, and that very small, tiniest, minuscule detail, that very small, smaller than a pen kind of mistake is all High Five needed to win against Rise.
Well, now we're going to have to find out if they can keep that razor-sharp focus because it's been 4 games so far in this best of 5. We've got one more game to go. And and I hate to say it, but somebody is going to get knocked down to the third place match that's happening right after this best of 5. And only
Right.
one team's going to the grand final.
It is man, it's gonna be. So here's the thing, right? It doesn't for me. It kind of like doesn't matter. Seeing it in a perspective, in a spectator point of view, right? That they both of them gave their best and they pushed themselves to the limit. So for for me, it doesn't matter who gets in. It doesn't matter who gets in. They both deserved it.
But they at the same time, they both deserve to go to the finals. Like neither at this point deserve to go down to the third place match.
Right.
I mean, it's sad to say that someone has to bite the bullet, but
Right.
someone's going to have to, and we're gonna find out in this game number 5. And I do believe that the draft might be ready in just a minute. But before that, let's take a look at our players' stats for that match before we jump into that game 5 draft, because I think at this point, if you're the players, you must be feeling tired, exhausted, mentally incapacitated to some degree, because you've just played 4 intense games, and these are also 4 elimination matches, if you think about it.
Right, and again, whoever loses this match wouldn't have any more chances, right? Wouldn't have any more chances into touching that trophy that we have just shown earlier. Again, whoever loses here is going to have to play for the battle for a third. No more chances to go back into the grand finals.
Yeah, now we just saw Z-Ray. We're going to switch on over to Eeyore. Both attackers for these teams, the real firepower, the engine behind their squads. And these two players, they play rather differently, right?
Right.
So you've got Z-Ray, who loves to just play these very complex, flashy Pokemon because he is so confident in his own mechanical skill. And then you have Eeyore, who's actually not only just playing the central lane for the team, but he's also captaining the team.
Right.
He's the one that's making a lot of the big decisions for Rise. And I can't imagine what a game of Unite is like. Yeah, because not only are you thinking about what your own game plan is, you also have to think about your team. Yeah, you have to think about your entire squad's strategy going into that game. We know that Rise, they don't completely rely on Eeyore for the brains. It's not like everybody only follows Eeyore. They are somewhat independent, but they really rely on Eeyore to make some of the big calls, for those big fights, to say like, hey, are you guys ready? Are you in position? Hey guys, I need assistance. Let's back up here.
But here we go. Game number 5. Let's take a step back a little bit. Sorry.
Maybe you need to sit back.
Maybe I'm talking to myself.
Maybe.
Right. But now we are on game number 5. BKZ will not be able to use their Urshifu.
He must be sad. It's like, oh, guys, I can't play
to use Urshifu. You're forcing me to play.
But he's played Buzzwole, so he's had some variety to his palette. It's not just Garchomp. But I want to see, okay, are we going to see a new Pokemon for BKZ? Like, do they suddenly decide, like, okay, we're going to put you back on the Machamp?
Right.
That'd be some nice extra flavor.
But it is going to be good, though. They're going to be prioritizing the defender, the initiator, and likewise their support as well. That is going to be the Trevenant and the Eldegoss.
And Necro is also back onto the Blastoise, so I'm wondering if Rise is actually asking High Five to go back. Hang on. I was joking. I wasn't being serious. Oh goodness. Yeah, so I'm just thinking like, is Rise challenging High Five and saying like, we want you to play the Buzzwole because we don't care if you're on the Buzzwole.
Right. But look at this.
Oh my gosh, is he
Rise
really
is going to be playing the same comp
I was
as
joking,
earlier.
BKZ. I was joking. I was joking.
But
yeah, we got time.
going into the competition, right? For Rise, it still has been the same since the last previous 4 games, right? And they're still going to be going into that. High Five, however, is listening to that.
No, they're not listening to it. I'm not
Don't
a coach.
do it, Danny.
No. I'll get fired after this game. Oh, God. I'm actually scared now. No, I'm very sure this was actually a calculated decision because we have seen BKZ play Machamp before.
Right.
So
maybe this was the trump card that they have been holding.
Possibly.
Right? for just in case they get in on game number 5. They, BKC wasn't using the Urshifu, wasn't using the Garchomp, and what has been using the Urshifu and the Garchomp, and hasn't been using Machamp even yesterday.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
So they've only really pulled it out, I believe, during the East Asia League stage. They haven't really pulled it out besides that because it's mostly been, if Urshifu's there, you get Urshifu. Occasionally he gets the Garchomp. So to bring out this Machamp, it might throw Rise out for a bit of a loop because they weren't, firstly, they're not anticipating the Machamp. But now they also have to figure out, what's BKZ's role in this game? Is he going to be focusing on flanking? Is he going to be chasing Eeyore like he has been on Garchomp thus far? What is his role?
And again, with that being said, though, just want to point out that Shengdi still back on the Absol can definitely just mark down Eeyore. That already happened in game number 3.
It did. Yeah, honestly, I need a moment to sort of prep myself for this game because I think this might be the best game out of the entire 5 games that we have seen so far. But let's see what happens in the lanes. I don't think we're going to be seeing anything too spectacular. Both teams will be showing a lot of respect because we are seeing Xingdi back on his Absol. We've seen what he can do on this Pokemon. And I think Rise, after playing against it, they have to understand what's coming their way.
With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, we are now down into the final round for this match. Let's have a champion time as Necro is almost getting taken down, but Zoe, beautiful recovery to help down Necro, but Eeyore likewise with a tail whip is going to be able to help them up as well.
It was actually great too for High Five that nobody went down in that rotation because they possibly could have lost BKZ, which meant that top lane would have been completely open for scoring, for stacking. I didn't get to 100% see what the build was for the Blastoise, but we have seen Necro stacking in the past, so I do believe he's still running the special attack glasses. But look at this though, we saw Xingdi move in, but it just wasn't the opening to go too deep. It was just to zone them away. But they got in!
With the immediate slash coming in from Xingdi and finishing off the job as well. Beautiful pick off from High Five. That was a very calculated move.
Oh my goodness, and actually Xingdi turning around the team is here. They even actually bring in the unevolved Trevenant, but look at this, though, Macho coming in from the top. They even get the elimination on Eeyore and onto Zoe. Big victories there for High Five in these team skirmishes.
See, the mere fact that Rise forced High Five to bring their trump card says a lot. And High Five right now with this combination, Machamp with submission into the final hit coming in from Xingdi is just beautiful to watch.
The game's not over yet. We're seeing these early skirmishes, but they've actually got the pullback again onto Necro.
One more pick off for High Five.
So for High Five, it seems that they are identifying the issue being Necro, right? The fact that if you just let this Blastoise stack for free, get that level 9, Hydro Typhoon is going to be an issue for this team because it's such a big Unite move you have to worry about in the Rayquaza pit. So eliminate him from the competition, and then you're going to have an easier time during that mid-game. And Illuna goes down as well. So High Five, this aggression coming in from the team, it's really paying off so far because they're just not being punished.
No, yeah, for sure. But with that being said, Rise is getting a little bit passive here as High Five is eating them for breakfast with the pressure. And with that being said, as well, Ikura was able to just confirm the burst down bottom. And BKZ, it is happening once again. BKZ has the lead against Necro up top.
Yeah, he's basically just keeping the War Turtle chained in the top lane. It's like, guy, I'm not going to leave you alone. I'm going to bully you to no end. I'm going to make sure you have the worst game of your life. And he's doing such a great job at slowing down the progress of that War Turtle. And if he actually gets Necro on the goal zone, that would be such a devastating move. But the fact that they actually bring the support in the top lane means that was going to be an easy objective in the bottom lane here for Rise. They get a knockout, they get the Reggie, they get the buffs, the experience. But for Rise, what do they get in return? A Machoke.
Right, but here's the thing, right? Illuna tried to steal that away. Unfortunately, High Five is not one that makes the same mistake. So Illuna, you are already marked here by High Five. Now going up top, High Five wants to get in more damage. Midnight Slash unfortunately going to whip, but they're still going to be able to take down 3 in the process and possibly taking down this score goal as well. Shingdi can score this 15, leaving just 1 for a potential maximum overcapping off top, while they can at least still get down to Reggie Lecky, but Ray unfortunately stopped down here by Eeyore.
Yeah, Eeyore coming in clutch in that moment. And also, I think Rise, they were very thankful that Illuna was in that top lane, right? Because he single-handedly defended that top goal zone. Although AXQ has been spotted out here by the Absol. He is burning down to the pedal dance, but the team is coming in. They get the submission, Blitz assist as well. But do they have the damage? No, they're going to back out, and I think this was the safe play because there's so many High Five Pokemon coming in to reinforce Shingdi. But this is a big move, though, because look at him turning onto Zoe. This really big Blitzy, and he does get it for free. And remember, there's no Blitz assist anymore, so this next objective, it might just go into High Five because they've lost their support, and even Illuna just gets cut down.
No more walls for Rise, and High Five was able to tear down the walls of Rise, pushing them down into the edge, taking down the first tier skull goal, and taking this Regieleki uncontested.
So far, this game is looking really in favor of High Five. They've won most of the battles so far. They've taken most of the objectives. The one reason that Rise is still in this game is the fact that they're still able to stay toe-to-toe when it comes to points scored. But they need to equalize in these levels between the two teams because so far they are investing so much in their core Pokemon. And look at this, High Five, the entire team is here. Everyone on Rise is just out of position. Oh my goodness, 2 more KOs.
42 overcap coming in from Ray as well. And with that KO, with that team fight win from High Five, once again, are they going to be able to secure an objective uncontested?
This game is starting to look more and more in favor of High Five as they take these objectives, as they score these goals, and most importantly, they are literally out-leveling Rise by a long shot. They're already sitting on a level 13 Delphox and Absol. Both of these Pokemon are absolutely cooking, whereas you see Rise, they're struggling to catch up. Yes, I think Eeyore is the closest Pokemon to actually catch up in levels. But even then, 13. You know, oh, here we go. They actually use the slow beam at the 3.5-minute mark to catch out Zero. They do get it, but is this going to be a very expensive battle, JJ?
Fire Typhoon is going to be popped up here. I think Rise needs to win this team fight. They need to take down as much as possible, but Ikura is just, buying their team some time for them to come back. And I think they can pull up the reversal here. And here comes a score coming from Zoe, but it doesn't matter. Ikura is going to go down, but here comes Zoe going to be taken down as well. Are they going to be able to take down this score goal? Yes, they will.
Tanking like a tramp!
Going down. It's going to be 2 into the side of High Five, going down into the score of 1 as well. 2-for-1 trade in favor of Rise. Wait, actually, no, 2-on-2 because Zoe was taken down as well.
Yes. So it was an equal trade, but at the end of the day, I think most importantly for Rise, they removed that bottom goal zone, right? So it's going to make it much more difficult for High Five to make it to those Rayquaza battles once we do hit that 2-minute mark. Regieleki is up on the field, and of course the bottom Reggie would have spawned, but it will be Rayquaza time by the time that comes up. So what's going to be the case here? Are we going to be seeing any of these teams try to actually gun for Regieleki? Is it going to be a team standoff? Are they going to make sure nobody can get it? Because so far, High Five are in position to possibly take it, but then again, they're kind of afraid. They're playing defensively.
Look at Rise right now. AXQ and Eager already at level 14, but nobody else is on High Five except for Machamp. And Absol now, Shingdi is already level 14, so this is going to be a close. But whoever is going to be able to take the initiative to initiate the team fight, let's find out together. This is the final team fight possibly to happen in this match. What Woodhammer's going to pop up? Oh my goodness, Blitz This sent into Hydro Typhoon, and a Golden Cloud is going to be popped up, and Gura was taken down with a slow bro as well with a slow beam, but that is 1 for 2 trade in favor of High Five. Now we got 4. 4 is now down. High Five can take away this Rayquaza. Let's find out if they will so in the process. They have the advantage. They can burst down this Rayquaza, but can this Axew take down the Rayquaza? No, they won't. High Five is still the king right here, taking down the Rayquaza, and all they need to do now is fear. Man, fear everything and run, score everything and run, ignore everyone else, and just score, widen the gap for you to come to the grand finals.
And I think Z-Ray's gonna get the score for free. He doesn't have a shield, but look at that. Ikura acting as that bodyguard, making sure they get an extra 100 points into the goal zone, JJ. 197 to 636, and this lead can only get bigger, and I just don't think it's gonna get better. Because Rise are melting!
736 for High Five, and that might just be it for High Five going into the grand finals, taking down 3, no make it 4. Is this gonna be a team wipe before the timer ends though?
They're even spawn camping as well, making sure there was no way Rise is going to come back from this game, and with the difference in points, High Five
like
will be your second grand finalist at the Pokémon UNITE Asia Champions League offline final.
It is going to be a remake. MYS versus High Five. This might just be the most hyped grand finals that we were going to have. MYS, they've shown the power that they can have from yesterday. They can go toe-to-toe against High Five, and yet again, are they going to have a rematch with them on the grandest stage of the tournament? That is the grand finals.
And that means at the same time, we will be seeing Rise play again, but their next series is going to be the 3rd placement match, and that's going to be up against T2 right after this game. I mean, I am so happy to see these teams come this far. You know, at the same time, it's heartbreaking to know that one of them is going to have to fall short.
Unfortunately, unfortunate reality that only one can go up.
But at the same time, I think, you know, as viewers and us as casters as well, to see these teams make it this far, you know, we are equally proud that they were able to reach it to this point, to play such amazing Pokemon Unite. And I think most importantly, I want to see more of them in the future. I don't want to see their legacies die with ACL. I want to see them at WCS. I want to see these teams at Yokohama. So I do hope that after this game, you know, they go back, they think things through, and they come back even stronger.
Again, only Rise, right? Only Rise is the team in the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. The only team that was able to put High Five into the brink of getting defeated, or into the brink of that edge, into that final moment where they awoken something into High Five. That
the last 2 minutes.
The last 2 minutes, indeed. High Five was just phenomenal.
And I think this is the beauty of best of 5 games, because both teams are just pushed to the absolute limit, you know. Everything you've learnt, everything you understand, your mechanical skills, your macro skill, everything is being tested. And it just goes to show how strong these two teams are. For Rise to be able to take High Five the distance, for High Five to be able to come back in full force and be able to deal with everything that Rise threw at them in this best of 5 series.
I think we can finally rest from these hype matches. I think Rise and High Five definitely is, you know, this match in specific is one of the top matches that we can ever have in Pokemon Unite, and I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys watching from home and even in right now on Battle Arena will be going back to just to see how much hype and how much back and forth this match is, right, coming from Rise and High Five.
Yeah, and I also want to mention, you know, I think this is something that's sort of forgotten with Trevenant, because everyone sees Trevenant, they say, you know, Woodhammer is the MVP from this move. But in this particular game, I really think it was the Phantom Forest, right? Because Phantom Forest increases your basic attack damage. And what does Absol do? Basic attacks. So going into the grand final, you know, if you're MYS, and you're seeing some of these Pokemon and the synergy between them, you kind of have to think like, oh my gosh, this is another combination that we're going to have to deal with. Either we have to take it away, we have to use our ban if we're not already banning Zacian. Maybe Zacian goes through. We kind of don't know what's going to happen. I think
Grand Final Zacian?
I think everyone's hoping Zacian goes through, and I think, you know, as much as it's been a terror in all of our pub games, we do want to see it played at the highest level.
That being said, right, we are already done, and I am just excited to see the grand finals. Later on, we'll be there with you guys. We will be with you on the finals, but before we head into that, let's have a little bit of an interview with High Five going into the next one. Professor Flava, please give us the deets.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're here at the interview station, and of course, I'm joined in by our Ikura, who's a representative from Team High Five, which they have just recently won against Team Rise 3-2 in the semi-finals too. Ikura, congratulations, and gotta say, it's great to actually have you because I have a lot of questions for you. First question up. Basically, the Southeast Asian teams were the only teams who managed to grab some games away from you, which ruined your perfect streak in Team High Five. So share with us your thoughts on it, what are your thoughts on your opponents, and more.
I think Wise is a really good team, and they actually know what our pace. Their Venusaur is their main carry, and we knew that. We try a lot. I try to think a lot of different things how to counter his Venusaur, and so, but it's a very hard fight. Yes.
Okay, here's the thing. What shows how strong Rise is, Ikura is literally shaking a little bit. Are you feeling okay? You're doing good?
Yeah,
he's doing good. I mean, it was a very struggling shoot too. Now, Rise put up a really good show. They won match number 1, and then you managed to get back up in game number 2. They won game number 3 and number 4. So what was the difference? What was going through the minds of you and your teammates when you guys were down in some of the matches in this best of 5 series?
So, I think it is because we didn't play very well first game and third game. The third game we secured Rayquaza, but we lost Rayquaza. And then we are a bit shook. The community is a bit confused there. So actually, I think game 4 we can defend it, but things happen. So we just continue to go on and trust my teammates to win the game 5.
Yeah, there you have it. And of course, last question. I really enjoy having Ikura here because most of the time he would push other people, right? Last question. You're going to the grand finals and your opponent is once again going to be MYS. So what can we expect for the grand finals? Now, they never had a chance to actually beat you guys yet, but you know they're gunning for you. So what can we expect from Team High Five?
As we are fighting, it's like third time or fourth time against MYS, and we won all of them before, and we will win this trophy away from Malaysia.
Yeah, all right. Congratulations to Team High Five. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to all the team, and that concludes our semi-final matches. Don't go away, because after this, we're going to be witnessing the 3rd and 4th placing match, and we'll see you guys after this break.
掉，还没都踩2个，8个，关键的一波发出了，古多利迷路了，完了，古多利这哇！
These points, 16 from the Battle side. Is there any more? I don't think they can get a 22 from the Cracker. This is
Will Revenant do? That's the only question. They are trying, but
Revenant
will
got
they
it.
take it? Oh my God!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the inaugural Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2023 finals, happening to you live from Battle Arena in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. My name is Flavor and we're back, and right after this we're going to kickstart the third and fourth placing match. But before we do that, let's have a recap on what has transpired throughout the tournament so far. Earlier on, we actually witnessed the match for semi-finals 1 as well as semi-finals 2. For semi-finals 1, we actually had a match between Team T2 going up against Team MYS. And fortunately enough, MYS managed to actually gain a close win against their opponents in a true 3-2 in a best of 5 series. And of course, looking up into the semi-finals 2, we actually had a match between Team High 5 going up against Team Rise, and High 5 has proven itself to be the better team and will be moving forward towards the finals. And looking at the tournament schedule coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be soon starting off the third and fourth place match shortly, and the finals will be held roughly right after. These tournaments are underestimated, and the matches will be held in a rolling schedule format. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special announcement just for you, and here is some information about the upcoming Pokemon Unite tournament. The Asia Regional Qualifiers will determine the participating teams for the Pokemon World Championship 2023, Pokemon Unite Division, and this will finally begin in April 2023. The qualifying tournament for April will be held from April 15 on a Saturday to April 16 on a Sunday, and the top 3 teams from the April tournament will be able to advance to the regional finals. And the registration for April tournament is currently open, and for more details, please check the official tournament website and the official Pokemon Unite social media pages. Now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, allow me to have the honor to call upon the teams. They'll be competing in the third and fourth placing match. Ladies and gentlemen, let us kickstart by inviting our first team in the third and fourth placing match to come up to the stage. This team with the likes of Ruin, Hibachi, Agent, Haruta, and Supercell were fighting through the adversary, was only losing a single game in the first stage and then further defending their seeding in the second stage of the online tournament. ACL against Rising Team of Secret Ship has now proven itself time and time again to be one of the powerhouses in East Asia region. Recently, they went up against their opponents in the semi-finals, but unfortunately dropping down it. But this does not mean their Heart of Fire is over. They're back here to claim that East Asia is still one of the best here in the Asia region. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Team T2. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to have the honor to call upon their opponents in the third and fourth placing match up here to the stage. Now, this being rostered by the likes of players such as Eeyore, Necro, AXQ, Zoe, and Illuna are the dark horses in the tournament. While starting out a little shaky on the first stage of the competition, they did exceptionally well by winning the second stage, winning match after match after match, being the #1 seeded team from Southeast Asia, and going up against some of the best in Asia itself. They gave quite a fight to their opponent, High 5, in the semifinals too, and are here to show that they are in it to win it. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Team Rise. These two teams will go up against one another, and one of them will come up on top in this best of 5 series. One of them will crown the 3rd place winner, and the other will crown the 4th place winner. With that, we'd like to say all the best to both teams, and we'd like you guys to head on over to your stations as the battle is about to begin. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we're going to be handing over to our amazing commentators to do commentaries on this 3rd and 4th placing match. Take it away.
Thank you very much to our awesome Professor Flavor. Again, we are back for the 3rd placement match. My name is Sasuke alongside Contra. And I just want to say we have been handed a very, very heavy task. This is not just any 3rd placement match. This is a placement match that is a rematch off of yesterday. T2 against Rise. We call back into Group A, but most importantly, it's in a best of 5. And you can kind of feel the atmosphere kind of sinking a bit. It is a series of heartbreak.
That's right, and on top of that, both sides have performed outstandingly well, putting their opponents into an all-5-game series. And just recently concluded, we had even High 5 being challenged to the brink of it, heading into the very final moments where Team Rise came so close to defeat them. But here they are now playing for 3rd place. There's still a whole lot more prize to be won for them. And of course, you want to at least walk back home to know that you are top 3 in Asia.
The storyline has been written in this 3rd placement match. 1st seed of SCA against 2nd seed from East Asia. But most importantly is how these two teams got here. Devastating defeat for T2. And one that is also of the same magnitude for Rise. But I think when you are Rise and you are in this position, you know that you have done your best against arguably the tournament favorites. For T2, you can see that this is a matter of devastation. They did have some time to recuperate, to prepare for this 3rd placement match, but evidently when you look at the players, you can feel the atmosphere is not the same as when they first showed up on stage for that semi-finals.
This is why when it comes down to competitive play like this, I would say that it really requires a whole lot from these trainers to be able to keep up with their A-game mentality. Although you may have actually suffered perhaps a loss that impacts you overall, now they have to bond it all together yet again. And we saw Team Rise, they were just on stage and now they will have to carry on forward yet again. It's been a grueling series and perhaps they will need to squeeze whatever stamina necessary. Meanwhile, T2, they did have a little bit of that break, but you saw what really happened by the end of those 2 final rounds, which have actually depleted a whole lot of morale. But now it's really time to pick it all up. Once again, Southeast Asia's finest out of their run throughout the ACL League in terms of Southeast Asia. We see Team Rise climbing through the brackets, and this is where they have to put their efforts there to once again claim victory.
And I think the most important part, at least in this best of 5, is how the 2 shot callers of the team really rally the squad. And we got to see how, you know, when T2 unfortunately didn't win their previous series, it's devastation on Supercell's face. And this guy is the heart and soul of T2. So we're looking at him, but at the same time, we're also looking at Eeyore from the side of Rise and how he can rally his squad for this one last ride, for this 3rd placement. There is still pride, there's still honor, there's obviously still that bragging rights on the line. It will never feel as sweet as lifting the trophy, but at the end of the day, I think the teams can, you know, be happy that the fact that they are top 4 in Asia, there's still work to be done.
That's true, and when we saw the quality of play that both has been able to offer, I think like it's always about all these decisions that will lead up into the next consequence, and this is another fighting chance for them to prove themselves yet again. So when it comes down to future tournaments, they know what exactly to prepare for. And you know, this is just one out of many, I believe, for the teams that are currently involved here in the Pokémon UNITE Asia Champions League Finals. So with that being said, of course, we prepare ourselves for our very first draft. But once again, for those trainers who are just tuning in, these are some of the stats that you want to look at where Team Rise, who's seen them playing a whole lot of Glaceon, especially in the hands of Eeyore, and sometimes they switch hands as well. You see AXQ on this Pokemon from time and time again. So it is going to be depending on what fits best for Team Rise.
And on top of that, we also saw Illuna play the Snorlax, right? It is a pick against High Five in that previous series. That was something that we haven't seen too much from Rise, but of course Slowbro was also one of the signature. Never forget, Skull requires a steal. That is going into the history books for a long time to come. But overall, for Rise, they are going to present a completely different archetype. It's in this best of 5. T2, they have played Rise before in a best of 3, but they haven't played Rise in the best of 5. And judging by how T2 had to go up against Team MYS and face so many different variations of compositions, Rise is also a team that has many variations of their draft. So we're testing the adjustment of T2 again, but with that being said, T2 not a slouch at all. They also have their own respective key picks that has gotten them victories after victories.
Exactly, and when it comes down to T2, they always play together as a team, and usually the construct of how they select their Pokemon is really very dependent on how it complements each other in terms of synergy. So let's also have a look at T2. And when we look at the form of composition, I think Blissey is the key to most part of their matchups, where they will rely on all these healings that was being provided. And we've also seen a number of Blastoise to be played out in order to set things perfectly for Haruda.
And on top of that, T2 has also shown us a lot of that speedster variation in the central area. We saw Talon Flame, and we also saw the Scyther as well. But overall, T2 is also a squad that can turn things up if they need. We've been seeing that trial, well, not really trial, but the success of a competition where they had the Blastoise, the Venusaur, all these big AoE team fights, that yesterday they also pulled out something of sort against Rise, and they were able to basically clean up Rise 2-0. Now the question is, that was a best of 3 in this long run, and after so much fatigue and after so much has happened, earlier today, which team can outlast the other?
That's true, and evidently we see these teams have evolved and adapted throughout the course of a night span. And that itself is so incredible, because sure, T2 might have actually gotten those 2 wins against what we've seen past the other day when they were going up against Team Rise, but today, Rise managing to actually snatch 2 games away from High Five is a statement itself that they are stronger than ever, and they've already got it all figured out. It's only down to the finishing touches, so it's really boiling down on how they will go in for some of these drafts. So T2 has got a lot to prepare for.
Definitely a mentality thing for Rise as well. Both teams coming in with slightly different narrative. How T2 got here and how Rise got here. Similarities is they both unfortunately dropped from that semi-finals, but if you look at what T2 wanted to achieve and what Rise looked forward to, it's clear it's very amped for us to say that T2 definitely were the more heartbroken one. Now, coming into this, aside from having the shot caller realign the focus of the teams, I also want to see how Rise adapts to T2, because we can say High Five, very calm, cool, collected. T2 so far has also been pretty adapting pretty well to what they witnessed yesterday in both Group A and Group B matches, and that was demonstrated in the series against Team MYS.
That's right, and right now they will come in with this nothing to lose mindset, because there's everything to gain here in this best of 5 matchup. So when it came down to what we saw yesterday, T2, the way that they deconstruct Team Rise is to really set up multiple win conditions. You try to win every single objective on the map via team fights, and when that does not really work out in their favor, they're not really concerned at all, because there's always 1 or 2 players actually banking in some of all these AOS energy on some of all these zones itself. So with that being said, I believe we're about to be ready for what's about to come.
And we are going to look at the win rate for the Pokemon on the side of Team Rise. We have the Delphox, we have the Glaceon, we have the Hoopa. Rise is also a team that plays this Pokemon, the Wigglytuff, and last but not least, this is a Scyther. So overall, Rise's Pokemon pool, or at least from what they have shown us, is slightly different from T2. We don't see the Delphox from T2, but we have seen them run the Venusaur with the Solar Beam. Compare that to what Rise has brought to the table earlier on, AXQ with the Venusaur, with the Petal Dance. There is a different archetype for how these two teams want to approach, but only if they get that Venusaur on their side.
True enough, and then you also have this heavy reliance on the Glaceon pick, so this is something that T2 has to consider when it comes down to the draft itself. When it is on T2 side though, when they do have multiple games played on Blastoise, we've seen heavy successes, and this is what we really want to keep our eyes on, where teams have tried to actually counter Blastoise with a Buzzwole, but it's not 100% in succession when it comes down to this, because Blastoise offers so much with the rapid spin, and then once again you have Mew to be that glass cannon over on the back line to be able to secure not only some of all these knockouts, but also perhaps a Rayquaza.
Yeah, perhaps the Rayquaza. And what T2 has in similarity with High Five in their respective series is when it comes down to important objective fights. And I'm talking about Rayquaza and Rayquaza alone. They have had high success rate compared to the teams that they faced early on. And that was something that did allow High Five to push to that Game 5 and eventually take the series against Rise, kind of making that reverse happen. And T2 has accomplished that against MYS as well. They stole 2 Rayquaza, and I believe Ikura from High Five did praise Ruin from T2 on Twitter as well. So you can clearly see the impact that these players bring to the team. And now we're in for the drafting phase of the first game of this best of 5. It definitely feels like a heavy responsibility to be the harbinger of bad news. But here we are, the job is not done yet. One last ride for these two teams.
That's right, and we celebrate all their journey throughout the course of their run, qualifying into the Asia Champions League. Coming this far, we've seen them thrive out of all their struggles, especially when you look at Team Rice, a likely journey where many may have actually counted them out early on, and here they are challenging T2. And these are the bands where we're looking at the Urshifu ban now. We've seen plenty of that being played out throughout the course of the series, and they don't want none of it. Zacian once more banned and will not see daylight, but we're having Supercell locking in at Glaceon, so that's one pick denied from Team Rise.
T2 going for the Blastoise, no surprise right there. You have the Trevenant, you take Trevenant, you're giving Blastoise away. But we're seeing the Elder Gods, something that T2 hasn't brought out in the first BO5 against MYS, so this is a slightly new look. Otherwise, I think every other selection is what has been telegraphed and expected. Slowbro for Illuna on the side of Rise. They also get the Clefable coming in as well. So overall, two teams playing their comfort Pokemons heading into Game 1.
Yeah, I like what I see so far, especially with Eeyore quickly selecting that Espeon. We've seen how monumental the Psychic's Lair has been able to actually win them a couple of games earlier in their respective series against High Five. And now Ruin gets the Gardevoir online. This is what we love to see, where we're expecting a full-blown 5 versus 5 setup in favor of T2 if they do land majority of their Unite moves concurrently. But XQ has got an answer of their own. This Cramorant is here to gather in some damage.
Completely different approach from the T2, you know, scratch what I just said. The Glaceon, great. Mamoswine, I don't believe we've seen that picked by T2 since the start of the ACL finals. And Gardevoir is also a pick that we haven't seen it. I mean, in the previous series, we did see Mew, we saw the Venusaur, but never Gardevoir. The T2 coming in with a different approach against Rise. Maybe this is their answer to what Rise has prepared. They have been watching Rise's series against High Five, and they had the time to concoct up something. They've beaten Rise before, they now just gotta do it again.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because when you take a look at Gardevoir's kit, right? Sure, it will take quite a number of levels before you hit full evolution. And here we begin our third place match with both Team Rise versus T2 in this bracket itself. So we'll have to see who will come up on top. And once again, bringing it back, basically, we take a look at Espeon's kit. in terms of what it does best when it comes down to these team fights, it is very similar to what the Gardevoir actually offers in return, except for the fact that you will get that level up much faster as compared to that Gardevoir.
And this is kind of, as much as we say that it's just for third place, but I agree with what you brought up early on. This is a celebration of Pokémon UNITE, celebration of how far these teams have come and how impressive their gameplays have been. And honestly, being able to follow the journey of both Rise and T2 from yesterday to this fateful rematch, definitely an honor, but honor is more important to these two teams by the end of this series. I just want to see how this adjustment from T2 and what they've learned from their earlier series.
Fair enough. Whereas for Team Rise, they got to be very mindful over on this top lane itself, because you look at the amount of output Haruda has on the table, could easily overwhelm them, especially on these early rounds. Great backup coming in from the rest of Team Rise to be able to stabilize the laning phase. Meanwhile, I expect the bottom side to be pretty much on the neutral ground. We'll have to take a look as Luna is slowly being shoved aside. Supercell hoping to actually steal something out. Eject button just to take one off.
Yeah, Supercell needs a bit of a snack on the way in. Hobachi getting chased down. Eeyore and him both trade eject buttons. T2 contesting the top. Was able to at least share a bit of that experience, take some of it away from Rise. But like you mentioned, the stalemate happening down bot. So far, T2 are the one who have been able to get a couple more points compared to Rise, but we're waiting for the 7-minute mark. And looking at T2's composition, definitely expecting those big combos from the Gardevoir and the Blastoise, and evolution for Zoe at the last second, saving him.
Oh, that was really dicey. Meanwhile, Necro squeezed in a couple of points. T2 is still up ahead though, and this is a huge three-pointer coming from Haruda.
Haruda sneaking a big 3 in. Rise, so far, I think when you look at this composition, it's definitely going to be a bit slower. But both teams have ample amount of the hindrance. T2 once more is focusing on the central fight. Rise having more members overall. Less than a minute until the Reggie spawn. So T2, they're going to keep Haruda at top as his War Turtle to hold up against Necro. This is a very classic matchup at this point. We might see that 4 versus 4 on objective.
Yeah, and we're hoping to also see a more proactive moves coming from Team Rise's Trevenant pick, because so far not much have been displayed, and it seems like Necro couldn't really stop Haruda in time. And if this is being allowed to happen from time and time again, Haruda will have such a smooth cruise that maybe this Tornado doesn't have to join in the battle that's about to happen over on the bottom lane itself. T2 putting in the pressure. Team Rise will need to defend for the time being, and they at least bring Ruin to dangerous level of health. XQ has to eject out of the way.
And I like how you brought up the point of this War Turtle, because we saw what MYS did, right? You have Yang alone on this War Turtle, and he has been able to do fantastic against T2. Rise with the Skull, Supercell dropping low, Reggie Ice is the contention. ASQ over the wall, getting that KO to start things off. Rise looking for the objective, but no! Of course, it has to be the side of T2 that gets it. Hobachi with the steal on that Reggie Ice, and Rise, unfortunately, through everything, not able to do too much, and Hobachi is still going for more. Arjun by his side, he also has Ruin with him. Hobachi scores a second.
Great finishing touches coming in from Ruin, and you saw how they slowly peel back, negating any form of danger coming from Team Rise, and still have their eyes on the prize. Got their hands on the Reggie, and now having a little bit more of that advantage to clear some space, and Ruin Supercell will shove them all aside. Eeyore could not hold back, and T2 find themselves not only more points over the bottom, have already broken a goal zone and still putting in war. And now, finally, XQ has some response.
That's what we discussed about adaptation. T2 taking a page off of their experience against MYS. Love to see this Mammal Shrine finally getting more attention, but I also want to bring out the Trevenant on the side of Team Rise. We've seen a lot of examples, Trevenant with the Wood Hammer and the Pain Split, but I believe Necro is the one, or the first one so far in this ACL Grand Finals that runs the Horn Leash, which was something that I expected from the get-go. So you have a slightly different dynamic, more crowd control from Team Rise. Just have to make sure that you hit that Horn Leash, because missing it can be detrimental. either way, T2 just got the Reggie Ilecki, but they did lose Ruin down bot, so Rise would end up able to cash in a couple of points. The over score on that 40 from Eeyore. T2 not able to stop it.
Keeping it really closely as we see AXQ now overtakes the rest of T2 with his effort. Kobachi couldn't stop in time. And now, 10 more seconds on the clock. I believe this would be a really huge catch.
Arjun tried, shielded Haruda, but it was insufficient. And Rise will be able to stop the Reggie Ilecki. It's courtesy of Necro holding on. The passive will have to be expended. Rise just leading by a slight point advantage, but T2, they come in, they blow up with Luna. And there is an opportunity for T2 to contest this Reggie Ice. They've been able to force Team Rise completely away from this objective. And I'm not sure if Team Rise still wants to contest this. It seems like they have been able to really force T2 away, but Zoe, I'm not sure that's the place you want to be. Supercell, the brick wall of T2 gets the KO onto Eeyore, and T2 will get the Reggie Ice.
2 in a row for T2, and now they do see a little bit more of an angle to march all together. Meanwhile, Team Rise will have this Trevenant still lurking his way, taking a lot of all these camps out of the T2 jungle, and perhaps will eventually find ways to close in the gap as well. Supercell now being the main target for Necro, and the hammer is already out, but that's not going to be able to deter Kobachi from getting away. Supercell doing a wonderful job just to hold the rest of Team Rise.
Yeah, and Necro actually went for the pain split this game. And the Phantom Forest used onto Supercell, and Bruin is trying to run at the Gardevoir. The Woodcammer comes out, but Necro might not have enough health. Was able to at least get away with Supercell by his helm. Backstab coming in for ASQ, but he cannot find an entry. And it's T2 and Rise both trading 1 KO each. Illuna might be the next one to go. Frozen in place, and it's Supercell that goes in for the dunk onto Rise. T2 getting KOs days after days, and T2 will force Team Rise away. But Necro is back, Woodhammer onto T. Zoe by his side, trying to stop this score. Supercell tries to sneakily get one in, but couldn't find it. And T2, despite the best effort, takes a bit to finally score some extra points and break that goal in the top lane of Rise.
It's just overwhelming the way that T2, layers after layers of damage, especially when you look at Haruda on his Blastoise. The moment Rapid Spin is being channeled, you just see all these health bars slowly deplete out of Team Rise, and that was the second time Necro tries to actually get things done, and once again being knocked out. It's not really the best of time this Trevenant is having throughout the course of the run, but you know, heading into the late game, there's still a few more windows of opportunity for Team Rise where you will need to have your in great positioning to land a huge Psychic Solaire to turn the course of the battle.
Silver lining is that Team Rise is ahead by points, and also both Reggie Ilecki that went over to T2 were negated. They were not able to crash it. Final stretch begins. Again, last 2 minutes, T2, they are the one on the back foot. And Rise, watch out for that Cramoran. He's kind of looking for a flank angle in AXQ, being very cheeky, and he's relaying the information. This is why Necro just walks out. Both the defenders of T2 stunned down. They go in, try to grab Ruin for as much as possible, but the Unite becomes a Supercell. Once more gets this big knockout, followed by the Hydro Typhoon, and Rise might not be able to hold off long enough. 3 KOs already. Necro is the form. The Lumberjacks in T2 are here. They chop out the Trevenant and they send him back to the Pokemon Center. T2 on this Rayquaza, and Rise have no way to contest.
T2 just knows how to draw the line, and they just absolutely zoned them off completely. Rise have no clear entry point. Zoe dunks in the final few effort, but where's the rest of the team? They will not be able to stop Haruda on his pursuit while the rest of T2 storms through.
And Supercell was able to sneak in that extra 100, putting them so far ahead of Rise. We only have 1 more minute, but if T2 gets these KOs, which they did, Rise might not even have space to sneak in any more points. Illuna and Zoe holding hands side by side, but Illuna is turned into an ice block. And T2 are here to beat Rise down once more with this opening statement. They've done it once, and they're looking to do it again. This game 1 pretty much done.
T2, they wanted team fights to happen, and it's team fights that they've got and won time after time. Another Typhoon to hit, where Haruda was negating any members of Rise from exiting their spawn zone, and that is where T2, they have a clean start heading into the series.
All your Pokemon centers are belong to us. That's the T2 model coming into this best of 5. A strong opening and definitely a bit of a morale boost for a team that has done so much and came so far. This rematch is gonna feel a bit sweeter, but T2 having this opening is affirmation. They indeed beating Rise in that Group A BO3 is definitely not a fluke. They can do it again.
And finally, we see smiles returning to the faces of T2 with this victory in hand. Once again, when we look into how T2 really sets things up, Haruda had such a great head start, and then you have Ajin as well as Supercell just basically being the first line of defense, putting pressure upon Team Rise so that Ruin as well as Hibachi could smoothly put in those numbers back into the table. Meanwhile, Team Rise, I think like they've been throwing a few wrenches at the side of T2 with Illuna, hoping to actually catch the right targets, but it was very difficult for them to actually burst anybody down in a short span of time.
And in that final sequence, when we look at the Rayquaza fight, we did see Luna, I believe, eject button forward and just grab Ruin, but instantly broken by the rest of T2. This is the T2 we all know and love, and they did demonstrate it in the earlier series against MYS, and they're doing it again. And one thing that I'm looking at from Rise right now is, have they learned anything about T2 from the earlier today? Because MYS certainly had a solution, but with Rise's Pokemon pool, it seems like it is still not clear-cut at this point of time.
It's pretty interesting as well when you take a look at the Team Rise's composition, where Zoe, of course, tried to offer as much healing as possible, but when it comes down to the kid, Wukitu basically stopped coming in with the gravity as well, but perhaps you're looking for Hibachi in many of all these instances, but most often than not, there wasn't really that positioning advantage giving over to the side of Team Rise, and therefore, perhaps they may actually consider, if this is going to be the same type of composition that T2 wants to run again, they might actually want to swap for perhaps a Blissey.
Yeah, and I like this switch up a lot from T2. They definitely have taken a page or two out of their earlier experience and overall implemented it. The Carnivore, I would say, has been great. Though we didn't see those flashy big damages with how dominant T2 is performing. Credits to Ruin nonetheless, and Supercell. Great recovery, great rally on the team, and picking up the Mammoth's himself and putting it to work.
Yeah, and overall, just seeing how close it got, especially right before the Rayquaza mark, I think Team Rise definitely did exceptionally well just to really pile in all the points whenever they see the opportunity to do so. But T2, with their valiant effort to challenge majority of all these objectives, they've already gotten that hit start, and then the scaling is off the charts already, and it was just overwhelming for Team Rise to even handle it, where you saw Neko has tried and tested what T2 has to offer, and many of the times, I think like it was overextension as well for Team Rise that have also cost them some of all these early bouts.
And you just love to see, in these moments where T2 knows that they've gotten the advantage, just these little grins and smile returning on their face, and it's a great testament of, regardless in victory or defeat, the love for Pokémon UNITE is always there. And in that moment, in those 10 minutes, both teams are definitely enjoying those instances, especially when you're on the winning side. But overall, T2, clean opening with a draft that we didn't expect to see, at least not so soon. But the adjustment is there, and that's what makes T2 such an experienced team. And now we want to see the same qualities from Rise.
Indeed, and I just absolutely loving every single mammal sign we actually get on board, because like you see how much it offers back to the teams who have been able to play this Pokemon successfully. So T2 understood, okay, this is how they would want to play those fights as well. They want to match up in terms of the damage output in an area effect. But when you have a Mammal Slime, you can just basically stampede through the way and still have huge shields on his own. And Ajin definitely was the key maker for T2 to ensure that everybody gets every form of sustain available, and T2 wasn't in trouble at all because of Ajin.
He has done phenomenal on this Elder Goss. We don't see this Pokemon often on the side of T2, but when it came out, I think the application is still pretty much the same. Again, the new kid on the block, the new addition to the team alongside Hobachi, both very fresh players, but the productivity that he has brought on every match has been phenomenal. But we also need to look at his counterpart on the side of Rise, and that is Zoe. And in Game 1, definitely had a couple of moments, but overall, unfortunately, they just couldn't really hold the fort against T2, partially because of how T2 organized these little skirmishes, but also how they managed those team fights.
Yeah, and when we take a look at Zoe, I think like it did the best he can when it came down to how you should be playing that Fable in many of all these instances. But what it was lacking in terms of composition is perhaps more of that burstiness to look at from Team Rise's offering, where you're just hoping that Eeyore could do more when he has the Espeon available in these team fights. So yeah, I guess like they really have to rethink again what really works best in terms of the Pokemon that bring into Game 2. So other than that, Zoe, I think like has been present in most part and definitely deserves to be commended for it.
And on top of that, right, for Zoe, when Rise first was formed as a team, it was just through that online community where they expanded to having sister teams to scrim against each other, and through all these different iterations, different generations of Rise Pokemon Unite, Rise players of Pokemon Unite, Zoe is one out of the two who remain till this day. So he was there before, Eeyore was even a part of the team. This guy, I would say, kind of a long-standing veteran and a face of Rise. And to see him on this stage itself is a great feeling, and his first international land as well, despite being there since the beginning.
Yeah, I just love all these stories where we go back into the root that this have been quite the long time coming, where you see so much effort being put in from every individual that is part of the team, and you just love the whole community coming in from Indonesia, as we saw how this have allowed Team Rise to come all together and now put up the best team possible to be even champions of Southeast Asia. And now we are ready for our second draft. This time around, it's Team Rise that will get the first selection. And once more, Urshifu will be the ban throughout the course of 2 battles.
Something that I really love about Rise, especially when I believe we got to talk to Eeyore, was the confidence that the team has coming into this. Right? They are confident that they can go up against the other regions, even though they are more of a favorites than Rise are, and they have shown that tenacity even in defeat against High Five. And now we're seeing that confidence. We need that from Rise for the rest of the series, because so far T2 have been off to a fantastic start. Now we have to see if Rise can pull off the same. Can we get that tighten the series again? Trevenant and Blastoise both going over to T2.
This time around, look at Team Rise. They actually snatched away the Elder Gossel. It really forces T2 to go for something else, but hey, fret not. There is still the Blissey, but look at that. Hobachi is considering this Dodrio, and the last time we saw this Dodrio, it was basically massive, and it just ran all across Taya Sky Ruins, dunking points after points after points against the same team, Team Rise. That was back in Group A. And now they say, you know what? I'm not going to leave you any room for running around the map, because this is a Garchomp designed to win those battles.
And we've seen a lot of applications for Garchomp today. Yesterday, no Garchomp. Today, it was led by Yemu in that series against T2, and then we saw it on the side of High Five, and now we see it on Rise. And you see the evolution of how these teams are adapting, the shift of them, those minor meta changes in individual series, and we get to see T2 not only bring out the Dodrio, but also bringing out Delphox as well, which is something that you would expect Eeyore to have his hands on.
That's true, and now with this Delphox coming back in itself, I think like this will equally match what the Glaceon offers from what Team Rise have brought on their end, and you definitely want to cut a little bit more of those healing being done, and Delphox is really good at that when it comes down to team fights. So this is going to be the recipe that they have concocted, but the difference here is that there is going to be very huge priority on Hobachi, especially in the middle of the match itself. So it's all about the speed it offers. So keep in mind, T2, they will look for ways to backdoor and cap some points in.
And that's something, and that's something that Team Rise needs to really pay attention to. We saw the first dojo pick from T2, and afterwards we saw it from MYS. I believe it was Rebongs who did it, and right now we get to see T2 do it again. There's so many things to look forward to, and T2 feeling way more comfortable and way more in their element after game number 1.
Indeed. Of course, we're going to be preparing ourselves for this upcoming match, so it's time to get excited as we will eventually move into the game. But for the time being, of course, we do get a little bit of updates that we will have a tiny pause to rectify some of all these technical difficulties.
Yeah, minor technical difficulties. We're gonna get that resolved as soon as possible. So we do apologize for the wait, but we're glad that you're here with us on this journey and see the conclusion of this third placing storyline. Overall, I believe the drafts and all would be the same for both teams, so don't worry about that. It's more of giving these players the best possible experience and having the game play out as smoothly as possible.
That's right, and like just going into this game itself, just seeing how well they have performed even earlier today as well as yesterday, it really goes to show that it really has been a lot of effort that they've been able to put through in order to get the successes that they have. I would say top 4, top 3, this is still considered a huge milestone for the teams that are on board. Sure, everybody wants more, but looking at how this competition has culminated, the finest of Asia, and this are the best few players that we are seeing across the continent.
I mean, today we gathered to celebrate Pokémon UNITE, and this is probably one of the best weekends for all Pokémon UNITE fans. Inaugural Asia Champions League as well. So there's just so much history to be written. Here we are finally into game number 2. Everything is now going according to plan, smooth as always. And our eyes on Rise. How do you adapt to what T2 has? Because we're running the Speedster again, and we did see how T2 applies that strategy against MYS and against Marcos and even Rise yesterday. Necro on the Scarchomp, something that we don't see too often. He was on Trevenant in the previous game, so you do wonder what is the thought process of Rise. Are they trying to kind of take a page out of MYS and High Five where you look for that backline access? It seems to be so, because there's a Delphox that you need to take care of.
That's true enough, and we saw Necro has been adapting to the pace itself, where maybe the Trevenant performance wasn't really the best of showing that what got out of him, but when it comes down to those team fights, it is where they will be able to put most of all these pressure back, and looks like we have a first knockout. It will land in the hands of Hobachi, making it a double as well.
Yeah, Hobachi just showing off his chops. That is the Hobachi that we all know and love on this dojo. On to Zoe without a care in the world, as T2 looks like a couple more points. Rise mounting a defense. Able to push Hobachi back at least for now. But remember, when you're up against the dojo, it's all about dunking those small incremental points. They do add up. And T2, they're looking to come in for a second time. Necro just could not catch a break.
It's just so impressive. You just look at the damage output coming from Hobachi as well as Haruta combined. It could be enough to bring the health bar down, and Team Rise got to be extremely careful, especially now T2 are looking to be pretty invasive around that central area. Now Haruta is keeping the rest of Team Rise at bay, especially for Necro though, having slight little contest, and now Team Rise says, we are about to ready to take on a challenge, but this is overwhelming though.
And Eeyore has just got overwhelmed. T2 getting that KO, and they also take out the Outer Gods. In the process, Luna stood no chance against T2. 3 KOs, not too much point score just yet. So this is just the XP lead, but if you are T2, you're very, very happy about it. Supercell unfortunately stopped by 8XQ. I think the damage is going to be enough though. Supercell just walks away, has his passive going off, and regenerates that health.
And then the Team Rise so far at least holds things stably, as much as a few knockouts have gone in favor of T2, because they understand we need to find ways to stop this Dodrio. And now a little bit more challenge coming in. Iluna's soaking a little too much, but it will eventually come to a close. 10 more seconds from now. They have prayer.
Trying to go for Necro. Haruda being a bit cheeky, but Necro able to get his health back in time. And Haruda right now kind of stuck in the middle of nowhere. Necro should be able to get that KO, but while that was happening, it was distraction. Oh my goodness,
So
Haruda somehow is the one who is winning the exchange. The rest of Rise and T2 gathering at Registeel. Supercell right in front. The Woodhammer is what T2 will be looking for as the green light to start things off. Hobachi also playing on the sidelines, waiting for an opportunity to strike. They have already lost Haruda, so T2 looking for an opportunity. Supercell coming with the flank. Woodhammer on the 2. The damage from T2 slowly chipping the health bar of Rise.
Slowly trying to wear it down. Meanwhile, they see an opening here. T2 pretty much healthy to deal with this situation. Now, there is Psychic Solaire, so they have to respect Team Rise and Eeyore. They're just waiting for him to pop into the radar. Supercell in the forefront, though.
Yeah, he's going to cop a lot of damage. Those Unite moves thrown out by Team Rise, but T2 also was able to get a KO back. Registeel dropping low, but T2 running out of health. Supercell, can you get it? And it seems like it's Team Rise that got the last lab. They also catch the Delphox on the way out. Haruda late to the party. Regieleki secured up top. That is going to crash. Team Rise coming right back with a lead.
What a perfect run here for the first objective. Team Rise waited for the right moment to strike, where even when it comes down to positioning, you saw Iya was just in the middle of it all to put that perfect Psychic Solaire. Now one more knockout as I speak of his name.
And Necro having an incredibly great time so far as the Garchomp. This is, I believe, the biggest individual lead for a team before we hit the 5-minute mark. In under 5 minutes, 219 to T2's 4. Hobachi is trying to find any sort of opportunity, any isolated attackers from the side of Rise. Ideally, you want to look for Eeyore. So far, hasn't been able to find much yet. The patience from Hobachi wants it to pay off, but Eeyore isn't showing.
Yeah, Eeyore is just going to be moving back into the lane itself, where Haruda might just be able to actually put a dent right here, but easily being scouted out by the rest of Team Rise. And T2, they're about to hop on board.
Hobachi dropping extremely low in terms of health. They were looking to get a couple of cheeky KOs, but Supercell actually missing the Woodhammer. So T2 forced to retreat. Rise, they might have a pincer coming in. Necro is on the side, and Haruda needs to keep this Garchomp at bay. He will do so, but T2, I don't think I ever seen them getting gate capped so much.
Yeah, this is the first time that we actually see Team Rise really taking the center stage here and not really allowing T2 to move around. Therefore, it is getting extremely difficult for Hobachi to get things done, because this Dodrio, ideally you want to be dunking points after points after points, but there's no opening at all. And you got to say, Team Rise, they read this game really well. And the Registeel still will up here, and the rest of Team Rise are slowly moving in.
And Rise, they already have Necro working on the Regieleki, so T2, you need to at least get something in return. Haruda, let's go! Hydro Typhoon, unfortunately only getting one member of Rise knocked up though. T2 getting 2 KOs in the process. They do lose Haruda, but Rise should not be able to withstand the overwhelming damage. T2 finally finding signs of life, but once more, Regieleki taken by Necro. The top side already gate crashed. Haruda knows that he cannot defend this, so Necro gets another free 43 in. But look at this, T2, they just started working on the Registeel, so they are behind in terms of pacing.
Yeah, and now that will be secured. This is Registeel for T2, at the very least getting something back in return. Necro might just actually be punished. Ruin going for it, and eject button has already been utilized. How much longer can he actually survive though?
And Necro needs help, and he's not going to get it. T2 breaking that top gold zone. They do lose Hobachi in the process, but T2 has clawed their way back. Now within 100 points of Rise, you can at least feel the touch of catching up. 40 seconds until Rayquaza spawns. This is where you need to watch out for the Hobachi Dojo. Watch out for those back caps.
That's right. It's just the calm before the storm right now. It's all about setting positioning to find the angle against each other. And T2, they already have this Blissey planted over a bottom layer, and perhaps this is where they will find a little bit more room to slowly secure across all these brushes. And Team Rise, they get whichever points that they could basically stack upon when they need to go in for the final stretch race. Though there is going to be a Lecky, I believe this will be heavily ignored because this is 3 seconds from the Rayquaza spawning, and Team Rise, they're just gonna wait it out, and Supercell, this is where he will guard the entry.
And this is where T2 needs to find that pincer maneuver. And they do have members staged in multiple angles. Here comes the Rudagi in with a rapid spin, pushing T2 away, pushing Rise away. The T2, they're not starting on the Rayquaza yet. They're letting Ruin slowly chip that health, trying to keep the rest of Rise out with the remaining members. Hydro's gonna be there to keep Ruin topped up. Supercell getting Butch Hammer. Necro is the target. Unite moves straight to the back line, looking for Hobachi. Hobachi uses his Unite move as well, but he does get KO'd! And Rise, they get connected with the Hydro Typhoon, but T2 has ran out of members, but there's still hope. They just gotta hold on long enough for potential reset from the rest of the team. But Rise, they get the team KO, but the Rayquaza also gets the knockout onto Necro. Huge damage, Duelist eliminated, but it doesn't really matter. Rise looking for an equalizer, and it seems like they found it.
And that will be sufficient for Team Rise. They understand they were not under pressure to actually secure that Rayquaza. T2 will eventually have to do it. So they waited, and they've got it in return. As much as there were a few members being connected under the Hydro Typhoon, there was no target prioritization coming out of T2. And eventually, Team Rise just wrapped around them, and T2 now, in the form of desperation, will send every member to score right back. And over in the back though, we had that weekly club score another 100.
And it's about to be another 200. Eeyore and Zoe finding the sneaky entry. T2 punch at Rise, and Rise comes back with an uppercut. This final battle, more of a firework display at this point. Rise have found a sign of life. We wanted this adjustment. We wanted to see how Rise would come back from that game 1, and come back they did, and in a very strong fashion. So we are gonna at least be guaranteed a 4th match in this best of 5. And man, you look at the team Rise, they did take 2 games from High 5, so no pushovers in any manner.
That's right, and now with the odds being evened up, it suddenly feels like we are going back to a best of 3, if that's ever the case. So, Team Rise, they will now settle the score here with a 1-1 finish. And now we just look at Eeyore once again being the MVP, scoring the most out of the block, and obviously having the numbers to book out. So Necro, sure, struggled in that early game as we expected a Garchomp to go through, but eventually, once they have everything up available, that's where you have huge AoE to offer a backup to the damage. And T2, they were not really prepared to take them on because their attention span was on that Rayquaza.
And I just want to say, Necro, he did have to struggle and try to fight for XP in the early stage, but once we saw the first set of objectives spawn, you saw how Rise was able to really stall on T2, and from that point onwards, Necro, look at how early he's kept scoring points from the 2-minute to 4-minute mark onwards. Necro was uncontested, just a while into the game, and for the rest of the game, it really felt like T2 had no answer to Necro. Very smooth selling game so far for Rise, and I really think that they held up really great against T2. Overall, like you said, we're back to a best of 3, and this is the first game that Team Rise has taken off of T2 because they weren't able to do so in the group stage. Maybe this is the start of a new storyline. Maybe this is the start of Rise's revenge arc.
True enough, and on top of this whole composition itself, I think what Team Rise have done really well is not only to win some of all these trades when it comes down to objectives, but their ability to hold back that Dodrio throughout the course of that early game, just rendering this Pokemon ineffective in terms of doing what he does best, right? Dodgers are meant to score those points very early on, and we don't really get to see that out of Haruta.
Yeah, it's just very unfortunate for Hobachi. I think he scored like what 34 points on that dojo overall. So it is a number that you rarely see on a dojo, and that really says a lot about how Rise has been really controlling T2. And up to this point, a minute and a half before the final stretch, T2 only had 4 points. That's how far behind they were. And of course, at the end of the day, it was Rise that was able to break the formation of T2. Those Unite moves from T2 really felt a bit too late. Haruta was holding on to the Hydro Typhoon for the longest time. Rise was able to access the backline with Necro's Garchomp and really, alongside Eeyore, take care of T2.
That's right, and Team Rise, so long as they can basically come up with efforts like this, there should be more games to come that they will be able to celebrate successes in this instance itself. But also, do keep in mind, T2 will adapt, and this is perhaps just adjustments that they're really trying out for, where, you know, the dojo, we don't always get to see it every single game, and they were hoping that, hey, we've done it yesterday, we've got some of all these points back on the table, so now they will have to go back on that drawing board.
Yeah, go right back to square one. It is a full best of 3 once more. And I do agree, we didn't really see too much of that from T2. They were really focused on getting the Glaceon, making sure that the Slowbro goes right through, and had the Trevenant for Supercell. So this is one of the few times we've seen them switch things up a bit. Speaking about Supercell, let's talk about him. The ringleader, the pack leader, the shot caller, the captain of the team. Whatever he says, T2 does. And obviously, he has been able to rally the squad after a devastating defeat. And Supercell, he had to go through a lot of that hurdles to get back to where he is. Sure, Game 2 didn't go the way that they wanted, but Supercell, just gotta remember, they did take down Rise once.
That's true, and T2, they just got to find their winning ways in the form of getting that form of Pokemon roster that is most efficient and comfortable for the team. Though, of course, T2, they go for something relatively different, but I don't think that their game plan has changed altogether. It's just that they couldn't really get those access in the early game despite them actually securing those objectives. So certain things are still pretty much aligned when it comes down to execution. It's just that when it comes down to seeking opportunities, they need a little bit more proactivity.
We gotta talk about his counterpart in the game as well. It's Iluna, the defender player from the side of Team Rise. This guy has magic hands. He has done some incredible clutches for the team, and in this game, Iluna definitely delivered on that case. You know, we have him, I believe, on the Igglytuff. So overall, Iluna also has contributed a lot in that defender role. We even saw him on a Snorlax, and remember, Iluna and both Supercell, they do play the Snorlax, though we haven't seen that from Supercell.
Sure enough, and Luna has been showing so many different types of cards in order to be able to actually put those layers back for the side of Team Rise, and even adapting into roles like a Wigglytuff, you see success is coming in for the side of Team Rise. So when you give him that slow, bro, maybe more of these deals might actually come into effect. So for even with Snorlax being available, I think like it has been deprioritized as well, especially when you see like picks like such as Delphox as well as Gardevoirs. Like sometimes it is very daunting when you put that Snorlax in between.
Oh yeah, it definitely is, and one of the best Snorlax players that we have in Asia is, you know, Ikura from High Five. We haven't seen anyone that comes close to Ikura, but overall, the Snorlax players that is in this tournament have been phenomenal in one way or the other. We will have the draft for match number 3 coming up, and here it is, the halfway point of this best of 5 reset, and just take it as a BO3. Gotta win 2 out of the 3 remaining matches. We saw how T2 started off strong. We saw how Team Rise adapted. Now it is back to kind of square one, and I want to see if T2 is going to go for another curveball, or are they just will they stick to this comfortable composition that they have been running the entire day?
I feel like they should go in for what works best in terms of comfort, because it has been a long hurdle. From the morning they were here at Battle Arena Kuala Lumpur already preparing themselves for all these matches, and sometimes, you know, stamina aside, you just got to feel like you've already known these Pokemons at the back of your hand, and therefore T2 starting us off, at least removing Eeyore from that role of playing on the Glaceon, and now they get the access to the Blastoise as well. But what they forsake for this is to have Necro going back on that Trevenant duty, and AXQ secures the Espeon.
Overall, I think it's a very fair trade for the side of T2 because Necro previously, he did play Trevenant in match 1 and he came into game 2 with the Garchomp. With this initial opening from the side of T2, it's probably going to put Team Rise in, again, a more standard composition, a more standard head-to-head for these two teams. While we saw T2 play the Gardevoir in game 1 for Ruin, now we're going to see the Gardevoir for the side of Rise.
It's really interesting when you look at the attackers for the Team Rise composition, mostly comprising of all these psychic Pokemon where it's very Unite move heavy. And now Hibachi comes in with the Talonflame, and we're hoping to see some huge flame sweeps to cut across the board. And mind you, the backline of Team Rise, they're kind of squishy. So who is supposed to deal with the situation? We're looking back in the Luna side, hoping that you'll be able to catch out the Talonflame before any Pokemon gets knocked out from his team.
Yeah. And it is a very beautiful sight to see Hibachi on those speedsters, especially because it really feels like a performance. But when we talk about Talonflame, normally it's going to be Haruta on those Pokemons, and Hibachi would take on the role of the Glaceon. So the best part is the T2 has two members that can play the speedster in the central area. It just depends on which Pokemon that they select. If it's Dodro, if it's a Scyther, then 100% it's going to be Hibachi. But this is Talonflame, the Haruta special.
Great adaptation, right? And this time they put Supercell on the Blastoise, and we've seen so many times before, Supercell is very reliable as a front liner for the team of T2. So far, things are looking great, and we'll see. Can T2 put this point back in the line? Because like they started off really mighty and strong, and of course, Team Rise says that, hey, we can match that tempo. Yeah. Now, it's time to go full speed ahead.
This is also another moment in history for both teams, and I think more so over for Team Rise for Southeast Asia. And I know it's going to sound a bit gloom if you are an East Asia fan, if you are a supporter of T2, but just remember that T2 has done everyone proud. They came in with the weight of their home soil on their shoulders. This is definitely not the ending, definitely not the end yet. I would say that we are celebrating the success, and we look at T2 right now continuing to adapt and being able to rally really shows that the experience is setting in, and a lot of that leadership also is on the shoulder of Supercell, right? This is a team that has gone to London before Hibachi and Arjun joined. That's where the veterancy really kicks in. You get to really corral your team and say, you know what, we focus on the game ahead. This is why T2 has been able to take a convincing win in game 1.
True enough, and we're looking at some of all these strengths when it comes down to, niche Pokemon that we don't always see all the time. And the reason why East Asia loves their Talonflame is that you just basically have great presence across the map when it comes down to all these huge battles that they get themselves into. Talonflame, when you does give him enough of that spacing, it just cuts in, cuts out of the team fight, and suddenly you see your team thriving because you just remove the biggest target on the block, and T2 hoping to achieve the same. Meanwhile, the insurance policy has got to be Hibachi here on that Glaceon as well.
I do wonder what would Ruin opt for this Venusaur, because all the Venusaur games that we saw from him early on were solar beams for those long range snipes, and he has been able to steal big objectives. Maybe they will stick with the same. That's what T2 is comfortable with. Supercell in danger, and Arjun not able to keep him in the running. So Rise getting the initial KO, and once more we are seeing the same pattern from game 2 so far, where Rise are getting points in, and T2 they are not able to do the same.
Yeah, and Team Rise really keeping up to the tempo, especially when you are having an Espeon on your side. You just get this very early power spike, and now they do get that contest going on over on the midsection of Altara. So we pushed aside, and this is going to be another exchange.
And the best part is that the Squirtle was able to get out. Rise getting another 12 for Necro, but can Haruda sneak that in on the talent frame? Most likely that will be the case. Necro was pressured, so T2 was able to respond in kind. 30 more seconds until the objective spawns.
And now, T2 really wants to find a little bit more of that area to play for the Talonflame. Therefore, is willing to go toe-to-toe against this Trevenant, where you can basically fly over you want, having a little bit more of that mobility that Swamp Blue Camp quickly being cleared out by the rest of Team Rise. But they're setting up shop. This is the real battle that we are starting to witness here. Down over the bottom side. Let's see which Reggie will appear. And AXQ currently getting into the ticket position. That's where you want the Espeon to be. And now, needing to also protect themselves. Supercell not involved with blasters yet.
Oh my
Immediately getting blasted.
And Necro just walks in, gets the Woodhammer Slam. You know, got the hindrance onto this War Turtle and take him out. Well, Haruda is able to cap that 17 on the top. T2 forced to give up the Reggie Rock. And overall, it's going to allow Rise to walk forward and almost like break this goal. And they do have enough scores to do so. And I'm not really sure Supercell can hold it all alone. That's not possible. And they should be able to break the top side though. Just getting a trade 1-for-1, blow for blow against Solar Beam. That's going to be the build for Ruin on this Venusaur.
It's still pretty much alright because it's only 1 point here. It allows them to also come in with an overcap much later on. Regieleki still available though. Team Rise, they're already swarming in, and this will need the rest of T2 to defend.
And they need Haruda to go big, and he is almost getting Eeyore, but was able to do so with the help of Hobachi. Those two really coming together and making something happen. Rise losing that one-man Gardevoir early on, but now forced to retreat. T2 pushing them backwards, but they can't really contest this Regieleki just yet. We've seen how Haruda perform on a Talonflame. Even against MYS, he has been so effective in not only finding backcaps, but at the same time getting opportunities for those backstabs. And you mentioned in the drafting phase, Team Rise, they have a lot of emphasis in keeping this Gardevoir in the fight. They need Eeyore to be there, and Haruda is a very good candidate in catching him out.
That's true, and other than that, this is basically a double tread coming in from the side of Team Rise, where who do you take out first, the Gardevoir or actually the Espeon? Because it could still be devastating, especially when both of them activate both Unite at the same time. So T2, they have to play all these battles with a spread formation, and it really is going to be a tad difficult to coordinate if ever the case.
Oh, are you going to do it, Necro? He's looking for at least a poison. They're able to cancel it last second. Haruda coming in, but Necro once more has that pain split, and with Eeyore showing up, seems like Chase will conclude for now. The T2 might send the whole team to contest with Rise on that Reggie Ice. This is something that even if T2 loses, not too big, but they're committed. They can't even get the Unite mode off for Supercell as he was locked down by Illuna. Haruda goes to the backline, but his job is pretty much done. He's going to do again though. Haruda just not able to get enough output. Rise solding the rest of T2 away. It is Necro in the front, and T2 cannot find anything. Eeyore chips in for KO, and Rise has systematically dispatched T2.
That is what I was expecting out of Team Rise. Their prowess in these battles, these team fights, they just basically drop everything they have, and you just see T2 unable to even get there in time to even respond. You saw what happened to that Blastoise, hoping to go in for the setup, but immediately eliminated, knocked out before anything could be started from T2.
And all thanks to Illuna for really stopping Supercell from getting the Unite Moon off. They do get Eeyore, but look at that boss side Rise, scoring even more points, and T2 gotta make the call right now, and the decision is to go straight onto Regieleki, try and get that crash. They might have to give up the entire bot goal zone on their side. And Team Rise, now they can just defend this Reggie push.
And we're looking at the Rise, they are undeterred. They sent 2 members here to cap the bottom zones, and now with that goal zone taken out, they could just focus onto the top side. But it might actually be a challenge later on when it comes down to Rayquaza battles. T2, they are here to overwhelm them, and Supercell serves just to deny any form of disruption coming out of Illuna. So the next minute, T2, by hook or by crook, they got to win that Rayquaza battle.
still one more Reggie at the bot side, so T2 can look to get the double stack before we head into the final stretch. Skull, one of the best abilities in this game to cancel and disrupt any sort of score attempt. Harura lucky to not get hit by that one. That was pretty close from Iluna. Either way, Rise, they know the job. Oh, Harura! Careful, my friend. Not the time to get KO'd. Getting help from Arjun, but it will take a bit of time to get the help move back. And Rise, they are not going to wait. Iluna pushed to the front by Supercell, and now the Unite move, the eject button, he's got bounded! Oh! He couldn't get it off! Iluna does it again, he stops Supercell in his tracks! They get the kill into Harura. T2 have a man disadvantage.
And that was a huge blow towards the side of T2 as well. We saw they needed the Talonflame to come in with the Flame Sweep, but it was just too squishy. Now, Team Rise, they hop on board, hoping to secure that Rayquaza, and this is where T2 strikes back!
And they steal it! Hobachi for T2 gets it! And Rise, throughout all the effort, not able to stop T2 in the final moments. And this is T2's domain. And let the goals fall because T2, they want the lead and they have found it.
And this is how T2 does it. You've talked about the potential steal before, and my, oh my, T2 have brought forth their repertoire to be the ones to steal every single one of our attention. And now 473 points will be amplified with the final efforts coming from Blastoise. Team Rise understood they could not catch up anymore, and it's done and dusted from here on.
One less attempt from Team Rise. How much can you do? Zoe at the helm. Arjun is there. The Solar Beam actually casting the score a bit. Harura showing up. The backline isolated. That is the KO they're looking for. They got rid of Eeyore and Necro. Oh, he can slam as much wood hammer as he wants. But this game pretty much in the hands of T2. One last Hydro Typhoon as a celebratory Unite move. T2 getting game number 3, putting themselves in the lead once more. This all started with that last Reggie contest, right? We saw Supercell isolate Iluna, trying to get the KO. Went for the Unite move, went for the Hydro Typhoon. Iluna says no, cancel it with his own Unite move, but in the end, worked in the favor of T2 because we have no one to lock down Hobachi. And all the dominoes line up, the stars align for T2. A sigh of relief as they take the lead in the series.
And this will be the championship point on their hands right now. One game away for them to secure their hands on the third place finish for the team. But of course, there's still more to be done. It was a hair strand away, I would say, because we saw how close Team Rise was getting on that Rayquaza.
Oh, yes.
And it was a huge play. I want to go back to the replay to see how it was stolen again. And I would say the team effort of T2, this is just great coordination because we saw the struggle in that early game, really not having a good time for them to even strike blows back towards the side of Team Rise. And Rise, it's all about those massive blows that they can create in that short span of moment. But once those Unites are out, that's where T2 can capitalize.
And the best part was that we actually didn't go through this, but T2 in this ACL final so far, the team with the highest frequency of Rayquaza steals. They have done it so many times. You call back to the series early on against MYS, they've stolen 2 Rayquaza in a row, and that's in part of Ruin sniping it with the Solar Beam, but Hobachi also showing that he can do the same. T2 really rallying at the final moments. So if you want to start the Rayquaza, you gotta make darn sure that T2 is nowhere near the objective.
Sure enough, and now, of course, we go back into the side of T2, how well they've been able to prepare for those golden moments like that, and then understanding the amount of damage output that they have, especially when you look at the stack. You have Malaysia on board, you got the Talonflame on board. It is a recipe of disaster where Team Rise was not ready for. So going back, we saw all these early tussle here with Haruda hoping to find an opening. But you see, Team Rise, they're always stacked together, and that's what we love about them, because they understand it's all about strength in numbers in order to make this comp work.
And look out for Hobachi, just goes right in. The final moments of Hobachi, icicle shards. We've seen some crazy steals today, I'm not gonna lie. We've seen Skull, the damage over time from Iluna. We've seen, I believe, BKZ on the Garchomp with the Outrage. And now, well, the Hall of Fame is going to have Hobachi's name etched in it.
Yeah, and it's just the perfect setup as well, right? Like, the timing of that Hydro Typhoon, though it only clipped like about one member outside of Team Rise, that was more than enough because anybody out there could have actually stopped Hobachi.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And again, the absence of Iluna's Unite, right? The Slowbro, you want to be able to at least stop this Glaceon, but he didn't have it because he used it early on Supercell. So we see these dominoes, this butterfly effects really spread out. T2 now in the lead, and East Asia kind of reigniting that hope once more for Team Rise. We've seen them do it against High Five. This is by no means a be-all end-all. T2, they might be one match away from winning the third placement match, but Team Rise are still looking for them to strike back and take us the distance.
That's right. I believe the chase is absolutely on because Team Rise honestly did not really drop too much of a ball where when we look into the performance throughout the course of that earlier battle where they've been able to keep up the pace, the damage was good, they've been able to put enough points. But let's also take a look at some of all the stats that we do have for two of our featured players. Let's start off with Ruin because overall we've seen so much of Venusaur that has been played out throughout the course of the series for today out of this player himself. And then you see adaptations after adaptation, but always having great position.
Yeah, this guy stole 2 Rayquazas just today, so let that be a reminder how effective he can be. Ruin is one of the most efficient attackers that we have. I think it's something that we also did go through. In this tournament itself, I believe Z-Ray from High Five kind of takes the cake as the #1 attacker stat-wise, but Ruin is definitely up in that top 3. We also have to look at his counterpart. The one that is also in that attacker role is XQ, dubbed top 3 best player in Asia by his teammate Eeyore. You gotta get through Ruin first though. It is a contest for that individual pride as well.
That's true, and AXQ, I think like he's been so impressive to me and on how not only did he play perfect games on Venusaur as well as Gardevoir with great succession, there are times where we see AXQ actually go for a Pokemon like a Glaceon as well, where you expect, hey, it's gonna be this Pokemon in the hands of Eeyore, where we've talked about this before, where Eeyore back then was the bread butter winner for the team.
Oh, yeah.
And now with that equal distribution, I would say, you know what, like him being in that top 3 list of Eeyores definitely is very well deserving himself. But now it doesn't mean anything if you're top 3 on this specific role. It matters if you are top 3 in Asia.
Absolutely. Again, this is the inaugural ACL for Pokémon UNITE. There's a lot. You want to be the first in history, right? You want to be the first to win the championship. You want to be the first to be top 3. And all of that lined up. T2 this time on that right side, which means that Rise gets that first pick. We've seen adaptations from both teams. Now we're going to swing the pendulum back. It's on the side of Rise. Can they earn that match 5?
And they will have to put everything on line, pedal to the metal as they go. Team Rise need to take good use of all these first pick advantages sailing into the draft. And I think like the constant here that we're seeing, of course, other than the Station, which have not been played in the single matchup itself. Urshifu has been banned in this series itself. Eeyore, he goes back into the trusty Glaceon. And this time around, T2 is happy to retrieve both Aspeon as well as Trepidation.
That means that they're handing over the Eldegoss and the Blastoise over to Rise. And we've seen what Blastoise can accomplish. Overall, I mean, the rapid speed is immense damage from a defender. But is Hobachi gonna do it though? Is T2 going to do it? We saw that from High Five in 2 of their games early on against Rise. And maybe T2 wants to wants to have that nightmare reimagined moment. So we have that Absol and we have that Blissey.
And I actually do like the Absol in this composition because you take a look at what their setup is comprising of. Once you have the Phantom Force as well as the Psychic Solaire up available, it doesn't really matter because you've already done just about enough to lower members of the side of Team Rise, and then that's where this Absol will strike. Or even you could just flip it in reverse, right? Like you could also go in for initiations. Meanwhile, Team Rise says, we will double down. And now it's really pressure on how well could they basically have XQ on the Gardevoir to really get them all caught in that very singularity.
This is going to be one for the books for sure. We see the Slowbro response. It's the final pick coming out from Rise because they did see the Absol overall. So you need someone to get the control in. Blastoise, unfortunately, is just not enough. We've seen how Haruda plays a talent frame. He always finds an entry point in towards XQ, towards Eeyore. Now it's Hobachi's turn to kind of make a name for himself. He already has on the Glaceon in Game 3, but now we see him in his most comfortable role, and that's Speedster in the central area.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. This could potentially be the final game that we're witnessing if T2 gets one more in the bag, and we'll see if this time around if Team Rise has still gotten return and put us in for a Game 5.
Honestly, Contra, we have had 2 full series today. What's another one, right?
Make it 3.
Make it 3. I think it deserves to go all the full distance. These teams have come too far. They've shown too much for it to not be a full series. And unfortunately, in this case, Rise, they gotta earn it from T2. They gotta pry it away from T2. And T2 play another full BO5. Eyes on Hobachi though. Eyes on this Absol.
Fair enough. And this is where we're looking to scaling capabilities as well. Team Rise will need to take their time to be activated, and needing to deal with an Absol in the early game can be kind of scary. Whereas Team Rise, they're not really going in for shenanigans for an invade, while T2 is doing so, putting a little bit more pressure and hoping to actually score some early points. Will be disrupted by XQ though.
Yeah, Supercell trying to steal parries away. Just unfortunately slowed down. He will get a cheeky 11-point score nonetheless. Meanwhile, the KO actually comes out on the top side. Eeyore with the help of Zoe. Getting that knockout is definitely something for Rise, but completely neutralized when they got the trade back.
Oh, I wonder what really happened right there, because like overall we saw it was Supercell that was being chased initially, and then with the overturn coming out, I think like maybe it was just overextending for a little bit where Team Rise was hoping to eventually punish them. And now, Rise, they finally get the evolution as Necro turns into a Wartortle, and we've seen different iterations as well. Sometimes you go for Surf, but most often than not, I think like Rapid Spin is still very much effective when it comes down to how they want to go in for some team fights. Hobachi now giving a chase towards Zoe.
Not able to do so. Unfortunately, having Eeyore to back him up and T2 forced to retreat. Meanwhile, Ruin does get some scores in, but Arjun is dropping low. Hobachi trying to chase down Eeyore, but he is so slow. And Rise will get that easy KO, stopping Hobachi in his tracks. They also catch Arjun on the way out. T2 are very, very split up. Supercell was the next to get initiated on, but was able to keep that passive.
Should have enough spacing enough to be able to survive for the time being, while XQ slowly scaling in this matchup for Supercell. It's just pulling a lot of attention, right? And attention is equivalent to information that you basically get, so long as you can basically keep them at bay. T2, they're happy to take this as slow as they want, because right now we're looking at this Absol hitting the levels as intended, and oh boy, a catch!
And Ruin is out of position. Rise getting the KO. Supercell, he's only level 4. Haven't even evolved into a full-form Trevenant yet. Hobachi showing up late to the party. That's not where you want to be. And Rise happily taking these 3 KOs, handed on a silver platter. And T2 forced to completely abandon this first gold zone. Rise will cap it and break it. Arjun able to walk away with a sliver of health, but watch out though, the rolls is starting to become a problem. When that Gardevoir shows up, he reaches that full evolution, Rise is gonna have a heap of damage.
Yeah, T2, they're willing to give a little bit more spacing, and now they go in for that quick reset. they will have to peel through the layers of defenses that Team Rise have been able to set up. So this Regirock, I think it's better for them to actually give it away, but they want a shot at it.
And a good attempt from T2, not able to find it though. Haruda saved by his team, but Psyshock is there from AXQ to get those KOs. Eeyore zoning away through it. It's just so tough for T2 to contest. This front line of defenders not durable enough.
Yeah, and you see 2 double streaks going in favor of Team Rise. How well they've been able to prep, and I felt like T2, they were already late to the scene. They were just fancying their chances out there. I don't think that it requires a full commitment, but this defense does need a little help coming in from T2.
And Haruda, he just doesn't have much space to breathe. And thankfully, Barry's are there, Arjun also around with the soft boil just to make sure that Haruda stays healthy and topped up. Supercell right in the front. They come in, Hobachi finally finds the catch onto AXQ. That is very important. Maybe T2 have found an opening. The Woodhammer onto everyone! And that is it, baby! That is the Woodhammer special from Supercell. T2 finds an opening.
And that is that setup that enables Hobachi for that triple dunk, knocking 3 members out of Team Rise. First, that gives them an access onto this Regieleki, and they will continue to go on the spree. But now with that Unite move available again, this Absol is just becoming a menace to the rest of Team Rise.
T2, they are putting Supercell up in the top side, drawing attention away from Rise. They're committing 2 members to stop Supercell. Meanwhile, Hobachi is there, getting rid of Eeyore, making sure that they're able to dunk a couple of points in this first goal zone. Not enough to break it just yet, but Haruda, unfortunately, just not in his best of position. Rise getting the KO. Supercell against this Blastoise. Not able to stop the Hydro Typhoon, unfortunately. Necro will commit everything to get the KO.
Over-commitment, if you ask me, but thankfully enough, I mean, there's not too much of that pressure going on. But I'm looking at that Regi. This itself not being available, T2 might have actually had that information being conveyed and say, you know what, this is the best time to do this Regirock, so it's just gonna open up for a little bit more space.
AXQ Unite move!
It's
Stealed
done!
it! AXQ! What a wonderful steal! But T2, they have the numbers, they got the KO onto Gardevoir. Rise just needs to wait for ASU to come right back. Keep this goes on the live. Supercell once more being the bastion of T2, trying to go for the dunk, but the score is stopping everything. T2, they are trying their best, but it's not possible. Eeyore denies it. Unite move from Iluna, and now T2 responded kind, getting 3 KOs for themselves. They brute force their way through Rise, and they will get what they come here for. Hobachi with the force.
And they have forced Rise to respawn, and they extended way past their zone and gets punished for it. And just look at how close this is with that goal zone down. They are only a couple of points up ahead. 5, as a matter of fact, for the moment that T2 is currently leading. That could change at any given moment, and we're about 1.5 minutes away from our final stretch. And I wonder if not, how much more could Rise offer before they even get to that point. Hobachi and the rest of T2, eyes on the prize. They are going to get this Regieleki, and Rise have got no answers back.
And a big part of this is also set up by Supercell on this Trevenant. We've seen these great catches with the Woodhammer and the Phantom Forest, but most importantly is he's able to run distraction, draw Rise's attention away from the rest of his team without actually getting KO'd. That passive, keeping himself alive. There's so many layers for Rise to peel through, and Rise were able to easily take care of the Regieleki, but that's the least of the concern. T2 turning their attention because the last Regi is about to spawn, and Rise, they are looking to contest this.
Yeah, and they only need this Blastoise to be dealing with Supercell at the same time. Iluna spots him out, and we do see a 50-pointer Absol ready to strike, ready to dunk, and slowly squeezing through, moving in towards the top goal zone. This Regice is already up, available. T2, they are being extremely cheeky, just waiting for that 15 seconds on the clock, and that is where the Absol will respond.
And Rise read it perfectly. And look at where this Blastoise is. He is ready. Hobachi shows up, and he will be able to defend it. So Rise reading T2 like a book in the end. No one's the winner of, no one gets to outsmart one another. Rise, they have done their prep. T2 only 5-point advantage over Rise. Might be looking for a potential isolation. Luna was the target. Supercell once more in front, topped up by Arjun. Looking at Necro to find a way in, but he's blocked out. At least for now, Hobachi, he will be the thief in the night, the shadow of T2, waiting for an opportunity, and Eeyore was on his radar. Hobachi almost struck, but he hasn't yet.
And just look at how safe Hobachi is currently playing. This is where Rise wants to poke and prod. Necro now brought down to only a slip of health, a quarter of HP left, and they need to top up. Supercell goes in for regeneration. 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock. They need to do something right now.
And Supercell is holding on so well. Hobachi again, so patient. Necro, be careful, forced to commit and respond with the Hydro Typhoon. Supercell still hitting up. Arjun keeping it healthy, but finally the KO comes through. And now Necro straight into the fray. T2 not able to get rid of the blast twice. He has been forced to respond. Getting rid of Necro, but Hobachi shows up in Luna.
No
yes,
way!
Luna, you have done it. Locking down this Absol, but you still have the Mew to contend with. It's Ruin trying to keep T2 in this game. They want game 4, but they're not getting it just yet. But best part is, Rise cannot start the Rayquaza. T2 can reset.
And Arjun is here to disrupt them. 34 seconds here, and Rise, they are only a couple points away, but they can't do nothing about this. Rise knows they might not have enough time, but Eeyore is putting every single effort to just bring this Rayquaza down, and the rest of T2, they're just hoping to disrupt him. Is there enough though? Here comes the cavalry. Excuse her. Necro hoping to score. 10 seconds on the clock. Can they do it? T2, have they got enough?
They get the Rayquaza stolen at the very end. It's Luna! So close! Cannot get it! And T2, right at the end of it, have just done enough.
And they still hold on. It was just a matter of 1 second away for Team Rise to find that equalizer. And T2, after having their own fair share of disappointment, dropping out from their series in the semifinals, this is where they reclaim their redemption arc, and they will be your top 3 team of Southeast Asia. Oh, I would say Asia in general, because I have lost the plot.
I mean, East Asia pride right there. T2 has proven something today to everyone that is watching this ACL. The 3rd place finish all came down to a fraction of a second, a hair's breadth. Rise gave it their all, but T2 seems to be the ultimate blockade that they cannot get through. And one of the longest 2 minutes of a match, the longest final stretch, T2 with that iron hold, something they definitely have learned from MYS early on. But we have to also give credit to Rise. They got here so far, first seed of SCA, and they were able to put up a performance, so much improvement since yesterday, overnight. They were able to take care of Marcos Gaming. They lost 0-2 to T2, but they brought Hi-Fi to the full distance, and they were able to draw blood against T2.
And they've managed to guard it also perfectly. That was a nail-biter of a series, and we saw how close it was. 1 second away for Necro to dunk in, and we saw how the rest of T2 guards these zones completely. And just look at the graph. It's almost hard to even imagine how close this actually gets. T2 just walked away with that 5-pointer of an edge to close up this entirety of the series, earning themselves a 3-1 against Rise.
It's definitely a relief seeing the smiles coming back onto the faces of the T2 players. Sure, this is not what they wanted. Would have loved to have them in the grand finals. That is the goal. They want to take on Hi-Five. They want the grudge match. Unfortunately, they were not able to get it, so that will have to wait to in the future. But overall, relief for T2. The rallying of Supercell, really putting the team in their place. We have had the biggest point differential in ACL, more than 1,000 points between MYS and Revenant Esports. And now we have the closest, the least point differential, and that has been set by Rise and T2. Truly a historical moment.
It definitely is. And then we saw stuff of legends coming out of T2 as well. The way that they've been able to coordinate so well so that Hobachi can get this massive massive Unite move immediately deteriorates Zoe, Eeyore, no threat at all from that point onwards. It's all a show-stopping move, and you got to commend the way they've been able to strike all together.
Absolutely, this is Pokemon Unite in a nutshell. We wanted Supercell to step up as a leader and as that front line. And I mean, I cannot overstate, everyone from T2 did extremely well, but Supercell, the unsung hero in a lot of these situations, and even in this final stretch, the longest 2 minutes of these two teams' entire tournament run, T2 doing just enough to stop Rise from attempting Rayquaza, and not only winning by a fraction of a second, but to add insult to injury, they took away Rayquaza at the very end. And you just have to kind of watch and marvel this entire sequence. Started with T2 Ruin buying space and just throwing bodies at Rise.
I really did wonder if, in the matter of fact, perhaps if they do have that instance to just run directly into the Go Zone, would they actually have enough time to put maybe, I don't know, a 5-pointer back in?
Right.
Because that could also be a possibility. But of course, it was all in a chaos run where we saw the moments of desperation. Necro came so close enough, and Team Rise really have put on quite the showing. Remember the moments they've been able to put those magic onto some matches, and T2, it's just so great to see Hobachi celebrating again.
Yeah, I mean, that man was in shambles just a while ago, but definitely grateful that they didn't have to play another full best of 5. Overall, you know, you can say that is the work of time, is the load that Necro had to dump in that final seconds. It was just a bit too heavy for him to unload in time, but overall, we gotta congratulate T2 for being the 3rd place team in the very first Asia Champions League for Pokemon Unite, happening right here in the heart of Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia at Battle Arena. But also, we want to take our time to express just how much and how far Rise has come, and just celebrate the moments that Rise has brought to us in Pokemon Unite as a squad. First in the national land, could not have asked more from them. Let's take a look at the recap of the bracket. We have gone through so much today. We've gone through both semifinals. T2 and MYS to open up the day. MYS won 3-2 in a reverse sweep fashion. And afterwards, we have another full best of 5 between High Five and Rise, with High Five winning 3-2. And just now, we just concluded our 3rd placement match with T2 winning against Rise and putting T2 in 3rd place. There's one more ride to go, and that one's going to be the grand finals coming up next.
That is a series that none of you will be missing out on, because this is the time that we will eventually find out who exactly will be the champions of Asia overall. And you know what, Husky? It's been a great time here casting on the desk, and we definitely thank all of you trainers out there that's been watching on. So, any words before we actually pass it back to Professor Flava?
This is Pokemon Unite. That's all from us. Don't go anywhere though. We still have the grand finals coming out where our friends JJ and Danny will take it away. But before that, let's talk to the winners of that 3rd placement match from T2. We'll throw it over to our very handsome Professor Flavor. Take it away.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have just concluded the 3rd and 4th place match just a while ago. And of course, I am joined in by the winners of the match itself. Their jump was out 3-1 against their opponent in 3rd and 4th place match. I am joined together with Ruin and Hobachi. Welcome and congratulations to you guys for actually winning out the match. How does it feel? How is the energy within the team after winning that match against your opponents in the 3rd and 4th placing match?
先ほどライスと対戦して、どんな気持ちですか？どんなエナジーが感じてますか？
決勝戦負けてしまった準決勝負けてしまったので、なんとか勝ちたいと思ってたので、勝てたので良かったです。
そうですね、まあ、準決勝で1回負けて、そこから気持ちを切り替えれてたのがすごくライズとの戦いがでかかったなと思います。
Okay. So Ruin said that they felt kind of ashamed because they lost to the first stage, but they are glad that they can overcome that feeling and won the third place. And Hobachi said that they are kind of down when they lost earlier this morning, but they overcame that and is very glad that they can won the game.
All right, I think that's very, very insightful. I believe that they've gone through quite an emotional battle even before the third place match in the semifinals where you guys had to go up against the opponent. It was quite devastating, but lucky enough, they were able to actually pick back up on their feet and be able to perform here in the third and fourth placing match. And of course, I believe that it will be great if we can have a few words from any of you guys to all your fans who've been supporting you guys from your journey, not only during the online of the ACL, but also during the group stages as well as your performance on today.
今まで応援してくれる方々になんか一言ありますか？
2日間たくさん応援ありがとうございます。次は WCS に向けて頑張るのでまた応援よろしくお願いします。
2日間応援ありがとうございました。今回3位という結果になったんですが、次は1位取れるように明日から練習また頑張っていこうと思います。
Okay, so Ruin said that thank you for thank you for your support all this time. We lost this time and only got third place, but we will try harder on World Championship. And then Hobachi said that thank you for supporting us these last 2 days. We got third place today, but we will aim for first place next time, and we will train harder starting tomorrow.
Yeah, most definitely. And of course, thank you so much once again. Congratulations to you guys who are actually winning third place here at the competition. I'm very sure all your fans out there are very pleased with your performance throughout the whole championship itself. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be continuing on here with the grand finals with the winner of the semifinals one. We have Team MYS who will be going up against the winner of the semifinals two, Team Haifa. Without further ado, let us please invite the teams to come up to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the first team making it to the grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the first team making it into the finals, which is none other than Team MYS. They're not going to be alone on this one. Ladies and gentlemen, let us please invite their opponents in the finals to come up to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Team High Five! We have reached the pinnacle of today's event. This will be a best of 5 finals between these two amazing teams. On the left right here, we have our representative from Southeast Asia, Team MYS, going up against their opponents from East Asia, Team High Five. And only one will be crowned the champion of the Pokémon UNITE Asia Champions League 2023. Now, before we send them out to their battle stations, we would like to probably call out one individual to ask. Now, starting off with MYS, is there anything you would like to tell to your opponents before before we begin?
We will revenge.
They will revenge, and it is definitely what they're looking forward to here in the finals. And of course, we would like to hear something from High Five. They've been very strong in their responses in their interviews towards your team, and they're looking for revenge. So what are your words towards Team MYS?
We won't give the chance.
They won't give them a chance. Pretty strong words from both teams. Ladies and gentlemen, please, we would like to invite both teams to head on over to your stations as the battle is about to begin. All right, so we'd like to invite both teams to cross over and shake hands with your opponents. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be passing it over to our amazing commentators to head on over and do some amazing commentaries here at the finals.
Wow, here you go, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike. This is it. This is Pokémon UNITE Asia Champions League Finals, Grand Finals, where we will find out who is going to be the best, the Crown Kings of Asia. Once again, we'll be your caster for the Grand Finals. My name is JJ, and with me is none other than Janely.
Dude, I love when teams are given the chance to have it's not smack talk, you know, it's like their final word before you actually play the match, you know. And High Five are just like, no chance. You know, you're not having your revenge. So there is a bit of a storyline to this for anyone that hasn't really been following MYS or High Five or really Pokemon Unite in Asia in general, right? So what they're actually talking about, it's not just earlier in ACL, but these two teams have clashed previously at the Winter Tournament, which was another tournament that happened in the past. It was an offline event that happened in Japan. MYS actually did run into High Five, I believe, during the playoffs. It wasn't the finals, but it was, I think it was the semi-finals, or the quarterfinals. And unfortunately for MYS, they actually lost that series as well. And so when we spoke to High Five coming into the tournament, you know, they were just like, I'll let you do this, JJ, because I think you do it better. Like, what did they tell us?
So we talked to High Five about this, right? Hey, you're going to be pitting off against MYS, and what can you say about that? And all they said was, will MYS again. So what does that mean? Will make you sad again. And I think this is the stage to actually put them into place if they want to put and want to back up what they just said against MYS.
Yeah, now don't get this confused with any kind of bad blood. These teams are actually friends with each other. So they
just saw them, you know, shaking hands and being chill about each other, you know?
Yeah, so they're familiar with each other, they're friends, they play together all the time, so it's not any kind of bad blood business. It's just, you know, when you're in a competitive setting, you kind of have to beat each other up, whether you like it or not. So the question here is, can MYS take down High Five? Because every opportunity these teams have had to play against each other, it's been High Five to win those series.
No, yeah, for sure. But we have to go back to the performance that MYS did yesterday, right? They were the last teams to play against each other on Group B on day one of the ACL finals. And honestly, if I'll be really objective here, MYS did a pretty good job going against High Five. And I was really looking forward to a time that we get to see High Five finally getting finally getting defeated, right? And that of MYS as well.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see what kind of changes we're going to be seeing in the grand final, right, JJ? Because we are now going into this as a best of 5. And best of 5s are going to give both teams plenty of opportunities to try new things, try new Pokemon. You've got more time to adapt, to learn, to figure things out. And so I'm wondering, is maybe the best of 5 format the secret recipe MYS has been looking for? Because all their games have been best of 3.
Right, for sure. And again, as you have mentioned, you get to know your opponents more, you get to play more, you get to adapt more accurately than if you are playing in a best of 3. And so
not just that, JJ, right? The fact that both of these teams have also been playing in this tournament, they've got a lot of data on each other, right? They know the Pokemon that have been successful for High Five as well as MYS, some of the cheese picks that have sort of slipped through the cracks. So you don't really have too much left to hide unless you have been fortunate enough to make it this far and still have a couple of back pocket picks.
Right. So with that being said, guys, we would love to ask you guys, especially those at home, who do you think is going to win the tournament? Put down in the comments on Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, wherever you are watching right now. Who do you think is going to be winning? Do you think it's going to be High Five, or do you think it's going to be Team MYS? Put it down in the comments with the hashtag PUACL2023.
Yeah, who's going to win this friendly rivalry? I love this storyline for both of these teams because, you know, the fact that they're also acquaintances, they're friends, they play with each other on ladder all the time. So they're very familiar with each other, not just on a competitive setting, but also
on a more casual
friendship.
basis.
Yeah, exactly. So having that knowledge, you know, it's just now they really have to outplay each other with everything they currently know.
This is it. This is the culmination of everything.
The trophies
what they
as
know,
well.
the trophies are there as well, and whoever comes on top will be the one bringing home the title and the trophies.
Oh, JJ, the lucky plushies are here.
Yeah, it's the Licky Licky and the Greedent still giving them the buffs.
So hang on, does High Five have a lucky plushie? Do they have a lucky plushie?
They have, didn't they have Mew?
I saw a Mew. I was wondering, was it High Five that had the Mew? I don't know
Oh,
if
if
they're
they
gonna
had it on the booth.
Yeah, exactly. You need the lucky plushie on the booth.
Unfortunately, though, we don't see the Mew.
I don't see a Mew there, no. So maybe they don't have the plushie buff. Because
But there is the Licky
There we
Licky
go.
and the Greedent on the Holiday Hollowware as well.
Like, really good. You know, honestly, I was surprised that we didn't see Foxy.
Oh, the
bring
Mew
out
is there
his-
actually.
Is
The Mew
there?
is there.
Where?
Yeah, we saw. I saw. I just saw.
Oh, you saw?
Yeah, I just saw.
I love how you see. You don't even
Sorry.
tell us where it is. But I am surprised that we're not seeing the little Zorua plushie from Foxy, right? That he had on his shoulder during the interview during the Southeast Asia Regional League. So maybe it's there, maybe it's not. We're not sure. But yeah,
Oh,
the players,
look
they're getting ready.
Look at Foxy just going into the camera and just like, again, this
Relax,
is
guys.
the final game. This is the final game, the final match, the
Final
final
series.
the final series as well. And honestly, if I, you know, here's just something that I'm going to be asking you. Do you think we're going to get a Game 5?
You know what? Sure. I think we can get a Game 5.
Especially with the especially coming with these teams, right? These yeah, sure, we have been praising High Five a lot, but MYS at the same time, they were able to defeat the previous qualifier, sorry, a representative of Japan from, you know, the last year's WCS, and they were able to beat up against several more and just prove themselves to be worthy of getting into the grand finals.
Yeah, actually, I do want to mention as well, you know, speaking of WCS, I think this was a huge redemption arc for High Five as well because, you know, they played, most of their teammates played on RJ Gaming last year trying to qualify for WCS and they didn't make it. So to see them come this far at ACL, I'm really excited to see this team play for WCS qualifiers. You know, can they go the distance after ACL? That's the question. But let's focus on ACL for now, right? We're here for the grand finals. High Five versus MYS. We're looking at some statistics here for High Five. And as you can see, they do have a number of Pokemon that they love to play. They love to put Z-Ray on that Mew. BKZ's been playing a lot of Garchomp because unfortunately Urshifu has been banned quite a lot during the finals. Z-Ray also on occasion gets access to Delphox. And then of course the Eldegoss, look at the pick rate. 10 out of 13 games are won.
And I mean, at the same time earlier as well, we saw this happen. We saw how Eldegoss was a very, very amazing pick for High Five, just allowing their teammates to sustain themselves and allow them to prolong themselves on team fights, making sure that they can put out damage more onto the opposing team.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we're going to switch on over to stats here for MYS to get a quick snapshot at some of the favorite Pokemon that they love to play. Now, at the top of the charts here, we have Froggy's Mr. Mime. Now, we did see it once, I believe, in the finals. Prior to this, we actually haven't seen too much of his Mr. Mime at all. Right? Especially after the nerfs it got during the first wave of patch updates. Mr. Mime sort of disappeared for Froggy and he was allocated to different Pokemon. I think he has been playing a lot more Slowbro. Urshifu has been a very popular pick, of course, obvious reasons. Clefable's been a really favorite choice for the team as well. And I mean, Clefable's a really great Pokemon, right?
Oh, yeah, for
You've got the AoE healing, you've got Gravity as well that essentially can shut down certain Pokemon.
The boss.
Exactly. And then sometimes you get lucky with the Wonder Wish.
Again, there's 8 moves, right? That is randomized, that will be given to you after using Wonder Wish. So, depending on the situation, it could turn the tides for better or worse.
I mean, if you're just using it for the heal, the extra move is a bonus. So.
Yeah. Just don't click it again.
What do you mean don't click it again?
So you don't get the randomized move.
Oh, the random. Okay, sure. But I mean, like, if I was... I would use the move. Like, why would you limit yourself like this, JJ? Why would you handicap yourself?
What if you get Splash?
Sorry?
It won't have any effect.
But it makes your next Wonder Wish come out faster. This is why you're not a pro player, JJ. All right, we are jumping into the game here as JJ figures out his life choices because we are here for Game 1 between High Five and Team MYS. Can the Malaysian squad get their revenge on High Five, or will the win streak continue for the Taiwan Open champions?
Right, again, High Five coming into the grand finals is still undefeated, and that is the big question everyone wants to answer. Would they be able to continue this win streak going into this grand finals, or would Team MYS finally dethrone the kings of Asia?
Oh my goodness. Right, so we've got our first wave of picks here, JJ. So we do have the Mew and Glaceon locked in for both of these teams. They really want to make sure they get those attackers in and, of course, not really give it away to your opponents. Whereas the secondary picks, Yang is playing Urshifu this game, Ikura and Wushan on their signature duo. It's kind of crazy that they're really so hard set in Eldegoss and Slowbro as their Pokemon, right? If they're not picked, they'll have to just grab it, you know? They're so comfortable. Yes.
Yeah, when the Blasters and Reebongs onto that of the Mamoswine, this is they're going all out. And BKC coming back to the Machamp again, the trump card here that made them win, right?
Yes.
Against Rise.
And it's also really troublesome for Blastoise.
Right.
So that's going to make the game a little bit more difficult for Yamu. He has to make the decision, does he want to go for the rapid spin, or does he actually have to pivot onto Surf? Because the biggest reason we've seen so much Blastoise is the fact that he's such an aggressive defender. You know, you water spout, you rapid spin, you spin in there, you do so much damage, and you're unstoppable. But now with BKC on this Machamp, you have to think twice.
Right, and at the same time, you need to ensure that timing as well, whether you're going to be going for that of the, the rapid spin, because if you do not put that out, right, at the right timing, the submission will just get you.
Yeah, like if they didn't have the Machamp, then essentially you're relying on Ikura to constantly have to use the slow beam. And you don't want to have to sit there and be like, okay, I am the dedicated stunner for this Blastoise. You want to use it on other Pokemon.
Right.
So I'm really happy that High Five are keeping the options open.
There's the Mew!
Yes, the Mew is there.
Yeah.
Wait, I didn't see it.
You didn't see the Mew in the
No, I wasn't looking. I'm sorry. I was looking at the draft, JJ. What are you looking at?
Sorry.
JJ. Ben's throwing me off, man. Oh my goodness.
You were looking for it. I'm sorry.
It's okay. That's fine.
But
I'll catch it myself. It's very elusive.
But here it is. We are now in just a bit going into the first game of the grand finals of the Pokémon UNITE Asia Champions League Finals. Once again, High Five versus Team MYS. Let's have a champion time.
What a beautiful opening, JJ. I love it. Both teams going to be heading into their lanes and their central areas, and you can tell all right off the bat that teams are wanting to make sure that they're guaranteeing that central laners farm, right? Because we've seen time and time again that if you're able to slow down the progress of the central laners, it slows down the assistance that they can provide to those side lanes, and certain Pokemon are really vulnerable to this, right? Eevee is a Pokemon that is very easy to bully out of the central area. area. Same thing with Kung Fu. So as we saw earlier on, High Five just wanted to make sure that there was going to be no attacks. Lane was guaranteed, and it's all good. But Yamu, this is not a good start.
No, yeah, but at the very least, they were able to get in their first tap. But with that being said, High Five really wants to get the pressure in on Team MYS because they know that Team MYS is a team that wants to get the early game. And once they are given that early game, they will steamroll all over you and you won't be able to recover back.
Yeah, and Yamu is looking to provide some side assistance to his lane. He's actually gone for the water Urshifu. So no dark Urshifu, no wicked blow. We do see a bit of a skirmish happening in that top lane. It seems they're zoning out, no full commitments as of yet. But that top lane is looking rather scary here for MYS because if you get frozen by that Swinub, that's going to be a problem for High Five.
No, definitely. But going into that on the bottom path, they, Ray here is just trying their best to defend their scores, but unfortunately, because they have a Froggy here and Foxy do have like a little bit of a score, they can essentially just ignore everyone else and just score forcibly.
Yeah, pretty much. It's really hard to run into Z-Ray when he's actually supported by Akura so much, right? Slowbro is such a great defender to assist whatever attackers he's nearby. But so far, we're seeing Urshifu farming in the central area. All the teams are going to actually clash in the central area of the map, JJ, and we could be seeing a fight here.
Yes, sirree, but I think they're going to disengage. Very beautifully done here by MYS. Just after taking in the central burst at 8-minute mark, just goes out and take in their XP. But with that being said, they're going to be able to pick off this cliff table.
Yeah, unfortunate for Froggy giving that experience away, but actually we're seeing a submission here onto the Pilot Swiper. Is that going to be a mistake for BKZ? It is! They actually get the counter knockout. They thought they could get the knockout, but MYS say no, thank you. And Mushan might be in trouble himself because this defender duo is doing so much damage.
Beautiful assist coming in from Shingdi, just allowing Mushan to survive, and they're about to fake their revenge as well into Team MYS, and at least, they were able to exchange 1-for-1.
Yeah, luckily for them, it's 1-for-1. But this does hurt BKZ because you really want to make sure that you hit that timing on that Machamp. But then he is back to lane. It's against a War Turtle. It's a pretty easy matchup for him there, so he's not too afraid. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams are battling it out in this bottom lane. It's going to be the Regirock, so it's a defensive buff for the team that's able to secure this. And so far, the teams, they're poking, they're prodding, they're looking for the opening. But who's going to go for it first? It's Shingdi!
Coming up, and here you go. Sighting Sludge is going to be coming up. There's going to be 2-for-2 trade for both of the team, and just like that, they'll make that 3 in the process. Team MYS look like they want to score this one up against High Five, and just like that, Regirock is going to be confirmed here by Team MYS, and immediately after coaching is to disengage.
They disengage, and while that was all happening, they didn't even have to bring in the War Turtle, so now we're looking at a Blastoise at 6 minutes. So Yamu is now online. Hydro Typhoon is going to be an issue that
very
High Five
early as well
needs to think about. Yes, Hydro Typhoon is such a big move when Blastoise is online.
And here you go, another
submission.
central burst here, but they are outnumbered. Team MYS needs to get away very beautifully as well. Foxy split pushing down bottom.
Gets a score as well. BKZ though, looks like he's a little bit too far forward, but hang on a minute, the Pilot Swipe, did he push him too far back? Can they get that knockout? The Barrage actually getting the KOs! 2-for-1, JJ!
2-for-1, repositions Hydro Typhoon with the eject, but it was just beautiful. And BKZ, that's what you're talking about. BKZ taking in all the damage, unfortunately, is going to be quite detrimental for High Five.
Oh, Nightmare Foxy needs to be careful in that bottom lane. Very injured, but was able to get out with the Surf. Whereas the rest of the teams, they are in that top lane. MYS, they are coming into this 4 versus 3. Oh, JJ, it's not looking too good here for High Five, but hang on a minute, Repong's taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, and it's still a power slam up to this moment as well. Team MYS is going to be able to take down this Regilecki, and it's essentially a 6v5 situation, and they're going to be able to put down Regilecki into the first squabble, but it's not going to be enough. What is the exchange? That is our Shiva going to be taken down, but for 2-on-2 trade exchange, but that is it. They were able to take down 2, take down Reggie Lecky, and take and break that first score goal as well.
Yeah, so making it at least that 2 for 2 and the goal zone, I think that was a pretty good matchup there for MYS. Yes, they did give some experience away, but you have to make sure if you're going to make a trade, make sure it's an equal one.
Worth it.
Yes, exactly. So bottom lane, both teams heading towards the bottom objective. High Five looks like they're going to be leaving their Marcham in that top lane, trying to recharge his Unite move. Maybe he can make it in time, but so far you don't really have too much time to work with Hydro Typhoon. It does whiff. It was a zoning one, and that's going to be MYS to get the Magi spot.
Rapid spin into the water sprite as well, coming from Yamo, pulling out a lot of damage, and MYS, this is the opportunity what they needed to put in. But look at that, Mammoth Match is going to be coming up as well. Glacial Stage to stop them. No, they're not going to be able to be stopped. And just like that, taking 2 in the process. And man, Blasters, that was very close, but it's still not done. Here comes the extended team fight.
Yang is such an issue for High Five. He dives so deep into High Five's backline. Rebongs, he's going to go down for this, but the goal zone does get removed. Speed Flux is down. The fight continues, but hang on a minute. MYS, they go too deep, JJ. It looks like they gave 2 Pokemon away whilst getting that goal zone. It's going to be a bit of a sour loss, but at least they didn't lose any more Pokemon for that.
No, yeah, at the same time, right? MYS still has the lead. They have like 94 secret cats, 94 points, 94 points of a lead and XP lead as well.
They have the EXP lead, that is right. And we are down to 1 minute and 10 seconds before that Rayquaza spawns. That's going to be a huge win condition for both of these teams because, yes, MYS, they're leading with over 100 points, but this is not enough to make you feel confident going into that late game. Reggie Alecki still exposed, not too damaged. Submission is there, though. They managed to cancel Mamoswine. Rebox, though, gets out with the high horsepower. He does need to heal back up, but now High Five chipping away at the Reggie Alecki, trying to force the fight to happen, but it looks like Espeon gets the steal. Reggie Alecki going to High Five, and now there is the push, but Rebongs, he's just gone too deep into the battle. They've lost one of their frontliners, but High Five, they're going to do the safe thing. They're going to go to the map, they're going to take all the experience away, whilst MYS are busy dealing with the Alecki.
And just like that, you know, with the Reggie Alecki, it just gave away time for High Five to actually, you know, rotate down bottom to position themselves and take down the Reggie bot, which will then give them an certain amount a huge amount of buffs as well going into the Rayquaza fight, and in this case it is going to be a special defense allowing them to sustain themselves even further.
Hold on, what's happening in that middle lane? We have a bit of a standoff, but High Five did get the buff for free. Rayquaza is up, JJ. Execution, who gets the catch? Is it going to be Rebombs? Is it going to be Slowbro? Wushan, maybe he's the one to start the play. We don't really know.
Oh, wow! Ikura gets cut off, but are they going to be able to follow up? No, not quite yet. Here comes Young trying to get
They're trying to grab the Blastoise.
Glacial Stage to get away, but it's not going to be enough. Hydro Typhoon, no redirection, unfortunately. But look at that, though. 6 hits into that of the Surging Strike, but it doesn't matter because they're going to be taken out. And look at that. Everyone in the High Five is still alive and well. Team MYS is on the losing end. So it's going to be 2 down right now for Team MYS. And are they going to be able to finish this up? High Five took down 3 into Team MYS.
It's not over yet. There is a chance for MYS to go for the steal, but it's going to come down to Yamu and Nightmew. Foxy, the Blastoise is there, slowly whittling him down. He's very low. He's not down yet, but Nightmew, Foxy doing the work for the team. MYS is coming back.
You are going down. Go back to the Pokemon Center. Heal yourself up. We're going to be taking the Rayquaza for ourselves.
High Five. They thought they had the advantage, but they ran into MYS's trap. They thought they could take the Blastoise and the Mew, but they were too tanky. The Blastoise, the rapid spin, too much damage. Nightmew Foxy landing the Solar Beam that ended High Five's run in this game. It looks like game 1 might go towards MYS.
They don't have enough time to respond back and score back, and they don't have enough points either.
20 seconds to go.
In this case, they need 600 points, and with only 5 players, even if they do have 50 points for across the teams, they still wouldn't be able to catch up with Team MYS. And with that being said, Grand Finals Game 1 is going to the side of Team MYS.
What a ending. That fight looked like it was going to go in favor of High Five. They managed to clean up in that first initial fight at the Rayquaza pit. but they just got too excited when they saw the Blastoise, when they saw the Mew. You can understand what they were thinking though, right? If you leave the Mew on the field, there could be a Solar Beam that comes out of nowhere.
Right.
Blastoise is there, you can't leave him as well. He can also throw in that chip damage. So the thought process to try and jump onto the Blastoise there, I think the idea was right, but the execution was what really hurt it. Yes.
Oh yeah, this is what I'm talking about as well. From yesterday, MYS already started high five, right? It could have been 2-1 MYS, but since they didn't, they are just going to have their revenge here, right now in the grand finals.
Going into game 2, okay, just from what we've witnessed in this first game, does anything need to change? Because honestly, I looked at this game, I think the drafts were fine. Both teams played all right. It really just came down to who made the right moves.
I agree. I have nothing to say. I completely agree. So that's the thing, right? Like,
they're so
both
close.
of them, right? Both of them have pretty composition. We have Team MYS with a lot of crowd control. We have a high five here with, we have the tenacity of the PKC, right? Has the complete, setup here for Xingdi and Z-Ray. But unfortunately, though, as you have mentioned, it all went down to execution. And let's be honest, high five at the very last moment were a little bit too greedy. That's why Team MYS was able to capitalize on that and punish them for it.
All right, so let's discuss what sort of happened going into that late game, right? The first fight at the Rayquaza pit. Where do you feel it sort of went downhill for MYS? Because the initiation looked great, right? They started with, I think it was Yemu on the Blastoise. Yemu on the Blastoise, he was spinning in towards high five, doing quite a bit of damage actually.
Missed the Hydro Typhoon as well.
Okay, so I think he got an okay Hydro Typhoon. It only really landed on BKZ because we saw him actually trying to chase down the Blastoise, right? He was trying to pull him out of the spin, and he wasn't able to do so. The Typhoon just came out far too fast. But then everything went downhill. We saw the Solari actually catching out a lot of MIS, the Psychic Solari.
Slayer, yeah. So here's the thing, right? Like, for Team MYS at the very last moment, right? I think what they experienced was that they were a little bit too greedy, right? They wanted to chase down a high five, maybe perhaps taking them out all in the process, but unfortunately they were baited, I guess, by high five, and from there on out they were, 3 of them got taken down, but unfortunately the ones who are left from Team MYS was able to buy some time, enough time for everyone else to get back and punish high five for being aggressive being greedy themselves.
Yeah. I think both teams, you could just tell they want to win this tournament so badly. And so they are very eager to get into these fights and just making sure that you make the right entries. This was the play, right?
Yeah, here we go. So they were just chasing them out, and here's the Blastoise going to be able to take down one. That is just BKZ, right?
Yes.
And with that being said, them just chasing down high five, they were a little bit too aggressive, right? And that's when they got punished, getting picked up a lot of rebounds. No follow-up coming in from that of the, what do you call this?
The Mammoth Mash.
Yeah. No, not Mammoth Mash, but the
high
horsepower.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, and then this was where we really saw things crumble for MYS, but luckily, they
were
had
able to buy time.
Buy time, draw attention away. Look at this Blastoise. I mean, you have an entire team on top of you, and he doesn't go down. Oh my goodness. It just goes to show how strong Blastoise can be in the right environment. If you've got the right partners, under the right conditions, this Pokemon is an absolute late game monster.
And at the same time, Foxy, right? Man, that was quite a beautiful Solar Beam as well, hitting 3 in the process, and just like that,
they were
able to, reverse everything that had happened.
I can't actually wait for this next game because we just had game 1 of the finals and it was already that close. I can't imagine what we're going to be getting for the next potential 4 games because I kind of think we're going to go the distance, JJ.
No, yeah, for sure. I mean, going into game number 2, if Team MYS, right? If Team MYS wins this, then they would be in a pretty good spot. That means high five would need to wake up. And if they are going to be waking up, they need to wake up now.
That's Nightmare Foxy on the screen right there. The guy that played Mew, the guy that potentially saved the game there for MYS with the biggest Solar
MVP,
Beam.
I'd say.
Look, at this point, you might even be able to save the $30,000 Solar Beam.
Not yet.
I know it's not yet, but there's something to think about, right? This guy, in Southeast Asia, a lot of the Southeast Asian teams were so afraid of Nightmare Foxy's move that in most cases it would always be banned. And I don't blame them because I think this is a great display
And we just
of
saw
his
why.
capabilities of playing that Mew. Exactly. We're going to switch on over to the stats here for High Five. On the screen, we're going to be looking at Xing Di, the major playmaker for High Five, the guy that you're going to be seeing making all the moves during the early game, and he loves to play those flashy Pokemon.
Right.
You know, he's played a lot of Glaceon at the tournament. He plays Absol. We've seen a little bit of Scyther. Not too much Scyther at the tournament, surprisingly enough.
Especially not today.
Not
Especially
today.
not in the
Oh wait,
not in the
he
finals.
played once, I
Once,
think.
just once.
Once, yes. One Scyther.
Yeah. So, you know, it would be really great to see the Scyther once again, especially the Green Illusion Dive, hitting a lot of Pokemon in the process, right? Once those illusions actually, you know, pass through the opposing team. But with that being said, it's just going to be really exciting to see game number 2. And I think in just a bit, we're going to be heading into the lobby.
Yeah, I'm really excited to jump into game 2. You know, what kind of Pokemon are going to make an appearance?
What changes?
Maybe Zacian finally gets unbanned. I mean, I'm wishful thinking. Look, it's hard to say. You know, we don't know. I'm pretty sure it's going to be banned again because all the teams just respect the power of Zacian, right?
Right.
Like, whoever gets first pick, if Zacian's available, why would you not insta-lock it?
Right.
So we'll have to see here as we are finally jumping into game 2 between High Five and Team MYS. What the ban's going to be, of course, for MYS. Very likely going to be the Zacian, but
yeah.
I
Zacian.
wonder, you know, I have to wonder if there's going to be a team that's like, you can have the Zacian, but we have a plan for it.
See, okay. I just thought of something. Maybe the reason why MYS actually won game 1 is because they had 2 plushies. High-Five only had 1.
Maybe they got the plushie advantage.
Yeah, they had like,
That's
see
right.
for example, like it's like if you're a central laner, like you got both the buffs, and the central laner for High-Five only got 1. It's a huge
Yeah,
difference.
but the thing is, one of the Pokemon is not in Unite, so
What? Okay,
Licky
that's
is
fair.
not in
Okay,
Unite.
let's go.
But we have
Let's go.
Breeden.
Going back though, Trevenant is going to be banned. Going Shindy still into that of the Glaceon. Foxy still on the mute.
Look, if these Pokemon are available, you gotta grab them. And Xingdi plays a really great Glaceon as well. I think that has to be said. He can play a wide variety of Pokemon, and it's really refreshing to see him start playing something like Glaceon during the finals because it hasn't really been a Pokemon that he has touched that much leading up to the finals. Of course, Wushun and Akura back on their standard duo, but for MYS, looks like Yamu might be getting that Blastoise yet again, and Froggy likely gonna go on that Clefable, and yes, they're gonna lock in their Game 1 winning Pokemon. Is it going to be BKZ back on that Marchamp? Like, is this really the solution to Blastoise? Because last game, we didn't quite see it.
Right, no, yeah, for sure. But I would like to point out as well that Ushan is going to be coming back into the Eldegoss. So perhaps the best support that we've seen, you know, in this tournament.
I mean, I think he's the best Eldegoss ever.
Best Eldegoss, yeah.
Great Eldegoss, it's crazy. Man, we're just going to run it back. Both teams are running it exactly the same. No differences. And I think both of them are just respecting the fact that they were comfortable with the drafts last game. It was really just a case of executional successes and errors. So what are the changes going to be? Maybe the rotations. Maybe we see some jungle invades. Maybe we start seeing some crazy stuff. We see some lane swaps. We really don't know.
And at the same time, I would just like to point out that Hi-Fi was really doing well in the early game. But MYS, they were able, the moment, here's the thing, right? The moment that Yamu, because Yamu was left alone up top, right? The moment that Yamu was given the opportunity to get that power spike, it was a start.
Yeah, it was a great timing. I think it was about before the 6-minute mark because they got the Reggie down bottom, right? The injection of experience boosting the Blastoise to Blastoise, I guess. The Wartortle to Blastoise. You know what I mean? So that's why sometimes when you're fighting over, especially the bottom objective, that experience can really help out your entire team, especially if you're running someone that has a level 9 power spike, right? We already saw the power for Blastoise. So maybe this game, we're going to see maybe Hi-Five put more emphasis on the bottom Reggie, get it themselves, deny the experience away from MYS, and slow their progress going into that mid game. We are jumping into game number 2 here, JJ, so let's see what changes.
Yes, sir. Game number 2 of the Grand Finals. Hi-Five versus Team MYS. Let's have a champion time.
All right, so both teams are going to be focusing on scores, on leveling up, making sure for all their stacking Pokemon that they do get their stacks in. And for their supports, if they can also get some scores in, that quick boost of experience to get to that level 4, right? Especially for your supports, that level 4 really helps out your laning partner. But so far, we are seeing BKZ struggling here. But hang on a minute, we do have Glaceon coming in. Xingdi, the support, making sure you don't lose your matchup.
And likewise, right, with the help of the focus band, it just helped them survive that, aggression coming in from Team MYS.
So just playing it safe here for high five. Xingdi's there as that backup, as that insurance to make sure if things go wrong, he's there to potentially get that counter knockout. But I think both teams are looking to go for a 3v3, especially for the Altaria and Swablu, and they just get snapped up. MYS took it, but the submission is there.
Got all the burns, but unfortunately for high five,
it's water Urshifu. It's so hard to catch this Pokemon.
Surging strikes, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike. The power of this water bear Urshifu, rapid strike Urshifu. But with that being said, we're gonna be heading into that on the bottom patch to see, what's up. And in just a few seconds are the central birds as well.
Yeah, just getting a little bit of healing in that bottom lane as Akura zoning out some of those lane Pokemon on MYS. But we're seeing another battle submission though, catching out onto that Squirtle. And he do get it though. That's going to be a KO for high five. That's a big one because Reeboks is alone in the submission. That's another knockout. But hang on a minute, Yang is here. Maybe Yang can turn this around. Can he get the knockout? I mean, he's all alone and BKZ goes down. I think it's a good consolation prize. But if you can get Wushan, that's going to be an even bigger one. But nope, gets out of there. And we are at the 7 minute and 50 second mark. We actually missed the mid spawn. It looked like it went all into Xingdi.
Yeah, but here you go. Let's find out how they're going to set themselves up, how they're going to be able to position themselves going into that of the second lane bees. Second lane. We're not in remote stadium. Second lane birds, and of course the major objectives.
That was a really big side shock actually coming out from Z-Ray. So everyone having to play so careful. You've got solar beams going all over the place, you've got side shocks going, you've got boosted view attacks. It's so dangerous in that bottom lane. One wrong move, that's going to be an instant KO. 10 seconds, JJ, before we get our first objective. And it's going to be the bottom Reggies being the focal point for MYS. Whereas for high five, it looks like they are also going to focus in that bottom lane.
So Reggie Ice.
Red Ice. So no aggressive buffs. I'm so scared, JJ.
Here you go, the team fight. They're still having a watch until up top, but are they going to be able to take down Yang here? No, they won't. Not quite yet. The boosted attack here. Psychic Solaire, unfortunately, not going to be enough. But the Glacial Sage was just enough and in on time to take down the Reggie Eyes. But there you go. Here comes another consolation prize. Here comes the bonuses into the set of high five, taking down 1 in the process. No, 2 actually.
3. That was a bottom Reggie and 3 Pokemon. Big victory there for high five. The fact that they were able to lock that in with Xingdi. Glaceon is so good at sniping objectives as long as you can lock onto it. And it was so hard for MYS too because Reeboks is very low. Anyone could have sneezed on him, he was going to get knocked out, but he had to get that crucial tackle in. And he did, but the follow-up just wasn't enough. So now focusing on this top Reggie Alecki. We don't have Blastoise, the barrage is huge! Oh, BKZ doing so much damage to MYS!
They were able to take on the Reggie Alecki as well after the rush blow. And there was more attacks coming in from BKZ. And just like that, not only are they going to be able to take down 1 Reggie Alecki, but 2 in the process as well. And the pressure is not going to stop. Here comes the RKO submission, taking down everyone that defended this score goal. And now they are in it to destroy this with an overcap. And down bottom as well with 35 overcap.
Wow, that's huge. But so far, this game is looking so heavily favored in High Five's favor because look at this. We still don't have a Blastoise. We're almost at that 5-minute mark. MYS weren't able to lock in those early game objectives. So this has really set Yemu quite far back. And unfortunately, MYS are really struggling in these team fights. They need their Blastoise up and running.
And here's one more thing. everyone into the side of MYS is still at 1 level digit with the exception of Yang into that of the Urshifu. Whereas everyone else on High 5 is the complete opposite, where only the LD Gods is 1 digit level.
Yep, and as you can see down bottom, High 5 are going to be taking that bottom objective themselves, and I think MYS, they sort of acknowledge the fact that, yeah, play it safe, just break this goal zone, they're going to take the Alecki themselves, get the experience, get those points in, try to open the map, yes, because they have struggled up until this point. I think this is a great way to approach the game. If you've been winning the head-on fights, don't knock your head on the brick wall and keep fighting into it, you know, find experience in other places, but we have a team fight happening though, JJ.
Psychic Slur is going to be coming off as well, not quite yet, but here comes Quad and Cloud
Barrage!
Crash, just for them to be able to sustain their health. But there goes Barrage Blow, and with the submission as well, going to be able to take down 2 in the process. They'll make that 3 into the side of MYS in exchange of 1. Even though they got 1, at the very least, they were able to take down 3 into the side of MYS. And as you have mentioned, this game is looking pretty good for High 5.
It's looking great for High 5, and we are really starting to see the effectiveness of Machamp going up against a Blastoise, right? You've got the stun duration of the submission, and if you get caught in the barrage right after, I mean, Yendo couldn't move. He couldn't even throw the Hydro Typhoon. So again, he's going to have to be very mindful of his positioning. We're at 3.5 minutes. He can throw a Typhoon down now and still have it available for that next Rayquaza, but I think High 5 are identifying
the back cap.
that there is a back cap, but MYS are really dead set on taking this objective.
Yeah, but here comes High 5 as well. They're going to be able to catch up in on time.
Rebox.
Glacial States are going to be coming up as well. And look at this, Marmot is going to be taken down, and they're going to be able to steal
Oh,
the
the
as well.
steal!
And High 5 takes down 2 in the process. 6v3 is going to be the play of the game here, and they're going to be able to destroy that first tier Squirtle up top. Unfortunately, though, it wasn't enough, or it wasn't a lot of backup because of Reggie Alecki's the one that take it away.
Yeah, I think MYS, they saw their goal zone. I think it was 7 points left to break it. So they just said, you know, just sack it. It's just going to be 20 points from the Reggie Alecki. It's not going to be the 40 that the majority of High 5 are holding right now. So they have a bit of a safety barrier there, but Rebong's actually wanting to chase down this Machamp, actually using the eject button. BKZ trying to get into a better position. MYS have to be so careful now. 2.5 minutes up until we see the last 2-minute stretch. And actually the steal! That new Foxy actually getting the ice. Oh my goodness.
And they were able to take on BKZ as well.
The turnaround is there. MYS are going to start storming that bottom goal zone. They do get the freeze. But hang on a minute. MYS, are they actually reconsidering this? Reebok's actually catching out the Slowbro, and he's got him. Oh my goodness. High 5. They're losing their front line. It's so difficult for them to go into MYS. They have to play it safe. They can't. Don't get overexcited. But hang on a minute.
They're not going to stop.
This is so
They're
dangerous.
going to initiate the team fight just right before the Rayquaza comes up. The Mother of Dragons, Psychic Solar is going to be coming up. Going to be able to take down Reeboks, but look at that. Team MYS is going to be able to take down the Rayquaza for themselves. All they need to do now is ignore everyone else and score in. And just like that, we have to remember, High 5 still has 1.5 minutes left to catch up.
Froggy's got his points in. We still have a couple Pokemon left. Nightmare Foxy still has a shield. He's already scored his points in. He's going to play it safe, but 270 to 403. High 5 are going to have to scramble if they're going to try and get some points into MYS's goal zone. And if anything, it's going to have to be one big push, a final hurrah. You need to win this fight. If you want to have a chance to tie this game 1-1, they do have a little bit of time, JJ, but 1 minute, it's not a lot of time.
Let's find out though, it's only 200 points. They only need to score twice if they have 500. But here comes the RKO out of nowhere. They're going to be able to take down Foxy, but unfortunately was able to get away. No one is scoring down bottom, and the Blast is just waiting for that someone to go down below. But unfortunately, they're going to be stopped here as well. 30 seconds is left. 2 is going to be down. People are cheering right now. MYS, is this going to be your game? This is going to be 3 down into the side of High 5, and only Shingdi is going to be up left here. And Wushan, unfortunately, is not going to be able to score in like this. Unfortunately for Xingdi, he's going to respond back not today, but on the next game.
Oh my goodness, and Froggy just rubs salt on the wound, scoring more points into high five's goal zone, saying you don't have a chance. This game 2 is ours, and we are 1 game away from being your champions.
2-0. Ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, the king is slowly but surely slipping on the ground. And man, Team MYS, they just need one more poke into that ground and it will be theirs.
But it's not over, JJ. It's a best of 5 series. We have seen teams pull out reverse sweeps before, and I think of all the teams competing in the competition, High Five is very capable of being able to pull out a 3-game reverse sweep if they have to. And now that they're backed into a corner in desperation mode, you're going to pull out all the stops. All your aces, they're going to come out now, and I hope Team MYS is ready for it, because I don't think this last win of theirs is going to be any easier.
This is the revenge match. This is our grand finals. This is Team MYS.
Oh my goodness. I have to say though, I'm so impressed with the way that Team MYS have really showed up into the grand finals. They have lost to High Five multiple times in the winter tournament, in the group stage here as well. And they have shown that they are able to adapt, to grow. They're able to open up their pool of Pokemon to play. They're not afraid of counters. They are more than confident enough to run their strategies and not really care what High Five is running themselves. They have grown so much in this tournament, but at the same time, High Five are exactly the same. You know, this team is not the same High Five that we saw in the East Asia League stage. They have also grown. They've gotten better. They've shown off their power. And I think if there's a time to pull out that plot armor, it's got to be now.
Man.
Why are you laughing?
Sorry, I just loaded.
Oh my gosh.
Man, it's man, again, see, here's the thing, right? In any anime, the main character gets beaten up first.
Yes.
Gets the senzu beaten up, and gets the reverse. And that might just be the story here for High Five. But man, Team MYS, I don't think they're going to let that slide. I don't think they're going to let that happen.
No, I mean, the teams are familiar with each other. It's not the first time that they've encountered each other. Not just at ACL, they've played each other so many times. Like, they clearly have a deep understanding of each other, of their opponents, their general play styles, their habits, the things they like to do in their games. So, you know, this is the highest quality of game that we are going to get in Asia for a very long time.
Exactly. See, we have a lot of synergy. We end each other's like.
That's why we paint split each other. We're paint splitting each other. Oh my god.
Wow, and look at that very beautiful Hydro Typhoon steal of the Rayquaza from High Five. That was the moment. The highlight of that match.
Look,
if it wasn't for that, man, High Five would have just like widened the gap that they already have against Team MYS.
Yeah, I mean, Yemi basically pressed the promotion button. He's like, all right, guys, I'm ready for promotion. Bam. Rayquaza. They are so
look at
close.
everyone as well. Look at everyone in the crowd. I'm pretty sure all of you guys watching at home is hyped up as well as we are, as everyone right now in Battle Arena. And once again, Team MYS, as you can see on the score right now, just needs one more game to take the crown from High Five.
But I'm going to be a Trevenant and possibly curse this game and say that we are going to get High Five winning the next 2 games. And they are going to challenge MYS for the full 5 games.
Man,
that's my prediction.
Before we head into the game though, let's talk about Froggy. I know a lot of you guys are looking forward to Froggy, and here it is. The people are cheering. We can hear the people
You see
cheering.
people screaming when they hear Froggy's name. But Froggy is a phenomenal player. So I haven't really heard of Froggy before ACL.
Right.
I actually got introduced to him during the Malaysia Open when the Malaysia team was actually qualifying to play at ACL. And I learned from there that this man is arguably, easily, one of the best Mr. Mime players in Asia. I'd say Southeast Asia. I can't guarantee Asia because we haven't seen him actually play it in Asia. But he is an incredible Mr. Mime player. But
we'll see it now
he
if
also,
that happens.
He also plays other Pokemon, right? We've seen him play the Slowbro. He's played the Clefable. He's played so many things for the team, and I feel like the fact that he can be so versatile in his pool of Pokemon, it makes him a really nice clutch to fall back to when you are drafting, right? You're not limited to a certain archetype of Pokemon.
Exactly, and that is what makes Froggy a really great player. But with that being said, we're gonna be moving over right to our next contender, which is going to be Wushan.
The scariest support I have ever seen.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, you see an Eldegoss named Wushan, you run the other way.
Exactly.
You run. You know, don't
even
leave.
try.
Yeah,
don't even try.
Don't even look at him. Just run.
See,
don't look back.
Yeah, that's a supporter, but they will take you. So
Exactly.
go.
Wushan's Eldegoss will beat yours any day. It's crazy. I don't know how he is so good at that Eldegoss. I love watching his positioning. The timing for his cloud crashes are insane.
Immaculate.
Yeah, it's insane the way that he's able to time it because you just never see him being caught out in a team fight.
See, that's the thing, right? This is why they don't really need the. This is why they don't really need the But anyway, because of Wushan's Eldegoss is just off the charts.
I wonder, are they going to be like, Wushan, it's time to open the floodgates? Bring out the ace, you know, like what's going to be the ace going into game 3 here? Is it Wushan changing his Pokemon? Because for High Five, we're starting to see a really big trend with this team, right? That it's mostly going to be always the Slowbro Eldegoss duo. Are we going to see a change? Do they actually have to start picking these supports away from MYS? Because, you know, knowing High Five are always going to be picking up the Eldegoss, you are left with the rest of the supports in the pool. You can play anything because you're not afraid of it being picked.
With that being said, this might be the game where we will finally see Zacian. No, we're not going to see Zacian.
I mean, I hope so.
Right,
No,
but obviously,
Zacian.
still the same band. Trevenant and the Zacian. Well, I mean, we have been seeing Zacian just banned. But with that being said, I think we might be seeing the same draft all over again and going into game number 3. It's very, very possible to happen.
Yeah, we absolutely could, and we are starting to see the remnants of the teams just redrafting the exact same Pokemon. Is Wushan actually going to steal it away?
Wow.
This man plays more than Eldegoss. Incredible. I'm actually really excited for this, but at the same time, I think it had to be done, right? You could not give the Clefable away to MYS. This Pokemon has been too valuable in those 2 games, but even though they lost this Clefable, Rebongs and Yamoon still get their same picks. They're still getting the Blastoise and the Mamoswine.
We might be able, though, to see not the Espeon, but instead the the Delphox. But no, we're not going to be seeing that. They're going to be sticking to their guns, same composition, just changing their support
Except
from
for Froggy.
Eldegoss
Froggy's
and
going to
Wushan.
get a new Pokemon.
Both of them, actually, they're the... See, that's the thing.
They swap
is...
supports.
Oh my goodness, they stole away each other's Pokemon. See, that's the thing, right? This is probably why we put up the head-to-head graphics of Wushan and Froggy. It was a foreshadowing that they're going to be changing things up. These 2 players are the only ones changing things, right? Yeah, it was the supports all along changing things up. And Wushan and Froggy just said, you know what? Hey, can I take your Clefable? Yeah, sure, take my Eldegoss.
But I do think that stealing away the Clefable was such a big win for High Five, right? Because Clefable fits so well in compositions that feature a lot of really big, fat Pokemon, right? Moonlight can heal so much in an AoE. Whereas if you're an Eldegoss, you do kind of heal in an AoE, but it's not as efficient as Moonlight. You also lost access to gravity. Now also, MYS need to deal with this gravity themselves. Is this going to be an issue going into the game?
No, yeah, for sure, especially into that of the Blastoise. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike. Possibly the final game if Team MYS wins. If Team MYS I got too hype. I'm sorry, but let me do it again. This is possibly the final game if Team MYS wins. This is game number 3. Let's have a champion time.
These teams are putting all their eggs in their composition baskets. High Five and Team MYS, they have run almost the exact same draft for the past 3 games. The only change we have seen is the supports actually swapping their picks in game number 3. And who knows, maybe this is the way for High Five to break MYS's lineup, right? To weaken it, because they don't have access to that Clefable. So we're going to cycle it again. Both teams going to be getting their stacks in, level up as quick as possible. We are seeing Shindy rotate yet again into the top lane, because I think High Five, they have identified that this top lane is the priority lane to shut down.
No, yeah, for sure. And for both of these teams, right, they just need to control. The top half, and everything else would just follow. And it's true, right? For Team MYS, High Five, they have been trying to ensure, right, to always take this top hat. Young is always going into the top hat because they know themselves that whoever gets this essentially wins the mid game as well.
Yeah, basically just going to deny it. It was free pickings for MYS, and I think High Five, they realized what was going to go on, so they're just going to give it away for free. Make sure they don't lose any Pokemon in any unnecessary skirmishes. Because even though MYS, they essentially had a terrible mid-game last game, it didn't matter, right? They still got that Rayquaza. And so I think High Five, they're thinking, we need to do a better job shutting MYS down. Make it so that they are afraid to run into us, because that wasn't the case last game.
Still trying to chill here for the first 2 minutes of the match. You're gonna be seeing, you know, the central birds in just a bit as well, and everyone's just poking in. Nobody's really just rushing in, but they just are trying to take their time. BKZ, however, needs to get away a little bit. Submission as well, just to try to get away.
If that connected, that would have been a KO. So really nice
even
eject
with
there.
the Clefable.
Yes, so really nicely timed eject there from BKZ to not potentially get KO'd in that position. But oh my gosh, JJ, this game, it's tense. Like it's like watching the same movie for the 3rd time.
No, yeah,
That's really
yeah, for sure.
Oh gosh, just a little bit different every time.
This is the level of playing field that High Five and Team MYS is putting up for us is just immaculate, it's just majestic. And here's the thing, right? Both of these teams are evolving as we see it.
They are evolving, and I think in this 3rd game we are starting to see another change here from MYS. So they are not trying to go in for these full engagements against High Five anymore. They are focusing on just taking Swablu and Ataria, denying them away from High Five.
Right.
This game, they're looking much better going into this mid game, especially with Regice now on the field. We do see Rebongs in front, but he does need to be healed up. He took so much damage there from Shindy.
Yamo once again with the blasters being left alone up top, allowing it to go online quicker.
Hang on. Oh, wait a minute. Young actually went in and got instantly KO'd. That's going to be a big loss there for MYS. And now
Foxy
they are sent reeling. Oh, 2 Pokemon, 3 Pokemon are going to go down here for MYS.
Yes,
big misplays coming out from MYS for that Regice fight.
High Five. That was a beautiful punish from them in Team MYS. But here's the thing, Yamo still has been able to really get their XPs in preparation for that mid game, which we are about to enter.
I mean, we technically are in this mid game, JJ. Both teams looking to take that top objective, right? The Regieleki is there, and we've got the Blastoise on the field. And this is problematic for High Five because this game, MYS, they weren't crippled from that early game. And it looks like a battle is finally going to ensure Rebong's almost going down. There will be a heal coming in from the Eldegoss. Both teams really hesitant to go too deep. trying to find that opening. So we are looking at a bit of a stalemate between High Five and
Oh,
Team
but
MYS.
MYS
But the
has
snipe, can they
the
actually
potential
get?
advantage.
They've actually got reset,
Oh, the reset.
though. Oh no, they weren't able to get the last hit.
And
MYS,
High Five JMT was able to steal it away with the Glacial Sage and taking down 2. Now possibly 3 as well. No, yes sirree. That's gonna be 3 down for Team MYS.
Oh, that reset. I don't know if it was intentional for MYS, but if it wasn't, oh, that just ruined all their plans.
Unfortunate.
Because they even used the Hydro Typhoon.
Right.
Oh my goodness. I don't think that was in the books there for MYS. That was clearly just a miscommunication,
Right.
mistiming. And High Five, they capitalized on it. This is going to bring them back into the game. Top goal zone is broken. And if we take a look at the state of the board right now, all of Team MYS's Tier 1 goal zones are gone. So they've lost all those speed fluxes.
At the same time, 217 to 41. That is a huge gap.
Oh, this early game looked a lot better for MYS. It was just a case of a couple lost fights that really hurt them in the end, right? They lost the bottom Reggie, they lost the Aleki up top, they even used some big unites for this, but they're going to group up in that top lane to try and take this Tier 1 goal zone, take it away from High Five, get rid of the speed flux, and they are going to continue on chasing, and it looks like the Fable.
Bushan's gonna be taken down.
First Pokemon to go down. Eject will guarantee the rest of the Pokemon on High Five don't get caught. But
Beautiful disengagement.
really, yeah, I think these teams, they are so on point, trying to make sure that, okay, if we can grab a pick off, grab it. Otherwise, just take the farm.
Yeah, just chill,
But
just
away.
chill.
Yeah, just relax.
Yeah, you know, I like that they are currently in the position where they understand that they are on the edge of like winning, but at the same time not being too cocky about it, not being too arrogant about it.
Yeah. It's so hard in the grand final as well because when you're 2 games up, I have seen too many teams become too overconfident. Actually, Reebong's with the Mammoth Mash actually going right in there. He's all alone and he got slow beamed as well.
Right.
So that's not going to be available anymore. And with Reebong's off the field, that's a frontliner that MYS isn't going to have. He will respawn though, and Lecky is there, but you see the positioning here for MYS, and with both of their EVs here, your Espeon, your Glaceon, this is going to be an easy take.
So you just want to go back to what you were saying, right? We have seen a lot of teams be in this position just like Team MYS and become too overconfident, right? But at the very least, Team MYS is just chilling, you know, just being calm and collected, and they do understand and respect High Five to this degree that they do not want any risk involvement to give High Five any form of advantage.
Yeah, and I think in this game as well, MYS are sort of understanding that, okay, the most important thing is get your levels, get ready for the late game, because even though these teams have been able to accrue a lead during the first 8 minutes of the match, everything so far has really come down to Rayquaza. Neither teams are really running any efficient backcappers, right? There's no Dodrio, there's no Absol, there's no Scyther that can quickly sneak into the backlines and get those scores. Even Sableye, right?
Right.
We've seen Sableye a couple of times throughout the tournament. No, both teams really dead set on these team fight compositions for that Rayquaza pit.
But here's the thing, High Five is going to be able to take down this Reggie Ice uncontested, while Team MYS is just trying to get in all their XPs as much as possible, getting ready to that of the Rayquaza fight, which is about to come out in a few seconds.
And the core Pokemon for both teams are around level 13, although MYS are behind. It's actually only Yemu and Yang that are 13 for MYS.
Right.
So again, positioning JJ, who starts the fight? Who's it going to be?
Go.
Oh, Reebongs, he was thinking about
Psyshock.
it. The Psyshock was too scary. You cannot walk into a fight if you get hit by that Psyshock. Moonlight?
Moonlight a little bit too early, but here comes a rapid speed water spout coming in from that.
They got to
of
reset.
Yemu.
They
Yes,
need to
sirree.
reset.
They
Oh, Reebongs,
definitely
the
need
slow
to.
beam! They got Reebongs!
Oh my goodness, that's going to be 2 down.
Hydro Typhoon!
But
But where's the
unfortunately no
follow-up?
follow-up. That's going to be 3 down for Team MYS, and Yemu is going to try to get away, but they're not going to be able to because BKZ with the submission is
Wait
just
a
going to
minute.
push him away. But
Wait a
Young
minute.
is here. Young is
He's
going
still
to
there.
try.
He's hanging on. They're slowing it down. They're trying to wait for the team to come
Just
in.
buying enough time.
Young is
buying
down.
enough time.
Reebongs is there. Oh, Yemu was there as well, but the fight is going to continue. Mammoth Smash connects onto nobody. They're
here we go.
struggling to
Reebongs
get
is
onto.
back up.
Reebongs is back. Ray is there. It's super low, JJ. I don't know who's going to get it. They all get thrown up in the air, but who's going to get the Rayquaza?
And it is High Five.
Gets it for High Five. And now it's going to be them to try and score. And only Mew is alive. For Foxy can't do all of this all on his own.
Yes, sirree. And with that being said, quick mass is going to be done here by High Five for the overcap, allowing them to not go inside the base just to score. And with that being said, High Five currently at 533 points to 112 of Team MYS.
20 seconds.
Goodness, 20 seconds is not going to be enough for them to catch up. And it seems as we are going to be heading into game number 4.
High Five fighting for their tournament life, fighting for that $30,000 US prize pool for first place. They're going to be happy. They're going to be ecstatic, reinvigorated, ready to take game number 4. They have to force that game 5. They're not safe yet. That win's going to feel good, but they really need to kick it up a notch going into the next game. As for MYS, do you feel the Eldegoss being taken instead of the Clefable being an issue? I think we kind of felt it.
I think they kind of felt, and they really needed that Clefable, you know, for Team MYS, right? But for Team High Five, as you have mentioned, that Eldegoss being taken by, you know, MYS is just, they had, how do I say this, right? See, Wushan here had a lot of recoveries, right? But it wasn't, say, as effective as when Wushan was playing the Eldegoss to help down the team, the entirety of the team for High Five.
True, but I think the good payoff is the fact that those healing numbers are not going to be on MYS, right? You look at the healing output for Froggy. There's only so much you can really heal as that Eldegoss. It actually made me question for a moment, okay, you've gone for this Eldegoss. If you're going for such a big, tanky lineup, how about the Hooper? You know, Hooper is another Pokemon that also functions similarly to that Clefable if you're going for those full heals. It's not guaranteed, but we've seen teams have a lot of success running those big, in-your-face lineups if you have a Hooper.
No, yeah, and at the same time, right, if you actually notice, if you actually notice, they were actually playing the Eldegoss like they were playing a Blissey. Unfortunately, Eldegoss is not as bulky, not as defensive as a Blissey. Sorry, as a Clefable rather.
Yes.
To the point that they were using the pollen, the pollen puff, right?
Yes.
To themselves, to do an AoE damage along with them. Look at that. This is what I'm talking about. The Frog is using the pollen puff to themselves, just like how, you know, the Fable is doing an AoE radius around it, right? When it's using Moonlight.
Yeah, I mean, there's just the differences between the two Pokemon. They function differently in their own ways. And I think MYS, they were trying to think, all right, if we take the Eldegoss ourselves, is it going to hurt the composition? They tried it. I think after this game, maybe they reroute to a different support. You know, maybe they even consider the Blissey instead. You know, Bliss Assist is a great Unite move as well. It can amplify the aggression on some of these Pokemon for MYS. The payoff is that it's a big Pokemon, you know, it's a big fat target.
And it works out as well for them.
Yeah, I think it works quite well. I'm just thinking, is Hooper now on the table? I really think they'll have to consider it because it's MYS have played Hooper before, and so has I think High Five has also played it. So both of these teams are aware that Hooper is there. It's just maybe they are so hyper-focused on these compositions to win that maybe it's an oversight. We don't know. We don't know what the players are thinking.
No, yeah, you just wanted to go back there, right? Like, as we were like considering the Blissey, right? It's just that the composition right now for Team MYS actually would work with Blissey just because of the fact that they can themselves, though it's going to be healing with the Blissey system, there's only one Pokemon, right? But with the Soft Boil, it's still an AoE healing, and at the same time, even without the Soft Boil, right, they can still sustain themselves. Given how defensive and bulky they are.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to see what happens in the draft for game number 4. But before that, though, let's take a look at some of the player stats for the competing teams. We are going to look at Z-Ray here on the side of High Five. And so far, he has been enjoying himself this game, playing the Espeon.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And, you know, I was actually expecting, as I mentioned earlier, right? I was already expecting the Velfox to come out just so they could, you know, just change things up a little bit, and perhaps that might be the catalyst, that might be the kryptonite here, going for going against Team MYS. Unfortunately, we didn't see that. They're still gonna be sticking to their guns, with the same kind of composition, just changing, of course, their support, which actually worked out pretty well for them as well.
Very fun fact. I don't know if I mentioned this on stream yet. So remember there were 2 birthdays.
Right.
Z-Ray's birthday. So I remember reading in one of my interviews, I think, Xingdi saying that he wants to get Z-Ray an early birthday gift. And that gift being the championship title for ACL. So obviously there's a motivation for these teams to win.
Not just to win, per se.
Yeah, not just to win, but for high five, it's like a gift to his own teammate. He said that himself.
That is true. That is why it's sweet. And that is what Pokemon Unite does to people. It unites trainers all over the world.
Exactly. I mean, I love these little tidbits. We're going to switch on over here to Yemu on the side of MIS. And we have seen this man play a lot of Blastoise this finals. And his Blastoise is terrifying. In a lot of cases, for example, we did see Blastoise going up against a Buzzwole. He was like, I don't care. Is it my champ? I don't care. I don't care if you're going to pick counters. I'm still going to play that Blastoise. And it's just from seeing the way that he's played this Pokemon, totally understandable. He is impactful regardless of that game. And it just goes to show how skilled of a player he is. Because in a lot of cases for us scrubs, when we're playing these Pokemon, if we get counted, we get counted, that's it. It's over.
But at the same time, right? I guess one of the key factors here for Team MOAS is that High Five is just leaving Yamu, right? It's just leaving Yamu into that of the top 5, allowing themselves to just get their power spike, especially for a Pokemon like Blastoise that don't really get their level 9 at 6-minute mark. Maybe commonly, right? The earliest is 5 minutes?
It's like, I'd say average is actually between 5 to 6 minutes.
6, right?
If you get it pre-6, that's early, especially for a Blastoise. If you get it before 7, I don't know how you did it.
Even more so.
It's crazy. I mean, you got to be really fed Blastoise in that case. But who knows? But what we do know is that the lobby is now up and available. The draft is ready. Game number 4 between Team MYS and High Five. Can High Five win this game and bring it to a game number 5? Or will MYS take this game and take the championship title?
See, here's the thing, right? We are kind of far away from the audience in Battle Arena, but I can still hear cheering, and that is just music to my ears.
It's a great feeling. It's a great sound. Zacian is banned. I'm not surprised here. By the side of High Five. So it's actually Team MYS to get first pick in this game, right? Because High Five, they were able to win, which means MYS get pick on whether they want first or second pick. So it's going to be Yang picking up that Urshifu for himself. Whereas for High Five, what are they looking to go for? Are they going to switch things up a little bit? Because so far, it looks like a rerun for MYS.
Right.
And it looks like a rerun again.
They might be going into the same composition once again. Shinji, especially with that of the energy out, just allows them to, put up an average of 6 Unite moves in a game.
A lot.
Sean.
What? No, there's no way. There's no way. He's not pulling out Pikachu. There we go. See.
Not in this stage. Not in this stage.
No, he's hyping up the crowd. He's like, I'm gonna flick onto this Pikachu. We'll see what happens. But nope, Wushan back on the Elder Goss. BKZ back on the Machamp. But hang on, Yamu. Yamu's are going to change it up. Is it actually going to be the Garchomp? He's like, guys, I'm not playing Blastoise anymore. I'm going to pick up the big bad Garchomp. And Rebong's picking up the Mamoswine. And if you take a look at High Five, they're just going to go for another rerun. Exact same composition, but Wushan back on the Elder Goss.
This is going to be interesting as well, especially with Yamu now. Doesn't have Rapid Scarf and instead of the Rapid Scarf is going to have the weakness policy and the focus ban as instead.
Yeah. And it's also being buffed up by a Clefable as well, right? You're going to have so much healing Froggy is going to be such an asset to this team. And I'm wondering if High Five are worried about it because they already reaped the benefits of that Clefable last game. But Wushan, they weren't able to get it, right? They prioritized the Glaceon and that Slowbro.
Here's the thing, right? If they did not prioritize that, I'm pretty sure, you know, Team MYS is just going to be taking away that Glaceon from Shindy.
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, both teams are happy with their Pokemon, right? Like, MYS are just like,
hasn't
we got
changed yet.
first pick, but we don't care about Glaceon. You
Yeah.
know, we prefer Urshifu. So, I mean, if you don't need to change anything, don't. But Yamu, the only player to change, and it's onto a Garchomp. And I'm wondering if High Five are concerned about this because Garchomp brings a whole different issue,
Right.
like a whole bunch of new issues to High Five now, right? It's not Blastoise
Especially that they haven't changed their composition, not once, with the exception, of course, of the, well, same composition, just different supports from that of the last game. But with that being said, we are now heading into game number 4, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike. This is the Pokemon UNITE Asia Champions League Finals. Team MYS versus High Five. Let's have a champion time.
That must be your phrase now, JJ.
It always has been.
It's always been your phrase? Like, the first time I heard of it. I'm outing you right now, JJ.
Wow.
All right, let's go. Game number 4. I really want to see, though, is MYS going to close it out or is it High Five to bring it back? Because clearly these teams, they refine their compositions. They are happy with their Pokemon. They don't feel the need to contest for anything new. They're not even fighting for each other's Pokemon anymore. And so far up top, though, and it feels a little bit weird to see the teams on different sides because
Right.
I'm so used to seeing MYS on
On the
purple
right
and
side,
High Five
yeah.
on orange. Yeah. But for them, it more or less just feels the same, right? They're literally playing on the exact same side on their devices.
It wasn't like a remote stadium where the location of the polar buffs actually differs,
influence
right?
the game.
Depending
Yeah.
on where you are at the map.
Exactly. I mean, it's a complete mirror in this case for Thea Sky Ruins. But both teams, exact same strategies. Not much has changed. We haven't seen any KOs. Both teams are looking to take this top spot. And so far, most of them, again, just being taken by that Urshifu.
Wow, and here you go. Still, you know, both of these teams just poking each other out, doesn't want to commit just yet. Not until they get their, you know, little bit of a power spike, that minuscule power spike that they can have as an advantage over the other. But as I say that, at the very least, you know, Team MYS was able to seal away the buff from High Five.
Yeah, successful escape there for MYS. None of them got caught out, thankfully, so not too much was lost in that invade, but they have their own central area to take, and I do believe that Yang is going to go back into the central area, but Reeboks might actually need to go back to the Pokemon Center if he's not careful. Luckily, the X-Speed is going to get him out of there. Just zips away, the cutest little swine-up I have ever seen.
Right, but that also means, okay, that also means that they would have access to the focus band going into the first set of objectives.
Yes, that is true, and that's going to be problematic if Reeboks wants to be the one to set up his team, right? Because he's been the one to go in
It's a
most
minute
of the
and a
time.
half.
But this time, though, you can kind of pivot, right? You have a Gabite now. It's going to be a Garchomp, right? So it doesn't actually have to be Reeboks to go first anymore. And there's going to be a little bit of synergy between the two Pokemon as well, right? Because if you're able to round up the Pokemon with that Garchomp, you can throw down the Ice Shard? Yeah, they throw down the Ice Shard right on top of where they would end up, freeze all those Pokemon, and there's not much you'd be able to do on the side of High Five, whereas again, also vice versa, right? Like, Mamoswine and Garchomp have a lot of synergy together if they're within reach of each other.
Right, and here's the thing, right? We still have the Machoke and that of the Gabite up top, but, you know, slowly but surely going down bottom to help secure that Reggie bottom as BKZ is still left up top, going in for a 30-point. But here comes the team fight for the first major objective of the game.
Yep, and Yamu is here as well, so it's a full 5 versus 4 situation happening here for MYS, and they are looking to go in themselves, but actually, the Urshifu gets taken down by the Psychic Solarian. Look at this, MYS! They may have actually taken the objective, but they are low, they are reeling, they're not ready to take High Five. This was a bit of a mistake. At least they got the experience. They were able to deny it from High Five, but it did come at a cost.
And that are, you know, the Gabite and the Urshifu, and that is the heaviest, biggest thing that could have been lost to Team MYS.
Yeah, and unfortunately, just because Yamu got knocked out in that bottom lane, it has slowed his progress to that Garchomp, right? BKZ is just about to evolve. Yamu's going to do his best to slow him down, but I mean, you just got a little bit more, right? A little bit more experience to tick on over. So we've got to hit that Garchomp. Machamp is now on the field. BKZ is ready to go for that Regieleki.
Right, and here you go. Team MYS wants to reverse this one up against High 5 as they were able to take down the Reggie bottom. Now Team MYS trying to make down High 5 by, poking down this Regieleki.
They've got to be so careful of BKZ, right? If you get the flip, but look at that Reebok's actually pushing out BKZ, and they actually don't take him out. The power swipe's going to be okay.
17 hits.
17 hits.
Strikes.
Oh my gosh, BKZ! Oh, he's gone!
Oh my goodness! The combo of this, man!
But hang on a minute, MYS, if they got a little bit too deep, Froggy is there, but looks like the Garchomp locks in that Regieleki. And now, unfortunately, this top goal zone is going to be under threat here from High 5. Regieleki connects. They can score their points, or they can wait. And look at this, MYS, they are hesitating. They are so scared to score the points. 40-pointer is there. Yamu going to actually have to try and get out with the Dragon Rush, but no, BKZ is there to catch him out.
See, that's the thing, right? That's the reason why they were so scared and scaring. Sure, the Regieleki is there. Sure, they can
Slow
have
beam.
that.
Oh no, the Urshifu.
Sure, they can have the instant scoring, right? But
Animation lock.
Yeah, animation lock, which will then allow your opponents to be positioned to take you out immediately after the dump.
Yeah, you can see though, I saw MYS, they were sort of skirting towards and also back again because they were maybe hoping High 5 to actually preemptively jump on top of them. So the fact that High 5, they were waiting, they were patient. Reebok, so not looking too patient themselves, actually wanted to go up to BKZ, but it looks like they don't manage to catch him out. Oh, Psychic Solari is there. Espeon, Z-Ray actually getting caught out. Overrun by MYS. Barrage Blow does connect, but is the damage going to be enough? I think High 5, they're running out of gas. I don't think they can do it. Reeling back onto their goal zone. MYS slowly overrunning the orange side. High 5 still hanging onto that goal zone.
2-for-1 trade, but they were able to take down the Reggie Eyes as well for themselves. I'd say that team fight was won by Team MYS.
Man, at this point, MYS are so ready to play hyper-aggressive. They have such a good lineup of doing it as well, right? Mamoswine, one of the best aggressive defenders in the game. You have a Water Urshifu that is literally not afraid of anything except for the slow beam. And if you're MYS, you kind of want the slow beam to go onto that Urshifu because it leaves the rest of your team to sort of do whatever they want.
Right.
And it's a really tough game too. I really feel for Ikura because his choice of slow beam target can influence the game for his team because there are just so many Pokemon that can run over them.
Here's the thing though, Team MYS is going to choose to destroy the posters or go down bottom while sacrificing the Regieleki as well. But at the same time, you gotta consider as well that that is the last Regieleki of the game.
Yeah, that is going to be the last one. Although, is anyone... Yeah, we are getting a defense there from MYS, and it looks like High 5 looking to break that bottom goal zone. 33 points to break that. And MYS, they're trying to hang on to that goal zone. You don't want to lose it, especially when Rayquaza spawns, because that speed flux is going to be so important when you want to reinforce that central area. We do have Night Mew Foxy going in for those big solar beams. The solar beams themselves are enough to threaten High 5 away. You've got to be so careful playing against them.
Right, Regieleki still not out.
No.
This time.
Poor Froggy's like, guys, please.
Yeah.
I can't do this alone.
Oh. But here you go. The final Reggie bottom is going to be coming up as well, but unfortunately, no one is positioned right there. Roshan's not going to have the double points just yet.
Only 7. Only 7 over cap.
Yes, sirree, but here you go. Possibly the final Rayquaza of the entire tournament, depending on how this will come up as well. Ikura is going to get picked up. 5 hits, but Slowbeam is going to be coming up as well. No follow-up. Is there going to be a follow-up? Mammoth Rush is going to be coming up. Glacial Sage as well. 15 hits for Young into the surging strikes, but they are getting a little bit too greedy. He's going to get picked up as well. 1-for-1 trade for both of the teams.
Nightmare Foxy super low, being healed up by Froggy. Don't hide in the bush, and
Oh
there's an
no, they
Espeon!
got caught up!
Oh my goodness, mistakes were almost made there, but they were able to just get out of there. They're trying to group up. They desperately need Froggy to heal their team up. Nightmare actually teleported back to base to fully heal.
Foxy's back with full HP as well. Now, Team NYS is ready to come back, but here comes the extended team fight. Are they gonna win or are they gonna be taken out? This is it. This is the moment. Here comes the circle by Kura, but here comes BKC as well. It looks like, oh my goodness, Mammoth One is gonna be taken out.
Mammoth Swine is out, but Team NYS, they are trying so hard. They need to run this 50 seconds, hold that Rayquaza, stop them from taking it.
They just need to hold the fort because they are still in the lead.
They are in the lead, and Wushan is struggling to heal his team back up. Another big solar beam onto Ikura. Wushan, there's only so much he can do as this Eldegoss, and they are so desperate to take that Rayquaza. They're slowly chipping away, but BKZ looking to back up in the top lane. They're going to turn this around. NYS, they're in disarray. They actually have to fight High Five now. They can't afford to stall it.
And High Five takes Rayquaza in the process.
Oh my gosh, High Five, they're actually doing it. They held onto the game. They got the 100 points. They got the Rayquaza. NYS was not ready for that back cap.
And with that being said, we are going to game number 5.
Incredible.
The final round of the tournament.
Sit down, JJ. You need a break, I think.
I'm gonna sit down.
You're just as tired as the players. Dude, look at High Five. Look at MYS. These guys, you know, you could tell the tension. These guys are tense. They are on the edge of their seats.
They're trying their best. They're trying their best to be calm.
Yes.
They're trying their best to be collected, but you can see just on their faces how much tense they are. And again, just one mistake, and they are going to go down as the second placer for High Five.
Very likely. I mean, I said I was looking forward to a 5-game series. I was
And we
not
actually
expecting
had
it. I was not expecting the games to be this close. High Five are crawling out from the barrel, you know, and they started the finals. NYS, they took them
Look
by the
at
collar.
Froggy's recovery, 164K.
Oh my gosh, this game.
Beautiful.
This game. And look at Wushan's healing, 91,000 healing. Insane, man. Insane.
And the battle of the best supports in Asia. And we are seeing it unfold right before our naked eyes.
Oh my gosh, JJ. Both teams. Final game. $30,000 on the line for the winner. Second place will still take home a $15,000 prize, but you want the lion's share. You want that $30,000. You have to pull out all the stops now.
See, here's the thing, right? I don't think yeah, that's already a factor, right? But I don't think
That's
Team NYS, I don't think Team NYS and Team High Five are thinking about the prize pool. Not at this stage, not at this moment. All they want to do now, winning. Just winning. Winning, especially for MYS, if this is this could be a revenge story for them against High Five, or High Five might just be the undefeated champions throughout not just the finals, not just the regular season, but of the entire league. And that is history.
There's so much on the line. Yeah, there's so many storylines to work with for this game. So many.
Irregardless of who wins.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just a question of who is going to win. We can only have one winner.
Can we have both of them?
I was going to say, it would be nice, but realistically, we're only going to have one winner. So the question is, who is it going to be? Is it going to be MYS to hang on to that trophy? Or is it going to be High Five to come up from behind them, to swipe it away and say, we did it again?
This is the culmination of everything. This is the story. This is the journey. This is Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Finals 2023. And we are seeing history being written on our very eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going into game number 5.
Let's relax a little bit, JJ, because I know it's not just us that's very excited. I know a lot of the viewers are surprised, they're shocked, they're happy, maybe some of them are sad as well. Everyone's experiencing an emotional roller coaster, and it's not just us and the viewers, the players as well. I cannot imagine the pressure to be put in this position where for one team you are so close to taking the crown, and then all of a sudden you have your competitor coming back, taking 2 games back to back and forcing your hand, forcing that game number 3, the game that might just end it all.
Oh man, it's, you know, let's take a step back.
I'm relaxed. I'm good now.
I'll take a step back a little bit, right? And you know, let's just be chill. This is the calm before the storm. That is happening again. Game number 5 on the grand finals of the finals of the league.
Dude, I'm going to say right now, it's been a heck of a stormy panel so far. Like, the games have been incredible. But let's take a look at some player stats as we do get the players prepped and into the lobby for game number 5. I am so excited for when that happens, but let's take a look at the stats here for Young first before we jump into this game number 5. Young, MYS, he has played an integral role for this team so far, right? He has been playing the Urshifu. Up until this point, I think it's only been the water Urshifu. He has not pulled out the dark Urshifu for this grand finals.
For good reason as well.
He has been so annoying, right? He's been going into these fights, just getting these stacks, being very difficult to lock down, and if he can get on top of the squishies, if he can get on top of Z-Ray, that's his job done.
Now, we're going to be taking a look as well onto our next player. If we do have Young for MYS, then we're going to have BKZ for Team High 5.
Yeah, the man that's played Marchand, the man that has played Garchomp before this grand final, that plays Urshifu if it's available. But going into this game 5, is it going to be the same stuff? Because we also don't know what MYS are looking to play. Maybe both teams go for completely different drafts. Because we did see one change last game. It was on the side of MYS. They swapped out the Blastoise, they pulled in the Garchomp. The theory was there, it just, the execution wasn't quite there. They really needed it to connect. And in that last game, I think everything that they needed to go right, it didn't quite align. It almost did. It was just that one moment where they lost it.
Here we are, in on the final draft, ban and picks of the league.
And we are here, JJ. Game number 5 between Team MYS and High 5. Winner of this game will be your Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League champion. And it's our first champion as well.
Right, off the first ACL.
Exactly. Oh my goodness, 10 seconds to go. I think at this point, we're all just gonna assume High 5, Zacian ban. This is more or less mandatory. I doubt the dog is gonna be let out of the kennel. And yes, he's going to stay kenneled. He's gonna stay muzzled as well. But the Trevenant is also going to stay off the field. And with Yang being that first pick, going back onto the Urshifu, absolutely expected.
No, yeah, for sure. And here you go. I think, especially with this game number 5, right? It is going to be more or less the same draft. There we go. We have Shinji to the Glaceon. We have Victoria still on that other Slowbro. Again, they don't need to change anything. It has been working out pretty well for them, and for both of the teams really. And it just all boils down to the execution.
Exactly. I mean, the compositions have won both of their teams their games so far. I mean, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Yeah, exactly. BKZ back on the Marchand, Bushan back on his Eldegoss, and Yemu back on the Blastoise.
This is
you know, this actually feels like last year. But everyone was playing the exact same thing.
Man, here we go. Just a few seconds. We're going to be entering the final game of, not of a century, of the league. possibly the best game as well for Asia in a while.
Oh my gosh, 36 seconds to prep. These guys are going to go. I don't think we're going to be seeing any changes. No last minute swaps. I just don't think that's going to be a thing. Just finalize your items, your last 30 seconds to prep. If you have a motivational speech, do it now. Because once you're in that game, you're going to focus. You're going to go in there 110, 150%. You are going to play the best Pokemon Unite of your life.
And here we go into the finals. Ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, the final game of the Pokemon Unite Asia Champion League Finals is here once again. Team High Five versus Team MYS. Let's have a champion time.
Let's do it, JJ. I am so ready for this matchup. I think everyone else is as well. A much highly anticipated game in the Pokemon Unite community. And here we are. The match is beginning. We see our players going into their lanes. No changes. It's still going to be Xingdi in the central lane on that Glaceon. We're still going to see the Urshifu in the central area. No invades from either side. Deep respect from MYS and High Five.
Right. With that being said, both of them just playing the same gameplay that they've had for the first four matches, but BKZ is going to be able to score it, but to what cost? They're going to have their XP given to Yamu and, of course, Rebonks.
Yeah, and that's also going to be some free farm for them as well, right? They're not too afraid of Wushan. Yes, Xingdi is going to be there, but as long as they're able to steal away some of these wild Pokemon, it should be fine for MYS. They still haven't got assistance yet. They're waiting for their central laner to come in, and he's finally there. Evolved, Water Bear, here we go.
The final evolutions of the game, as I have mentioned earlier, we see it on our very eyes. Both of these teams just pushing each other to the limit, making sure everyone else evolve right on our very eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final match, and they don't want to make any more risks involving any XPs to be given to the other team.
No risks, no mistakes, nothing. They can't give anything away. And we're still seeing High Five coming in for these free scores, but well, that Water Spout's going to make it remarkably difficult because both Pokemon are actually holding onto double-digit points, meaning that it's going to take them too long to score. And that's the first KO. Marchop is down, and they don't have the Glaceon. Xingdi is nowhere in sight, so Wushan going to go down.
2 KO for Team MYS. They are taking the early game lead against Team High Five.
Xingdi, he was thinking of trying to actually go onto Rebongs, but that wasn't the case. But interestingly enough, Foxy was actually in the top lane to assist. Central area was actually given exclusively to the Urshifu to make sure Yang hits his power spike. He's level 7, he's ready to go, he wants to fight, but he's trying to decide which lane needs the assistance. And I think he's actually finally deciding, is it going to be the bottom lane? He was thinking about it, but back into the central area, going to go for his rotations. He's going to stay on point.
Look at this though, they just pushed BKZ away, but with just the right distance, at the maximum distance rather, BKZ was able to do the submission. Unfortunately, no follow-ups. Not yet. It will come later. It will come later.
It will come later. It's going to be the first objective, right, likely, that we're going to be seeing these big plays made. So down bottom, 5 seconds to go. Both teams, it looks like it's going to be 3 versus 4 for a little bit because Yamu is a bit late in this fight. Yang, sorry, is going to be late. Yamu is focusing on trying to hit his Blastoise in the top lane. Now, the priority for MYS, if they get the Regirock, that should be enough to push Blastoise over that level 9 threshold. But High Five, they are standing firm. They're in great position so far. So that was actually a eject forward.
And they're going to be able to take down as well the Regirock. High Five seals that away from Team MYS, and everyone else is just on the low. And beautiful disengage as well for High Five, knowing that they cannot put up any risk because that would have been a huge casualty for them.
No Psychic Solari going into this next team fight as well, so High Five need to be very mindful of Z-Ray's position because he's not going to have that panic button if things go awry. Now Rebongs is going to be the next Pokemon that wants to hit that level 9. Yamu has been battling it up with BKZ in the top lane, and this fight is now going to be brought into the middle lane. Rebongs is going to be the first casualty of this skirmish, but both teams still heading into that top lane, JJ.
Right, but that pick-off coming in from Reeboks is actually quite huge, especially that everyone else is now rotated up top. Now Reeboks is going to be a little bit too late here. Let's find out if High Five would be able to capitalize on this.
Can they capitalize on this opening? Who's going to make the first opening though? Oh, they almost actually got Yang!
No!
Yang is down! Oh, that's huge for MYS. They really need Yang in these team fights, but so far MYS, they're skirting inside their bushes. They don't want to give too much vision away so that you cannot target these Pokemon, but now MYS coming in from the back. Hydro Typhoon, but Espeon, Z-Ray again! Coming in clutch. No, the Typhoon actually got it for MYS. Excuse me. The action is a little bit too much for me, but BKZ, they're getting too excited. Ejecting out cannot be saved there from Wushan. There's only so much an Eldegoss can do.
Right, but with that being said, actual beautiful defense here, just ensuring that it is going to be the Regieleki that would destroy the first series score goal, ensuring that there wouldn't be as much as possible of that overcapping.
Yeah, I think in this finals as well, some of the teams are going to have to think about, okay, do we need to be efficient with the overcaps? Because sometimes you just want to get rid of the goal zones. Other times you want to be efficient because that's going to help you in that late game. Again, both teams cuddled up in this bottom lane. It's going to be a Reggie Ice, so no defense buff, no attack buff for the winner. But Reeboks, he's stuck, he can't move. He's going to come in, Mammoth Mash, he has the shielding, the Barrage actually catching up.
Barrage flow still open though. That's going to be 2 down to the setup team. MYS, RKO out of nowhere, wants to get 3 down, but that is our team. We'll try to get away. Yang, are you going to be able to get away? Yes, you will. But at the same time, High Five was able to take away the Reggie Ice and is now going to be able to destroy the first score goal down bottom.
Oh my gosh, High Five, they are getting all the major objectives. That's the second time they got the bottom objective. First one was sniped away by Z-Ray. Second objective, I think if you're MYS, you really need to start locking down the objectives, or you have to find something else, because if you're gonna focus your entire team down there, and let's assume there's farm on the map, that's time that you could use to farm that farm instead. We have a battle happening in the top lane. They caught a Kura, but he's just healing up so much, and actually Reeboks is the first Pokemon to go down. Wushan though was targeted. Both teams sitting with 4 Pokemon left on the field, but both teams are looking to disengage. Now High Five, they do not have a healer. They do need to rely on their own self-sustain if possible. Z-Ray needs to be careful of his positioning. Espeon doesn't have too much to fall back to if he gets jumped on.
And here comes, likewise, the final Regieleki of the game. Team MYS does have the positional advantage against High Five, and they're going to be able to secure this Regieleki as well, ensuring and telling us they are still in the field and they're still fighting back.
They're still fighting back. We got a minute to go, JJ, before we see Rayquaza spawn. The game changer, the end game for both MYS and High Five. But as it stands, High Five are currently leading with a 34-point advantage. It's still a very small gap. We could still see this change. It really depends on whether or not MYS are going to focus on scoring or if they're going to focus on leveling, which leveling seems to be the case. They understand it's going to come down to Rayquaza for them.
Right, but here's the thing though, in just 10 seconds, the last Reg bottom is going to be coming up in High Five. Only High Five is right there positioned to take it, to burst it before the Rayquaza comes out.
So here's one thing that some people kind of forget when you're giving a team that Reg Ice, right? If you're going to give away the Reg Ice, this is going to give you time to position yourself in the Rayquaza pit. You can choose where you want to be because the opponents are going to be busy trying to get there. Now the question is, does MYS find the initiation that they're looking for? But
here
look at this,
Hydro Typhoon, the final team fight of the game. Here you go. Surging strikes, 14 hits, 16, 17, 19 hits. That's going to be BKZ going down first. But Yang is down as well. Slow beam as well. No follow-up though. But are they going to be able to finish the job though? Everyone on Team MYS is slow as High Five still high on HP and does have the positional advantage to try to Rayquaza. But but Ikura backgapping 40, no, 80 times 2.
That's going to be 80 points, 215 now. NYS now pressure to actually start pushing, but Z-Ray, the Espeon is in danger. Will not be able to connect the side shock. That would have been huge if they were able to chip away at Yamu. But the fight
Ikura
continues
wasn't
here.
taken down.
The resets here for NYS. This is the advantage of Clefable. Froggy desperately healing his team up, making sure they go into these fights at full health. But Wushan doing the same.
1 minute, ladies and gentlemen, and all friends alike.
Ikura half health. Look at the backstab though. Submission from BKZ. Big solid beam from the Mew. 4 players left on high 5, but it's not over yet. Again, another reset. The Moonlight. Froggy doing God's work for the team. But they need to score. 40 seconds left, JJ.
Yes, sirree. And here we go. The final stand for Team MYS. Are they going to be able to score against High 5, or will High 5 take them out? Mammoth Swan is going to be taken out.
Burning.
That's one.
They're
no,
burning.
make that two. Rayquaza, who's going to be pulling down. And it is
Oh
High
my
5.
gosh.
And that's going to be 3 down. We are looking at the defending champion of Asia. It is High 5, undefeated from the very start of the tournament up until the final grand finals. Give it up for High 5 winning the entire tournament.
High 5. They have done it. They have come into the grand final and reverse sweeped MYS at a 2-game deficit at the beginning of this best of 5 series. They came back strong, harder, as best as they could, and your first champions, High 5.
The Asia Champion League. Again, history in the making. Let me just reiterate, Danny, for everyone watching, for everyone in Battle Arena, and for everyone at their homes watching online. High 5 never lost a single series from the regular season, that is Stage 1 and Stage 2, and never lost a series going into the grand finals.
And they've done it. They've claimed the crown. They've remained undefeated. I cannot believe this legacy that High 5 is going to leave behind for the first ever ACL. It's got to be such a feeling. I mean, we've got the camera on them. They are... There's all smiles in the booth. I even saw somebody in the background. I wasn't 100% sure who, but they had both hands on their head. They were just like, oh my gosh, guys, we actually did it. I cannot believe we made the comeback. I think it's BKZ, actually. He was in disbelief. He was like, guys, we actually did it. And most important, right, JJ, in that last game, at every objective, Z-Ray with the side shot snipe. You know what you can say now? He's earned his birthday gift.
Oh yeah! So definitely, man, happy birthday. This should be the biggest, the greatest birthday gift for High 5.
Not just High 5, in particular for Z-Ray.
For Z-Ray. There we go. And oh, look at them. They cannot wait to get their trophies. Oh man, understandably so as well.
Wow, what a journey for this team as well. They had so much pressure loaded onto their shoulders as well. They came into the tournament with a target on their back. Everybody, absolutely everybody that qualified for the finals said the strongest team at the tournament is High 5. And they've come in and they've proven it.
And at the same time, this has been quite a story, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike. This is a reverse sweep grand finals of High 5.
What an incredible series, JJ. I think it's been an absolute honor for us to be able to cast this game. The games were amazing. The teams played their hearts out. I can't see Unite getting any better than this.
No, I 100% agree. This is just the beginning of Asia. We still have the WCS.
Exactly.
We still have more matches, and we are still going to see them collide even further, conflict with each other, and more stories are going to be unfolded right on our very eyes.
Yeah, and I think the big question would be, who are we going to be seeing at Yokohama this year?
That is true.
Are we going to be seeing a lot of the ACL teams making it through? Is it going to be new names? We really don't know because the journey to WCS, it's just about to begin. And I know that we are so excited for that to begin.
Man, this has been quite a ride. This has been quite 2 exhausting days for a very good reason as well. I have nothing to say.
I don't think anyone has anything left to say. I think High Five at this point, they deserve this crown. They've worked hard for it. They've proven their worth. They've gone above and beyond. They said it doesn't matter. We are here to prove you wrong, and that's what's happened.
Man, I just want to see High Five right now on the stage.
Look, I mean, look at the highlight, you know, the team. The happiness, the crazy happiness that they feel, you know, they're going in together, they're just, it's so lovely to see, you know, a team that's worked so hard. Yeah, exactly.
Can we be part of the celebration?
Yeah, I know. I was like, can we be part of it?
Can we go there?
It's a bit late now, right? They've already had their celebration, but it's just, I think for them, it's been an unbelievable journey as well because it's also, for High Five, their first international LAN together. Remember?
Right.
They put this team together just for the Pokémon UNITE Asia Champions League.
And
Actually,
I just want to
a
be
little bit
thankful.
more. I want to add a bit more.
Yeah.
I remember when we spoke to them, they said that they had a dream to prove that they were part of the strongest region of Pokémon UNITE. They've gotten the best players within their own region, and they wanted to prove it, and they have so far, JJ.
I just want to thank everyone who's here right now in Battle Arena. Thank everyone who made this possible. Thank everyone. Even you guys at home watching, thank you very much for your support. This has been your casters. We have Contra, we have Husky, you have Danny and I, JJ Kun. Thank you very much for tuning in to the Pokemon UNITE Asia Champions League Finals 2023. But before we wrap things up, let's get and interview the winners of the tournament. Professor Flava, give us a tea.
Thank you very much to JJ. Thank you so much to Danalee, Contra, as well as Husky for the amazing commentary throughout the whole tournament. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Flavor here with some amazing information on the upcoming Pokemon UNITE tournament. The Asian regional qualifiers will determine the participating teams for the Pokemon World Championship 2023 and Pokemon UNITE division, and this will finally begin in April. The qualifying tournament for April will be held from April 15 on a Saturday to April 16 on a Sunday, and the top 3 teams from the April tournament will be able to advance the regional finals. And the registration for the April tournament is currently open. For more details, please check the official tournament website and the official Pokemon UNITE social media pages. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to continue on our event for today, it gives me great pleasure and honor to invite up to the stage the winner of the finals match. Please welcome Team High Five! And of course, before we continue on with the trophy presentation ceremony, we would like to have a few words together with our amazing champions right here. Of course, let's start off first. So anyone? Right, so I guess Ikura, you're all the way on the end right there, or probably you'll be interested as well. So the question will be, I believe that right after the finals ended, you guys heard it up and had a talk together with each other. You guys were happy. You guys are excited. What did you guys talk with each other after that match?
首先就很感谢我们那个巫修山还有 BKC 选手，因为我们是缺2个选手，然后我们后来是找他们过来的，对，然后我们就很感谢他们愿意过来跟我们组队，然后我们还有跟阿威同埋EQ 的选手，我们三个是从3年就一起开始打了，对，所以我们很感谢，我们可以一起努力到现在，终于打到这个亚洲第一，我们是亚洲之冠，对，我很感谢他们，谢谢。
Okay, so first thing we want to thank BKZ players and Wushuan player because we were lack of 2 players. And then we want to thank them for coming to join us, that we will be able to stand here. And because 3 of them are actually with him and they have been playing for quite some time. So now they are here, standing here, being #1 in Asia. So he is very happy.
Wow, look at that. Sounding like champions already. And of course, you've had the opportunity to go up against some of the best teams that East Asia, Southeast Asia, and of course the Indian region has to offer. What are some of the challenges that you had to go through when going up against these kind of teams from different regions?
因为呢，你们有遇到就是有些很强的对手，就比如说从东亚的、东南亚、印度尼西亚这些国家来的对手，那你对到他们的这些感想是什么呢？
其实我们没有去过世界赛，所以其实我们对其他区的对战没有那么多经验，但是我们有做很多 research。 因为我们觉得他们真的是很强，他们真的是很强，我们真的很辛苦才能赢到他们，所以我觉得他们 really good.
So we haven't had experience in the World Championships like this, but we have done a lot of research. So they are really good. They are really good teams. So it is very hard for us to win them. So we are really happy.
All right. And of course, here's the deal, all right? You're currently the #1 team in Asia, all right? What is next? What is the next target for Team High Five?
Yes. For sure, we are Asia #1 now, and we will do in the world. Yes, we want the world's #1.
Yeah. And of course, lastly, since you guys are the champions, anything you want to shout out? Anyone you guys want to shout out to?
有没有想要对任何人说？现在你们是冠军嘛？那有没有想要对任何人，比如说你们的粉丝还是谁的，去跟他们表达一下你们想说什么呢？
首先，我很想感谢我们队的球队经理 Mac， 他真的帮我们很多，很照顾我们，让我们会很专心在这个比赛里面。然后第二感谢是，就算是马来西亚也有来现场支持我们 High Five 的人，对我们是台湾队，但马来西亚还有来支持我们的粉丝。然后还有感谢这个现在在网上在 YouTube 支持我们的观众。我看到今天中文台特别多观众，我很感谢你们可以支持 High Five。然后最后还有感谢我们的后备他也是跟我们球队经理一样，也是很照顾我们，帮我们很多，对，所以他也是一个很重要的一个人，对，这就是还有最后我想要感谢我的家人，真的，我的家人虽然我在上学，但是他还是很支持我来打比赛，真的，这个是一个让我很安心去玩这个游戏的原因，对，感谢各位。
So firstly, I want to thank our manager. Because of him, we are able to focus in our game and he has been taking care of us very well. And the second one is actually, he is very grateful that there are fans, because they are Taiwan teams, but there are fans here in Malaysia to support them. And also, they want to thank audience on the YouTube because he heard that there are a lot more audience compared to yesterday to support them, and they want to thank them. And also, he wants to thank his family because his family supported him to join this game, and he's very grateful for that.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Team high five. And of course, to continue on with our event for today, I would like to have the honors to invite Mr. Yuki Gabi-san to join us up on stage as representative from the Pokemon Company to present trophies to our champions. Please welcome. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have this opportunity to invite Mr. Yuki Gabi-san to deliver his speech. Please welcome.
1月から地域別リーグ戦が始まり、今日このマレーシアでの決勝大会までたくさんの熱いユナイトバトルを繰り広げてきたすべての参加選手の皆様、本当にお疲れ様でした。
To all the players who are part of the exciting Pokemon UNITE matches, from the regional league matches in January to the finals here in Malaysia today, thank you so much for your hard work.
そして配信をご覧の皆様、このクアラルンプール会場にお越しくださった皆様、熱い声援をありがとうございました。
And to those of you who have been watching the broadcast all around Asia, and to those of you who came to the venue here in Kuala Lumpur, thank you very much for your continued support.
8月に行われるポケモンワールドチャンピオンシップスでは世界中から多くの参加選手が集まります。アジア各地でも来月から予選が始まります。
Moving forward, many players from all over the world will participate in the Pokemon World Championships in August, and the qualifiers for each region in Asia will start next month.
皆様の熱い声援が選手たちの力になると思いますので、引き続き応援をよろしくお願いします。
It's your enthusiastic support that will give them strength, so please continue to cheer them on.
なお、ポケモンワールドチャンピオンシップスアジア地域予選は現在参加登録を受付中ですので、たくさんのチームの参戦を期待しております。
Registration for the Pokemon World Championships Asia Regional Qualifiers is now open. We hope to see many teams from all over Asia participating.
そして最後にですね、今日本当は発表予定ではなかったんですけれども、この会場の、 熱気に乗じまして一つ宣言します。
And finally, this was not supposed to be announced today, but I would like to make a surprise announcement.
アジアチャンピオンズリーグ2024開催します。
Pokemon Asia Championships League will be back in 2024.
詳細は追って発表します。引き続きポケモンユナイトよろしくお願いします。ありがとうございました。
More details will be announced later, so stay tuned. Thank you very
All
much.
right, thank you very much,
Thank you very
ladies and gentlemen, to Mr. Yuki Gami-san for that amazing speech and that amazing announcement. The return of the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 will be coming. And of course, to continue today, we'd like to invite our champions to take their place center stage as we're about to crown them as the champions of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2023. And of course, we'd like to invite Mr. Yuki Gami-san to join by their side. Mr. Yuki Gami-san, please do join our champions right here up on stage. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I do hope you're ready because it gives me great pleasure and honor to present to you the champion of the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2023, Team High Five! They have battled through the online ACLs, coming to Malaysia, competing through the round robins, fighting the through semi-finals and the final, and they have emerged as champions. And of course, we'd like to also say congratulations to all the other teams who are competing here at the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2023. From a second place, we have Team MYS. In third place, we have Team T2. In fourth place, we have Team Rise. And of course, in fifth and sixth place, we have Team Revenant Esports and Marcos Gaming. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I will see all of you trainers in the next ACL and also our upcoming WCS. But until then, my name is Flava and I will be signing out. And until next time, good night and bye everyone.